Well, can you hold on? I know I'm too loud. Give me a second. Give me a second. I know I am.
Steel's booming again.
Boom, I'm fixed. There we go. I had to make sure to turn it down because I was doing some, we're in a party chopping it up. And when you're in a party, I got to turn up that microphone, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, for everybody who was asking, the gameplay at the beginning of the show, that was from the homie Sly Crow, and it was Valorant. Valorant did release, I believe, in open beta now, on console. So for everybody who is interested in Valorant or players of Valorant, welcome the new console community online, because we're getting it rocking and rolling, especially on Xbox. But me and Pong, sorry guys for being a little behind. Me and Pong, where
Kong,
yeah, you're Kong now. Me and Pong, we're getting a little bit deep into some extraterrestrial thoughts, man. We were talking about Nier, and because he was thinking about playing Nier Automata again, or getting it, and it just went into a whole tangent from there, and the possibilities of sentient life, the power that we will end up giving robots, which would then become androids, which will then become wherever we decide to take it from there, or it decides to take itself, because those are the scarcities that we have right now. Are we in full control, ladies and gentlemen? And yes, now Omar, see, he got the exotic loot as well. Yo, shout out to everybody with the exotic loot and the legendary loot, the purple and yellow chest next to your name. You've been rocking and rolling with us for a minute, and that's a beautiful thing to see. Matter of fact, shout out to everybody that has a loot chest next to your name, because you are in that looter fantasy with us and always having a fucking good time. And yeah, I was telling him the same thing, Decado. Definitely got to make sure for anybody who is interested in Nier Automata, and the interest came off of the anime, which also came out recently. I want to say within the last year or so. The anime dropped, and all episodes are out now. And I recommend anybody who is into Nier Automata, the game, or maybe you want to see if there's a reason to get in the game. The anime does follow the game pretty on point, so you'll get a lot of the baseline from that. But not only that, I think it's just a good think piece when you really go through that story and their interpretation of Adam and Eve and androids and humanity and the way that it's used and destruction of things. And there was just so many other levels and layers to Nier that makes it so special, man. And I really love my time with Automata as well. So, but yeah, man, that's where we're at. That's where we're at right now. We're in a very
Magic, by the way,
cognitive play. Yes, I am playing as Magic. Yeah. I really like her gameplay, but I haven't mastered her yet. Yeah. And I think that's kind of where I'm at with Marvel Rivals right now, to where I got to get away from like wanting to play a few characters. Because the game really makes it fun to play all the characters and try to learn all their abilities. And sure. I find in this game more than I had in Overwatch or any other games. I know you want to take me to psychology time a little bit. You'll put me on the couch a little bit. But
careful.
I think one of the main things Marvel Rivals does gameplay wise, especially for a hero shooter, is it does value your time, but the second thing is it doesn't make you feel like you need to lock yourself down to a particular character, because there's typically going to be a few characters, especially with them playing with the Marvel Universe and how they're going about it. Everybody's going to be able to be used. Storm's really good in here. They got to buff her. But I can see Jean Grey being in here, Pong. I can see Beast being in here. There's so many different characters, and they can make them extreme. Like Scarlet Witch in this game feels like a badass, right? I can see the Phoenix being something like stupid crazy, where she's able to be reborn. You're able to get some kills off or something, and that gives you your health back if you can get some kills off when you're reborn. Like, there's just really dope things that they could do with this story. And hearing that they're going to be releasing all the characters for free and they're only going to monetize the cosmetics was exactly what I was hoping for. Right. Because it's literally the easiest thing for you to do. And I think also the most cost effective, because the art style is A1, like steak sauce. I think it's a better art style than even Overwatch is. as far as character designs go. But again, that can also be because of the bias of them being Marvel characters, right? Yeah, I don't mind being honest with that. Playing as Iron Man feels dope. Playing as Storm feels dope. Playing as Venom feels really good. Really all the characters, even I was playing as healers, man, and was having a good time playing as some of the healers. So it's a really good experience, and we'll talk about it some more. We'll talk about it some more.
Yeah. We'll talk about some more.
Well,
for sure.
Let me introduce all the beautiful ladies and gentlemen in chat, because we do have some early shout outs we got to do as well when I pass it off to my brother from another as we get that train started. Shout out to Bold, Decado, and the legendary Yobi, which
we're gonna get that.
Which we do got a gift we got to open up after the intros or so. We'll do that after Pong. But ladies and gentlemen, you are now tuned into Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform that's talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. We take that RTS approach, which means we just pull ourselves back out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull those resources together so we can not only build our own foundation for conversation, but also the foundation for all those potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there getting it in. It's also the home of that ECP. That's the educated consumer perspective, because me and Pong do not work in the industry, man. We're not journalists. We don't work for Microsoft or PlayStation, Nintendo, or any of these companies. We're just two gamers who have professional experience in our personal lives that we like to just bring some of that perspective into business, and just normal casual game talk as well, and share that with an audience, man, and to see everybody come out week to week as we have built this out throughout the years. It's been such a beautiful thing. We've built a very close-knit community, and it's only going to grow from here, man. So I'm always excited to chop it up with y'all on a Saturday and get into it. I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I. That's T is a 7 everywhere. Google's probably the easiest place you can type that information in. And with that being said, I gotta introduce the uncanny gentleman himself. Speaking of uncanny, coming off of Deadpool and Wolverine, I think we're going the uncanny direction as we move further into this MCU that we're getting here, especially seeing how good that this most recent movie was. But enough of that. But he is the X-Man that is not Cyclops, because we all know how we feel about him, and he is not Iceman either, but he is my brother from another, the one and only Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man?
Morning, everybody. Been up for a bit, feeling pretty damn good this morning. Schedule is locked in. Fell asleep before 11:30 last night, which is not good for the gaming time, but it is good for the the personal health stuff. So getting that locked in, was up a little bit earlier this morning than usual, so I'm already fired up and ready to rock and roll. And Steele and I having big discussions, getting the brain juices flowing even a little bit more this morning. First things first, we do have to take care of some business here. So first things first, everybody. For all of you that don't know, Steele just alluded to it, and Yobi's been shouting it out from the rooftops, right? Tomorrow is Steele's birthday, right?
It is.
So tomorrow is Steele's birthday. Yes. He celebrated a little bit early with the family, right? Got to go see Deadpool and Wolverine. So, but everybody, make sure, because we don't have a show tomorrow, right? So make sure you get your happy birthdays out to Steele, because this man keeps catching up to me slowly but surely. At some point, we're going to be on here celebrating his 40th, and then I really get to kick it in. But right now, he is getting older. So everybody get your happy birthdays in there for the one and only, my brother from another, Steel Rain. Just an amazing human being who I've had the pleasure of becoming one of my best friends over these years, man. And I love this dude. So everybody get a happy birthday to this guy. And then otherwise, we do have to update the hype train, because you guys know we start at a Mach 2.0 on Saturday mornings here on the Splitters Hype Train. We rolled through town and we picked up a bunch of amazing people already this morning. But guess what? It wasn't good enough for the bold Alpha Wolf Pack. That's right. The one and only came through early and added another car full of splitters. Welcome aboard, all you new splitters. Thanks to the one and only bold Alpha getting on the court with the easy 5 layup. That's right. Nice little finger roll off the glass. Nothing but net. Gotta love it. Dropped off that bag of coal. Got us to a nice Mach 2.5. But we weren't done there. No, choo-choo, motherfuckers. We weren't done. Because the one and only Decado also said, oh, I see you, bold Alpha. I gotta get on the court. I gotta show a little reverse layup. That's right. He got in the court with the easy 5 himself. Added another car full of splitters. And got us to a Mach 3.0 with a bag of coal himself. The Decado, and then, of course, the legend himself, the one and only Yobi,
the legend,
who dropped off some gifts for Steel, and we're going to see a couple openings. But he also came by, and he added 2 cars of splitters. That's right, he got on the court with the 10 dunk. Dropped off a bomb. That's right, the one and only legendary Yobi with the 10 spot here early this morning to get us to a nice even Mach 4.0. So all you new splitters, all you veteran splitters, you know the drill. Pay attention to the attendants that are walking through the aisles. Pay attention to those screens above your seats and buckle up those 4-point harnesses because we're keeping an ad free in 2024 around here. Hashtag no beans. No beans. I heard beans are very expensive to ship these days. I did see a clip. Oh, we can't sell coffee.
They do get heavy. They do get heavy. They do get heavy.
To ship
beans would be
anymore,
heavy too, though.
So hashtag no beans is in vogue now. Across other channels because we ain't selling coffee no more because it's just too expensive. But we never did around here. And for all you new splitters, just a reminder, you might be looking for that goal to pop up on the screen. Well, we have the same goal all the time around here at Living Split Screen. It's 69.
69.
All the time. That's right, everybody. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Early morning starting out. Love you all. Thank you for being here.
Did you shut up for the bowl for becoming a hordivore?
Oh, no. He got the welcome to the Horde of Wars. So Bold Alpha buys a whole new car full of people and then buys himself the single ticket aboard the train. What's up, Bold Alpha? Thank you, brother, so much for all the support. Thank you all. Again, for no matter whether you do the extra mile or whether you just show up here with your time for 5 minutes or for the entire show, we love and respect each and every single one of you. It is never expected, always appreciated here on the Living Split Screen. We have fun with it. But again, in all seriousness, just love you guys showing up here, man. Whether you lurk, whether you actually join in the chat, don't matter to me and Steel, man. So thank you all for being here on another Saturday morning, another episode of Living Split Screen. Listen, y'all, we got the business out of the way again. Happy birthday, brother. I know I'm going to tell you again tomorrow.
Appreciate that.
I love it, bro. I love it, bro. That. My dad's birthday's on Monday. You guys are always nice. So yeah. I'll be seeing him probably next weekend, I think. So he's in town, but love the July birthdays, man. My kiddo's birthday's in July. Listen, it's all good, man. It's all good. July birthdays. You guys are Geminis, but that's all right. I love y'all. So
I'm a Leo, so it's all good.
I know you're a Leo, man.
It's all good.
It's been an interesting week of gaming.
Really?
So yeah, it has. Man, first things first, again, First Descendant. I am back on First Descendant after about a week off because we were doing other things, trying other stuff. But First Descendant, I'm grinding out for Ultimate Viesa.
Okay.
And obviously we've got the big update coming early now, even earlier. Yes. Like this team, like
they pushed it up twice.
Shout out to this team, bro. They get it, man. They ain't messing with anything. They ain't nerfing anything. In fact, all they're doing is buffing everything. they want more godlike descendants running around. Like this is Steve, we talk about this all the damn time. How many games have gone through ups and downs by nerfing shit and screwing up people's builds and taking away what, is fun for people. You're supposed to feel like a god in these games, man. That's what it's all about. And this team continues to do it right. So yeah, we got the big update coming now, July 31st. for the First Descendant. They are buffing a bunch of the ultimate weapons. They're introducing some new stuff. They are buffing 3 of the characters as well. And Ultimate Volby is going to be introduced along with the new Descendant, Luna. And they already teased her in her alternate costume that, of course, you can purchase a bikini top. And it's looking really good.
There you go.
Luna's looking really good as a support character, let me tell you. Interesting how they described her attacks, that it's going to be rhythm-based. I'm like, how rhythm-based are we going to be? Because she's going to be not in my rotation if I have to do rhythm stuff, man. Like, hardcore rhythm stuff, but we'll see how she plays out. But it sounds interesting because they are going to bring in, she's a music-based character.
Yep.
She's a DJ, basically, is what she is in this world. And she's cool as hell because she's actually in the main story too. You get to talk with her a little bit. And so she's going to be really dope to play. Adding buffs and debuffs, and she can actually go into attack mode too, where she actually does some really good damage according to the devs. So can't wait to see how she adds to the mechanics in this game. But I am grinding it out. I am down to only needing the blueprints now, which is obviously the hardest grind for Ultimate Viesa. I've got all the other pieces, but I've been using the tools that the devs put in the game, which not every looter shooter does, but going forward, I sure hope people are taking notes here.
It's expectation now. If they did it, it's crazy.
Yeah, they did it, and they did it right. So you get to any materials that you need, anything that you need, you can go in and mark those to be tracked, and it tells you exactly where you need to go to start farming. It is a beautiful, easy process set up to start doing that. And it worked wonders for all the little stuff that I needed.
It's so seamless.
Yeah, it is seamless. It is. So still having a great time on First Descendant. I also need to bring up Tempest Rising here. Mav and I talked about it on PM to PM. I finally played the demo of Tempest Rising. For anybody who doesn't know, this is going to be PC only.
You're talking about the Command and Conquer one, right?
Command and Conquer.
Y'all were getting me kind of excited about that, I ain't gonna lie.
Basically a ripoff of Command and Conquer, but I ain't mad in any way, shape.
It's not made by the same devs, right?
No. I think some of the devs are previous Command and Conquer veterans, though. Some of the devs, they have to be.
I mean, that's dope if they did it like that. I like to see stuff like that. So you're not limited to the IP.
Their descriptor stays away from saying that we're a Command and Conquer ripoff.
Right.
They say we are about we are this game is influenced by classic RTSs.
Oh yeah.
But my God, it's Command and Conquer, and because EA just has decided that Command and Conquer ain't worthy of making games no more.
I mean, might as well. Yeah.
Listen,
this just like StarCraft, right? With the devs who are making their own version.
Yeah. What is it? Stormfall? Is that
Stormgate or something like that?
Stormgate. Yeah, Stormgate. But yeah, played through the demo, played through the campaign of I forget the names of the factions in this one. But played through the campaign of the bad faction, I guess you call them. But it is just Command and Conquer reskinned. Literally. It's Command and Conquer, but updated and modern and looks gorgeous. They had a survey after you finished off the demo, took the survey for them.
Gave them some notes.
Gave them some improvements they could do. There's little minor things that they can do. But overall, the demo was like Mav said to me, and he had played it last week, right after I told him about it on Friday or on Thursday night after we got a PM to PM. And he said, day one out the gate. And so then when I finally played it last weekend, sold day one. This is one of my most anticipated titles of this year now. That's fire. It's so freaking awesome, man. So shout out to Tempest Rising. If you got a PC, you're into RTSs, go download the demo and try it out.
That's fire.
Because this game is going to be, I think, potentially something special that takes over the PC RTS community, where a lot of people fall back in love with Command and Conquer style RTSs. This game has it all. It's even got the story is Command and Conquer through and through. The writing is good. The acting is actually decent in it.
Do you think it could come to console?
I think it could.
Is it simplistic enough?
One of my things is they don't have any controller support right now.
I mean, I don't expect it, but
I kind of do now in 2024 because there are smaller RTSs on PC that have controller support now. I just told them, hey, really look into giving us controller support. And I know it's sacrilegious for the PC RTS hardcore players to even mention the controller support, because when you're playing PvP,
it's no good in there. On PC,
you're gonna get destroyed by a good keyboard mouse player.
It would have to be separate audiences. Yeah.
You're going to get destroyed. But Age of Empires showing that you can hold your own. And Halo Wars, I held my own against
different
keyboard
style
mouse players. Different style set up from the beginning, built from the beginning for console players as well, right? So it is different. But there's enough examples now, Steel, of good controller support for RTSs that they could implement it. And I love controller RTS. I know, again, it's sacrilege. I played the demo obviously on keyboard mouse. I had to. I don't have a problem doing that. Like RTSs I can handle on keyboard and mouse. I can adapt. Like it's fine. I still would not trust myself going online against other people playing keyboard mouse, because I'm not that fast and people got their key bindings all set up and it's all this ridiculous shit. I can learn.
Again, like I tell people all the time, you're playing with an entire hand, you're playing with an entire arm versus playing with your thumb. You know what I mean? And that's why you need that aim assist and everything. But to your point, it has been done, which is why I'm asking, like, is it simplified enough to where it can do that, or is it more in that vein of the RTSs where it's like, man, because that mouse movement is going to be imperative, clicking on the map, trying to go wherever you need to get, keeping up with everything.
There is nothing in this game that's overly over the top complicated.
Command and Conquer didn't used to be.
Command and Conquer was on console and a controller back in the day on 360, for God's sakes.
So they could probably be doing
it. I mean, and again, was it perfect? No, but that was back then. Like, they've come so far. Again, there's so many games that have shown how to do it. I would like to see them try to implement something, and it doesn't even have to be the Age of Empires full breakdown like that. They did a masterful job on making the controller support actually feel relatively close to a keyboard and mouse because of how they set up the ease of use. But they don't even have to do that. Just give me the basics and let me play through the campaign with controller. But anyways, gotta shut it out. It's great. It's a great game. It's a great RTS. And I think there's some people already starting to write some articles about it, that this potentially could be really, really special when it finally drops this year.
Delroy does ask a question for you, Pong. He said, is it more Red Alert or Tiberium?
I would say it's more Tiberium. Now, Mav is in the chat too. Mav, give your opinion on it. I would say it's more Tiberium. I would say it's more classic Command and Conquer. But again, I've only played the campaign through one side of it, but I would say it's probably more classic Command and Conquer than Red Alert. So that's my initial impressions on it. Good question though, Delroy. Good question. I love Red Alert too, by the way. But that's because
Red Alert's my goat. My Red Alert's mine.
It was fantastic.
Red Alert was good. I'll put that on PC.
So next up, let's go with Dungeons of Hinterberg. Dungeons of Hinterberg.
You're actually deep into that one, man, from what I've been hearing.
Yeah, there's 25 dungeons. You know, you got all the side stuff to do as well with the relationships and all that kind of stuff, and that stuff in town. I am, 6 dungeons or so deep into Hinterberg, 6-7 dungeons and deep into Hinterberg, but I've done other stuff too. Done the Sons of Side stuff. Getting the relationships going, that kind of stuff. Although I'm fast forwarding, I will start out here. Dungeons of Hinterberg, Gamepass game. For anybody who doesn't know, got a comic book art style to it. It is really awesome for me. I like the art style. Now, not everybody's going to appreciate it. There is no voiceovers in this game, so it is all reading. It's all but the writing for me sucks. Okay, it's not my. I say that as just saying that for me, it's not written for me as an old dude. Okay. It's written for a different generation.
Gotcha.
Okay. So the relationships, the characters are uninteresting as fuck to me. Okay. I have zero connection with any of the, they're stupid. Okay. I can't stand it. So I fast forward through all that shit. Okay. They give you a fast forward button, which is amazing. So it zips through everything. And again, Building the relationships doesn't require you to pick correct answers. You can pick any answers you want. I give them the most nastiest responses they have because I can't stand the characters. But it still doesn't matter. The story continues to build your relationships because they just ignore what you said. So I just fast forward through that. But again, some people might find, and I know because I've seen people post about it, some people are finding the story and the characters interesting. That's cool. Again, I'm not saying that they did a terrible job with it. It's just not written for me. But gameplay is king, right?
Okay.
Gameplay is king, Steel. So for me, the gameplay, while not complex, definitely not over the top like Devil May Cry or anything like that.
That's not meant to be. Yeah.
No, it's not meant to be. This is an indie game, okay? This is action RPG game, but it controls extremely well. The combat is fun. Everything works on point, as it should. The magic and special skills are freaking cool to learn. There's different mechanics. The dungeons themselves have puzzles to them, so that keeps the dungeons very interesting. You got to figure out some puzzles. Again, they get progressively harder as you get into the harder dungeons, obviously, but it's nothing yet where I've gone, oh God, I have no idea. But have they made me stop and think? Yes, there's already been some early puzzles where I've actually really had to stop and think about what I was doing because, you know, you got to pull blocks here to open up stuff over here, and you got to get the pattern of how you go through certain areas to make sure that that all works really well too. So I'm enjoying the hell of Dungeons and Hinterberg. There's armor, there's weapons, there's all the classic RPG. Again, it's not deep. This isn't Diablo. This isn't like loot like crazy, but there is loot to it. And there is stats to all your weapons and your armor. So, I mean, again, it's light compared to what we are used to, obviously, as people who play RPGs all the damn time. But for an indie game, this is fucking dope. And again, I have had zero performance issues, zero problems in any of those areas. It's in Gamepass. You have any interest in it, as I always say, download it and check it out for yourself and see if it's something that you want to play. Personally, I'm going to keep playing it. I popped it in again last night and did some more things. It's an easy pop in, pop out game too as well. So you can actually even in some of the dungeons, you will get to a save point. You can actually leave the dungeon anytime you want to. So, and you're cool. You can come back into it. Yeah, it's really dope. They got a fast travel system there, so you don't have to spend your time walking everywhere through the different lands. But just a really cool game. The enemies are all different. They all have different attacks. You do have to learn. You can walk into an area. They warn you, but they have signs up, street signs up that show you that you're about to face some really difficult monsters, but you can go take them on if you want to try. If you want to be hard-headed like Steel and try, you can at lower levels. I did for a bit. There was one area that I really wanted to kind of get through. So I tried to take on these enemies, and I sat in there and messed with them and learned their mechanics and their attacks and tried to see if I could beat them with basically at a one hit. I was getting one-shotted like at some points.
Yeah, that's all like, yeah.
But I was trying. Eventually I said, nah, we'll come back later. That's fine. But yeah. Dungeons and Hinterberg for an indie style game, go check it out. It's been getting a lot of love. I've seen a lot of people say this game is something that kind of surprised people on how good it is, and it's true. And if you like the story, that's going to be a bonus for you. If you like the characters, it's going to be a bonus for you. I'm just playing through it because the gameplay itself is fun, and the game is gorgeous. I love the lands, I love the art style. So go check out Dungeons and Hinterberg. The final one I'll talk about here is Kunitsugami. Steel Path of the Goddess.
Okay, you still in it?
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm still in it. Again, it's not. I'm grazing, as you guys know right now. There's too much to play. There's way too many things. I've held off buying college football. If I had college football right now, I don't know what I'd be doing. But
playing the mess out of that.
Yeah, Kunitsugami is Capcom. Peak Capcom yet again. This game for me probably will wind up being one of my favorite games of the year. This game has it all. It is polished. It plays extremely well. It is everything I thought it was going to be from all the videos, all the stuff that we talked about, all this, the lead up to launch and more. This game is, again, you got to see it in motion, and then you got to see it in photo mode to appreciate the art style that this team experimented with.
I'm excited to get into it.
Bro, it is so unique what they've done here as far as the art style goes.
That's dope.
It does not it has similar, of course, there's been so many different art styles done in video games. So it has similarities to things, but it's nothing that you have ever seen. It really isn't. Like, it combines so many different elements. It is so good, Steel. And the action is good. And the strategy, while again, not XCOM strategy levels here, folks.
Yeah,
we're not talking about that. But we are talking that it does make you think, especially the bosses. I've cleared 3 bosses so far. Cleared out 3 towns. I'm on my 4th one right now. Every boss has been extremely different from the last one. And you got to figure them out. Some of them, sure, are easier. Like, you just kind of get up in them and mash them and, stay away from their big attacks and you're good. But the last one I fought, and again, I'm not going to spoil it because their designs are all so freaking unique, Steel. It's crazy. But this last one I fought, it took me 5-6 times to beat it. I had to really think about what I was doing. I had to learn his patterns, but I also had to learn the entire, because each area, boss area, is different from the last one too. So it presents new, different ways that you kind of have to go about fighting, because light comes into play. Because in certain areas it's dark, and your townspeople that you turn into warriors once you free them can only attack things they can see in the light, and there's lanterns to be lit.
Okay.
And you can send your townspeople to go light the lanterns. But that takes time.
I can see other people having an issue with it. But
yeah. So I had to really start thinking about what I was doing, and finally I figured it out. And I finally beat him. But Kunitagami, the action part of it as well, the warrior that you control, protecting the goddess, is.
Can he be customized?
No, you can't customize. You can customize. You can swap out skills and that kind of stuff, and you got to go through that stuff. But
I want to customize his look.
Nah, there ain't no customizing the look. Ain't no customizing the look. As you build up your townsfolk, their look changes as you build them up, as you level them up, because you can level up the townsfolk too. But yeah, your warrior stays the same. So, it's dope, Steel. It is so detailed when you go into photo mode and looking at what it's doing. But the action combat itself is fun as hell too. The combos that you can use, some of the special moves that you get to decide, because you're locked into, choosing and picking which special moves you want to use. Those are all super useful so far, and really cool, and bring all different styles to it. But great game. This is, again, we've done this a billion times, but I'm going to do it a billion times before, because big publishers like Capcom nowadays are risk adverse. Most publishers, pick out your biggest publishers, don't like to take these types of risks. The fact that Capcom is firing on all cylinders, and they have all their Resident Evil remakes, they're making hand over fist cash right now. They're paying out their devs bonuses on top of giving them raises right now, but they haven't forgotten what got them here, which was experimenting with new games. And the fact that they're back doing this, Steel, man, hats off to Capcom.
You know what's ironic, Paul?
Yeah, what?
They're bad about microtransactions as well.
Yeah.
I'm surprised there isn't like a lot of microtransactions in Kunitagami, because that's what they do with Monster Hunter. That's what they do with Resident Evil. They do with the other franchises. I mean, again, it's optional, optional cosmetics and stuff like that.
Yeah. But this isn't a full price.
But outside of that, they're making good games still.
They're making good games, and they're trying new things still. Again, that's all I can ask for out of some company like Capcom.
That's what makes it
doesn't need to do this. Yeah. They don't need to do this. They could just lean in like 2K, like EA, and just do what they know best and continue to make money hand over fist. But they're out here trying to blend genres together in a brand new IP Steel that is so different as far as look goes and style goes from anything else out there on the market. They didn't need to do this, but yet they did. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. Again, the reviews have been hit or miss with a lot of people, up and down. But for me, this is an absolute hit. That's dope. Absolutely. I hope they continue with this series. Excuse me. The music too. Shout out to the music. Shout out to the composer who followed me on X.
See, I'm excited about
little unknown composer. He's only got like, I think when he followed me, he only got like 130 some followers.
That's how it goes, man. Yeah.
But the music and how it builds up when you get into battle, or when it turns over from day to nighttime and the demon gates open up and the monsters start pouring forth. Like that music, though, the classic Eastern style Japanese war drums in the background, just beating away, man. Get your blood pumping, bro. I'm not going to lie. It's super awesome. So the entire atmosphere of this game is something else to be experienced. Game Pass, you got it. Go try it. You might be surprised because this game offers you a lot. And again, don't be scared off by the tower defense, RTS style.
Yeah, it's not that.
It isn't over the top. Yes, you have to think about it. You have to make some decisions, but it's not the key core of the game. The action is the key core of the game. Yes, you have to strategize how far you're going to move the goddess down the path before it turns into nighttime so you don't get her into a spot where you are going to have monsters attacking her nonstop and you're going to be defending her the entire time. So you do have to plan that out. I've done it, made my mistake before, got her really close to the gate, but not close enough to purify it. And those monsters came out and I had all my townsfolk surrounding her and I was there. We were like having to beat off monsters.
Whoa!
Beat back monsters. Beat back monsters nonstop and keep them from hurting her. So yeah. That was bad news right there. So, but yeah, what a game from Capcom. So, sorry for talking so much, but I've actually been playing a lot of games and I'm really enjoying myself right now. It is the golden age, and just having a blast out here, man. So, Steel. Yeah. Fun. Yeah. I know everybody caught it. Steel.
No, I had to make sure people caught that. I don't know. It depends on how you where you want to go. If you want to go ahead and put me in the psychiatrist chair now,
talk about it.
I'll talk about Flintlock first. I'll talk
about Flintlock. I'm gonna step away and then we'll put you on the couch after you start.
All right. So I have still been playing a couple things. So it has been Marvel Rivals 1. Got into the closed beta, which they've been really bad about giving away codes and whatnot as well. Even when on the 25th, when they opened the floodgates a little bit more for Twitch, apparently people who are watching the hour to try to get the code still weren't getting their codes. To me, that tells me that the game is getting a lot of engagement because the way that they're releasing the codes is in batches. But it's still kind of unfortunate because you have a lot of these people who want to try your game. And this is something that developers, I was listening to some additional developer interviews and whatnot. There was one with Jaffe that was interviewing somebody else as well. Insipid Ghost has done some interviews. Outlaws have done interviews. All great places to check out different things. ACG. I was checking more out of their developer interviews and whatnot, and I was really listening into how wishlisting games and giving it people the engagement a game is getting, especially for online games, is a real key to success, and helps the devs at least know whether this is worth them investing into or not, right? I think that's why part of the reason why Concord is on high alert right now is because versus Marvel Rivals for a similar styled game, and again, I know it's first person versus third person. This is more hero based. Rivals is more Overwatch than even Concord is. It's still trying to do its own thing a little bit, but it didn't get the same engagement. And Concord is doing a lot of great things again with coming out of full as a it's not full price, but $40 game, having all its content in the game. You're going to get everything for free after the content has dropped. Just under the $40 price tag, all the customization, all that stuff. That's really good things to see, but the core has to be, your game needs to be good. And as an online multiplayer game, especially PvP, if that isn't the thing that's sticky, even for consoles, and I want people to also look at the overall scope of PC players are going to be more so the determination, especially if it is crossplay, on whether your game is going to live on or not. Yes, your game can live on with a select amount of players. Again, you compare Killzone to Halo, and Killzone was supposed to be the Halo killer. Yeah, people were playing Killzone because it was on PlayStation, and Halo isn't on PlayStation. So you're going to get, if all you got is the Bobo version of whatever, then that's what you're going to use, the Bobo version. Again, nothing against you, but it's not this, right? And Killzone will never be Halo, no matter what people said or tried to make you feel. It's just, those are the facts. It's a better playing game, better style game, better story in the game. It's just a completely better game overall. That's not even subjective. That's not even objective. That's just what it is. Just keeping it real. That's why it never went beyond, right? Now it had its people, and I hear people that come out into the community and talk about it now and how great it was, and Concord could have those same thing. But the thing that Marvel Rivals has is it has yes, it feels like it's the same thing like when we get these Smash Brothers clones, right? Whether that be Brawlhalla or Multiverses or whatever. The number one fault that they have is you're trying to copy something without just copying it and use your version of whatever. Get the baseline mechanics right. Make the game feel like that game, because that's what's going to pull people in. I think the number one thing that Smash Brothers is missing is, I think Nintendo could be making billions of dollars from Smash Brothers being on every platform. You know how dope that would be? So, and I think that's what Rivals is doing really well as well, is that it is going to be available everywhere. It is going to be free to play. It is going to have all the characters in it. It is going to have everything be earnable depending on how much time you put into the game. But it's also going to give you options of cosmetics, and hopefully they don't hit people over the head for $20 costumes, because that's just asinine. But either way, it's going to be an option for people to dive into it, right? So, but nonetheless, we'll get into that a little bit more. It's just interesting seeing how the conversations have been kind of going with Marvel Rivals, being a free-to-play game, the different strategies, Concord also still being of the conversation, people giving a lot of reason why they feel like the game is going to be able to coexist in a space to where you had your competition come out a couple weeks later after your beta, a week later after your beta, and trounce your numbers, I think pretty much on all platforms currently. So, but we'll see. But the main thing has been definitely Flintlock after Marvel Rivals, because I did reach a stopping point, which again, I know Pong is going to sit me down on here in a bit. But Flintlock, I've been getting more into. I still have similar issues that I've had since the beginning. It's still about a 7 for me, but I do enjoy the overall story and how they present it, knowing that I'm walking, spoiler alert, with the god of death. I think I always enjoyed that concept. At some point I need to get my like Anubis game. I need to get my Egyptian based something Gods of Egypt style game or something. I need an Egyptian RPG.
Mythology.
It's an RTS though. I want an action. I want an ARPG, man. I want a third person action game. The closest I got was I've been there, done that, man. I'm trying to move on to greener pastures.
Gods, we got Egyptian gods.
I did that 20 years ago, Paul. I got to move on to greater and greener pasture, man. But no. But the more that I'm diving into Flintlock, it does show some of its weaknesses. Again, traversing for sure, that needs to be refined down a bit better. There's no reason why I'm double jumping the things, not grabbing the ledge. It just acts like the mantle system doesn't work as intended. Overall, I'm still sitting at about a 7 on it. It's I want to say it's above average for sure, especially when you pay attention to the fact that everything does loop back on itself in a traditional Souls-like fashion, to help you unlock areas, and when you get to certain places and you want shortcuts to get to other places quicker, it does do that really well. Map design is, I think, pretty solid, and I do enjoy the traverse overall. It's just I got myself stuck and lost about almost 20 minutes of progress, which again, it's not a big deal, but anytime that I lose any form of progress, it does make me feel some type of way, and that does start creating a negative feeling towards the game. I was traversing over this cliffside, and I double jumped and was rubbing the character up against the wall, and she wouldn't mantle. I don't know why she wouldn't mantle or what was going on. But it got me, I got stuck on a lower part and I couldn't get back to anywhere that was viable. So I had to jump off multiple times to my death and just to get back to where I was. I was trying to find other ways and it just wasn't working. So that was unfortunate, but lost a little bit of time there, but overall not bad, man. I'm at the, I think the second main boss, and I think there's only 3 complete main bosses in the game. There's 3 different main areas. There's a boss for each main area. I believe that's how it works. I could be off in that. I am still playing on the possessed difficulty, and it feels real good, man, because I'm learning how the bosses are fighting. They don't do over the top things. They're very readable. As you get into it, it's just performing the action and getting into it, playing with the different system mechanics between using the actual Flintlock, as the name is intended, to interrupt the enemies. Because I do like that when the enemies do those unstoppable moves, you can hit them with a quick shot and it'll stop them in their tracks. And the same thing when they do regular attacks, they're meant to be parried. You can block them. I'm just hard-headed and I don't block in games because if I can either dodge through it or parry you, those are going to be my options because I just feel like that's a cooler thing to do, right? You want to, the fantasy is for every experience to be that anime-esque experience, right? Where you feel like the badass in that moment. That's what these games are supposed to be really predicated on, more so than being hyper realistic. And it's just been a fun time getting into it. Is it again, I'll continue to say, is it the most premium experience that you ever get? No, but I do think that this is another example of a game that maybe from the outside in has got more negative critique than it needed, just because I don't know, maybe again, when you're coming off of Elden Ring, and you played Elden Ring, it's a hard comparison to make for sure, but I think it still sticks in its own lane. But Palm, you said you wanted to put me on the chair for Marvel Rivals, because I did reach a wall with Marvel Rivals, and it's a twofold wall. One side of it, I'm already convinced on Marvel Rivals after playing it and I played it for 10 hours or whatever. This is just a beta. It's a closed beta. None of what I'm doing is going to carry over into the actual game. Right. And I am a stickler about putting too much time into something that I'm probably going to end up playing later. Right. It's just kind of, you start feeling like it's a waste of time at that point. Especially when there's other games in my rotation that I want to beat, play, get back to, like the First Descendant, especially giving me a game that I know is going away, and the main reason I really wanted to stick in it was so other people would be able to get codes and stuff and be able to jump into the game as well. So if I streamed for however long, even if it was a couple hours, a couple people could get access to the game if they had guaranteed codes. And that hasn't been a thing since the beta has been out, right? So that was another deterrent. But the main deterrent for me was jumping into ranked. And this is always my issue with hero-based games overall. If you don't give me a way to make up for some of the lack in my team, and this is something that I've always had for me, because I've always been in multiplayer, mostly since, again, I've been playing multiplayer games since I was 8-9 years old. Started on Rainbow on PC mainly. When you come from that and you're always given a way to defeat the other team, no matter what your team is doing, it does make you look at the game a certain way. I did the same thing in Black Desert. Although people were paid to win, I knew that they were people paying for power. I was fighting those people and beating them, not everybody, but some of them, with enough skill. And again, that proves to me and that satisfies me, which is part of the reason why I stayed in that experience for as long as I did. Destiny's the same thing. I can jump on to Destiny at any point. Doesn't matter who grinded for whatever gear, because when it comes down to it, it's always about gunplay and who I can outplay you. And in hero-based games, it makes it harder to do that. I think it's even easier to do some 1v plays against 1v2, 1v3 plays, at least getting some damage out for sure that you're satisfied with, even in Overwatch sometimes. But again, I only played Overwatch ranked for a little bit, but Overwatch never held me. I can see Marvel Rivals holding me in that, but me also feeling a certain way because of how the game is meant to be played, right? We're not in an era of people jump into regular game chat and people are just having good conversation or talking about the game, right? You see it I've been seeing it on X and on X, aka Twitter, all week this week, where people are all of a sudden complaining about Call of Duty. Now it's game chat when what's changed? It's not, I don't think it's any worse than it was before, and you don't have to listen to it. I don't know how long the game chat has been muted for me. I would probably say since parties have existed. So it's not something that you have to entertain. You don't have to hear it. You can play solo dolo and only listen to Call of Duty. So people bitching about that is like, dog, how old? Like, I'm talking, these are people who are like older than me talking about, oh man, this is why I don't play Call of Duty, because you have all these racist slurs in game chat and blase. It's like, dog, you can literally not hear any of that. If you were if you're trying to give me a reason why you don't like Call of Duty, when that's not a reason to dislike something, not in today's day and era on online gaming, like that's just not a valid excuse. That's really weird to me, right? So I've been seeing a lot of people complain about that and trying to make this issue about the things that are happening in game chat, but y'all don't want to communicate in game chat when it does exist. And that's the issue that more team-based games, like in the last game I probably got heavily invested to that was like that, which was a MOBA, was Smite. I really enjoyed Smite. But the problem is, as much as I might have enjoyed Smite, I wasn't willing to dedicate myself to only playing that game, right? So that also causes something. So it becomes a time thing. The ranked experience was just completely off-putting to me, especially with, why do I always get paired with the whack randos? Like, why does that happen to me? Like, I got the whack randos and I'm playing against a stacked squad. We got the same rank, but I'm playing with randos that, they just decided they're going to use a brand new character this match. This match, you're going to use the brand new character. Like, dog, what are we doing? Like, so I do think the things that they can do to make it better is maybe level cap some characters where you have to go into quick play. Maybe you hit level 5 on a character before you could take them into ranked. I think that would be a good way to help balance out the scales a bit. I'm not saying to people it has to be overly sweaty, but you want to know that you're playing with competent people, at least people who are actually interested in the game, because I don't know who plays online games for the intention of losing. It's like playing Call of Duty. You're playing a game-based mode like domination and not playing the objective. What are we doing? How long have we been playing games? How long has this game existed?
This is nothing new.
This game style. Why is this still an issue? Why? But anyway, but yeah, no, I definitely had to write a mean tweet because that's how I was feeling in the moment. Saying that fuck these hero-based games. I'm not playing Marvel Rivals ever again. This shit is stupid as hell. This ranked experience, it just isn't for me. You guys have fun with it, though. You guys have fun with it, then. You guys have fun with it. I did renege on that. I had to, because I can't sit here and act like I was not enjoying my quick play experience, right? I was jumping into quick play, getting familiar with the game. Again, it's in closed beta. But when you have a certain expectation of what the experience is supposed to feel like and what you're used to and what you prefer, I think that is what kind of, for me, is like, see, I wish there was something. I wish there was a different game I could be playing that felt more balanced than this. This doesn't feel balanced. Why do I have to be the healer? Nobody else wants to play healer all of a sudden. I got to be the healer. And then when I'm trying to heal people, right? When I'm trying to heal you, At the end of the match, you're asking me why I'm not healing you, and you're pushing in to the entire enemy every time you're hurt. I can't help you, brother. Like, what do you want me to do? It's not my fault. You don't know how to play the fucking game, but you're playing ranked. Go back to quick match. Why are we here? Why is this the position we in? That's where I come from with it. So, but put me in the chair, Paul. What's up?
No. I mean, because now you've backed away from your strong statement.
I retweeted it.
Yeah. I'm just, I had like, it didn't shock me, right, that you had that follow-up tweet after I just saw, and again, I wasn't able to lurk in your live streams, but I went back and I watched, bits and pieces of your live streams, and you were just having a freaking blast, bro. You're having a blast. And all of a sudden I see this tweet. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. Rank with randos. You all have fun with that. Uninstalled. Like oh, Steel, why, brother? Why?
I did uninstall it.
So no, I was gonna have you lay down on the couch and talk through this a little bit, but I do understand like your mentality. I've been around you long enough now that like I get it. But my main question still is like, how is it like possible like that you are enjoying the hell out of a game? I mean, again, I was listening to your voice. I know you well, and I've watched enough of your live streams. I know when you're having a great time with a game, and you were like getting into it, and you were like, yeah, everybody's feeling good. Iron Man's feeling good. Venom's feeling good. Like everybody, like you're like this, and you're loving the art style. Why would you ever allow yourself to have the game ruined because of ranked PvP of all things when you're enjoying the game so much, Steel? Why do you have to play ranked?
I do the same thing at Call of Duty, and I don't play Call of Duty consistently, and I enjoy it. I get to like platinum and stuff, and because
if you love a game, Steel, if you love the core game, and you're having a good time at quick play, and you're playing with randos, right? You're still playing with randos, but you're playing the game just to play the game and have some fun, and it's not serious, and you're cool, but then you make yourself go into ranked because that's who you are, and all of a sudden the entire experience is freaking destroyed. Like, why not just be the game? Like, you don't play ranked and you just go kick some ass with Iron Man and Venom and quick play and have some good time. Just fucking keep fucking around and keep killing people and keep why? Because why can't it be like one game?
Because I can't help myself, man. There's an issue to where if I don't have a certain level of competition, I get bored. That's the other part of it. And Bo, you make a good point. You were
winning every match.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't.
Quick play. It wasn't like you were dominating every fucking match. So come on, man. You don't have to prove yourself in every game.
It's just I'm having fun, It's my version of fun.
You're ruining your fun. You're ruining your fun of a game that you actually are enjoying.
You know what it is? What it is especially since over the years, I've gained the ability to play other games, right? And mainly because, I'm not constantly in my squad all the time, like that I used to be with, and constantly sitting in parties all day and all the other shit, which was the main thing that was really limiting me expanding out, playing a bunch of different games, because it's like me and the homies are going to play this game or these games, and that's what it was. You always had somebody online to rock with. Ever since I expanded my palette out a lot, and I've always tried to be a little bit more expansive, but it's, again, you're just fighting against that time thing. Sometimes I do feel like I give myself reasons to drop off the game, right? To give myself space from it. Right. Like Marvel Rivals. I gave myself reasons with Overwatch not to play it, but I honestly don't enjoy playing that game like that. Not all the characters are super appealing. Reaper being the most appealing. I don't even like playing him like that. Whereas Marvel Rivals, it's the complete opposite. Every character feels unique. Every character feels like they kind of should, and you can see that they're going in a very interesting direction, right? But when I also seek a certain level of competition, again, if a game is going to fight to be my main game, I there's just so many bars that I set up for it that cause a certain experience. And if I don't have people that I'm running with every day, then it's going to give me an additional reason to cause or to give myself separation or whatever, so that I do jump into my other games and go from there. And again, I mean, I enjoy playing Call of Duty, and I haven't played, I was off and on a Call of Duty for multiple weeks. And then I'm not playing it at all right now. New seasons dropped. I feel like I want to play Warzone now, but it's like, damn, I want to play Flintlock, and I want to get through Kunitsugami, and I want to play Black Myth Wukong when it drops. And, Kunitsugami and Flintlock both being a Gamepass is just such a blessing in itself. And they're both solid games, but you got Marvel Rivals there, and it's a game that it's not a right now game. I think that's the other thing as well with it, giving myself an additional reason for that as well. So, Picado says Steel sounded like an old soul gamer. I mean, hey, people will tell you different. People will be like, you sweating all the time is not the way you should be enjoying, but I just enjoy it. Harry Ballsack says Steel will change as he ages. He will love single player games in this for no, I won't. That won't change. Well,
listen,
because there better be more multiplayer. Like you guys don't understand how much I'm hoping Space Marines 2 multiplayer is fucking godly. Like, you don't know how much I'm hoping that it's fucking delicious.
I am.
Because if it is, maybe I could talk my wife into playing it as well, because she likes those style of games, right? And if it's a little bit easier to play than Gears of War, where we don't have to fucking slide and wall bounce on, do all kinds of crazy shit, then hey, we're gonna have some fucking blast in Space Marine 2 multiplayer, because I'm not missing this one, right? Especially for it to be more like a tacked on multiplayer experience, and it have a horde like mode and everything. So.
No, I mean, Harry, to Steele's defense, I believe that too. I believe that he is already. He will always be a multiplayer gamer through and through. Like, that's never going to change until his skills deteriorate to the point where he can't have fun at all anymore competing. And then maybe the full switch will happen. But even me and my skills I was never sweaty like Steele ever has been. I'm not going to put myself even close to that. But, even my skills deteriorating as they have over the years, there are times where I just rather keep playing single player games because that's who I was. But I think Steel but Steel has already evolved because he has tried single player games and enjoyed single player games. Now he's very specific on them, right? They got to be third person, right? They got most of the time. They've got to have a real good hook for him.
You gotta have good gameplay.
Stick with them, right, exactly. But he's doing more single player gaming than he used to, for sure. Back in the day, in his younger days, you hear him, he was all multiplayer competitive. Like, that's what he did. That's what. Him and his crew. Yeah,
I still play Devil May Cry and stuff, but
right, that kind of stuff. But I'm just saying overall, that's what it was. But Steel has already evolved, and I think he will continue as we go forward, depending on the game. But
I played Mass Effect Legendary Edition for the first time last year, and it's now in my top 5 games of all time. But I mean, as a trilogy, right? Which have been able to get that experience now, and even looking back at it with all the mods and stuff that are in there, it's like, damn, bro. Like, Mass Effect is literally one of the greatest games that I've ever played, especially with all the updates and everything, the way the game makes you feel.
You played
Starfield was great,
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you played Starfield, you beat it, loved it, right?
Again,
it's a game you go back to again. Bro, that's not going to change.
The mods.
Go back again. I know the mods are coming still.
Oh my god!
Eventually, might get Steel back in Starfield too. But yeah, no, I mean, Steel has changed, but yeah, it happens as you get older. You do evolve, and Steel is evolving because again, there's a time where he would have never. I mean, he never played Mass Effect before. My God, like what did the
never even thought about it?
Time? Never even thought about it. Right. So, but yeah, no, I was curious. I just, I get frustrated, right? When I'm playing with you and Jasper and we get SB, we get skill-based matchmaking in Call of Duty, right? Like, okay, listen, again, my skills have deteriorated and I was never that good to begin with. My God, I get in the match with these dudes and it's like, we get matched against like these freaking sweat ass players. And I can't do shit some matches. There are matches where I can't do shit. I get frustrated as hell. But like, I would never choose to play that way, right? I'm playing because I'm enjoying myself with you guys, obviously. We have a good time. But I would never choose to play that way and then hate the game, like, because of it. Like, I'm like, I find it funny as hell when I saw your tweet. I was just like, oh my God, Steel, why? You were having such a great time, bro. Like, it's got some of your favorite characters in it. You were enjoying the hell out of it. Why go into a place where you know it's not going to be good because the randos are going to piss you off and then hate the game for it? Like, why? Just keep playing for fun, man. That's all. I just thought I thought it was funny as hell.
No, it is funny as hell. That's why, and I think that's why I love to enjoy the conversation about it as well. Just getting into it, but it's also a way to talk about Marvel Rivals, man. I think it's an exciting new game, multiplayer game as well. I hope that it does do well. It being everywhere, the devs are moving. Again, this is NetEase, the same people who did Naraka Blade Point. Like, NetEase obviously understands multiplayer. I'll tell you that. Naraka Blade Point is still getting support as well. Actually, Naraka Blade Point just announced recently, I think this past week, that they are stopping support for previous gen.
Right.
We're moving forward, ladies and gentlemen. The time has come. We're gonna continue to update these games, and games are gonna get better. But I think we're coming to a wall. Because a lot of people, and I'm moving into a different conversation real quick before I open my first gift from Yobi. Shout out to him, brother. I appreciate you being here. A lot of people have been getting into that as well, and talking about console sales and how things have been affected and what's going to get these the consoles moving. No Rest for the Wicked is getting an update as well. Shout out to Slackrow for pointing that out. Again, you see all these games getting updates around you, and these games are starting to move forward. And it is a solid point that people have been making about there hasn't been a reason to upgrade for console players traditionally, right? Things have become more streamlined, and I do think that's going to be a reflection of what the future is going to be like. Is that lower bar becoming more PC-like in a way that certain games are going to be able to play on certain technology for an extended amount of time. That has been consistent to previous generations. Again, PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3, I think a lot of people forget. And yes, there were certain games that did move forward, but those systems were still getting support for quite some time. There were still ports of those games being made, especially on PlayStation 2. So it's not like this is so dissimilar to what we've gotten before. But we are starting to move forward in what that lower spec is and giving reasons for people to upgrade. And I think it's also a sign that something else is going to end up being out there here soon, very soon. Again, I'm thinking about the handheld device as well. Something like a ROG Ally or whatever, just so I can be out in the living room or whatever, and have it, or additional device that I can plug into the TV that's super easy without getting an entire new PC, right? Something I can easily upgrade the SSD or something in, and it's my extra device to kind of move around and whatnot. So and I just think that that's a way of the future. That's something that I thought was always interesting in the back in the day, especially with the PSP, with as many games as you were able to mod on there, and the different things you were able to do with that device, taking it with you. It was just an extension of what kind of Nintendo put out there. Sega are honestly what I grew up with as well, with the Game Gear. You know, that was my first experience of gaming, playing Sonic on there. So it's like, you know, this has been a long time coming. Our phones are getting better as well. So there's a lot that's leading into that. But do you have any thoughts on that real quick, Paul, as just the possibilities of seeing these different games? And then again, I know Naraka Blade Point isn't the end all be all to tell us, but Madness did it. College football did it as well. There are other games on the scenes that are saying, hey, this is only going to be available on next gen. Do you think we're kind of closing that gap?
The Hunt Showdown is doing it as well.
True.
Yeah, they're shutting it down too. I mean, it's such a weird generation.
Finally that time.
But it's such a weird generation because we're going to go into potentially 2026 if Xbox does launch their new console with games still being cross-gen, because I don't think they're going to give it up. With half the people, unless GTA 6 comes out and moves the vast majority of people over, I just don't think it's going to.
And that might get delayed.
College football is showing the power. Now we're gonna see the eventual sales charts in hardware if all these articles or comments from people stating that Series X and S have both seen increased sales since college football came out, since it is only available on consoles and since it is only current gen. We're going to find out if that is the case, but let's just take it at face value and say, sure, it has moved some people. That shows the power. And I'm shocked. I mean, I'm not from a business standpoint that like the Call of Duties and the Maddens haven't done this yet, because the new Madden is still cross-gen. The one coming out is going to be cross-gen, even though college football is current gen only. I just don't see them giving it up, but I think that there is power there. But Grand Theft Auto 6 being the one that could, we've talked about before, move
it's the only other one right now.
Majority of people to the current gen. If that doesn't happen, then we roll into 2026, still seeing cross-gen title. This is the weirdest gen of all time for that. Like, again, no sales on current gen hardware, no price reduction. I shouldn't say sales, but I should say no price reductions on current gen hardware. In fact, we had price increases due to inflation, and not seeing these studios give up on the last gen and say, nope, time to move over with the biggest games.
Right.
This is totally different from every other gen we've had. And again, that makes sense because we're in this no man's land.
Yeah.
With tech, we're in this no man's land because of pandemic.
One thing could change a lot.
Happened. Yeah, one thing could change a lot. Everything could change, overnight. But right now, yeah, I like it when devs make that decision. Is it a big decision depending on how many people you have playing from the last gen? Of course it is. Is it a huge risk? Absolutely. You can alienate a large portion of your fan base if those people are playing on last gen.
Yeah.
But eventually to make your vision what you want it to be, to have the games perform how you want them to perform, you have to give up this outdated hardware that is literally holding back your game, because the base PS4 and the VCR Xbox One, bro, those things are like way underpowered for these games nowadays. So as a dev, you're saying, no, we're moving forward, then I support you. I applaud you for making that move. If you're going to do that, does it suck for the consumers who invested their time with the last gen console? Absolutely. As a gamer, as a consumer, yes, absolutely. But I have to be real with myself. If I was still rocking one of those old consoles, that I would have to understand, like, hey, that's the risk. Like, I haven't, for whatever reason, upgraded. They're now doing something that can't be done on my console, so therefore they can't support both versions, so they're just nixing it. I have to be kind of like understanding, but again, as a consumer who spent time and money in that game, absolutely, I would be pissed. Absolutely. I'd be disappointed and be pissed. And maybe I would swear off that developer, or I'd swear off that publisher, or I'd swear off that game and say, fine, I'm not doing this anymore with you guys. A lot of people have done that with other games like Destiny when, they sunset a bunch of the content. A lot of people
turned me off.
Destiny. Right. A lot of people did, right? Now, people came back. Of course, people talk big, and then they go for a bit without their addiction, and all of a sudden it's like, well,
they had me going back for a while.
I gotta go back. But I just think overall that it's up to the developers. I just think that I would like the developers to make this decision up front. I would like it to be clear that they're, eventually going to do this, but sometimes decisions are made down the road that they didn't expect to have to make, or that they didn't see coming, and they make them. But as a consumer, I would still be pissed. And if you want to, speak your mind, vote with your wallet, absolutely. I'm all for that shit, man. Go ahead, speak your mind. But yeah, I think it's also interesting, Steel, real quick.
What?
Too, I was going to bring this up because, you're talking about Marvel's rivals being NetEase. We've got First Descendant from Nexon.
Yeah.
I've seen more people, and obviously, don't need to get into the artistic decisions that the East makes versus the West, which has now become a talking point as well when it comes to character design and that kind of. But isn't it interesting, Steel, that the East seemingly is starting to lead the way in how to do free to play right. Isn't it? Like they seem to get it better than the Western devs do.
Well, they've also been playing with monetization strategies longer, though.
I was just going to bring that up. I was going to ask you, do you think that is the experience that they've had making mobile games, especially gacha games, and that kind of stuff, has led to this advantage with these games coming from the East that seemingly know and understand their consumers when they're going to offer a free-to-play game or a games as a service and how to do it. They seem to have like a big leg up on the Western devs, a lot of Western devs. Not to say that no Western devs know how to do this, but I'm just saying, like, they seem to be falling into less and less pitfalls than the Western devs are when it comes to these types of games and how to sell them to people and how to make the offering up front beneficial enough to the consumer, and yet also say, yeah, but you whales, you people that want to spend money with us, we got that for you. We're gonna hit you in the back end, but that we know that we got you right. That's not a problem. But they don't take away from the game experience for those people that just want to jump in and play the free to play version. They don't take away from that to the point where people go, oh fuck, no bro, they're charging me for my time. Like, if I want to keep playing this game, I'm gonna have to spend money. Like, it's seemingly we've gotten away from that. Again, the announcement with Marvel's Rivals that all the characters are going to be available, that there was not going to be any cost, none locked behind paywalls. It was just going to be cosmetics only. Like, that's huge for a licensed IP like Marvel, because this costs a lot. The license itself, we know what Disney's charging. Right. We know from the Insomniac leaks how expensive this shit is. That's pretty big deal for them to do that, because they could have certainly locked this easily behind paywalls.
No, I think the main thing that is the reason why this is the case is it comes down to what's always important in the hobby and the passion that we've walked ourselves into or have been part of for so long, is everything is centered around gameplay. Like, people say, oh, it's centered around the monetization. Well, the only reason when you feel like that is because the gameplay is compelling enough to make you think about the monetization. Now, I do think that the only time that doesn't really apply is when you don't have customization options, or when you overly make it difficult to have some form of customization in your game. Without paying, like the First Descendant does, in a lot of ways. It still kind of falls back on what is your intention on playing this game. Do you want to play this game with the understanding that everything that is in the game is available to you, and you do not have to pay for the customization options? You could just deal with the characters as they are, but still experience every bit of content that is ever released in this game. Or are you enjoying yourself so much to the point to where you say, man, especially for free to play games, it's a mental thing. It's a strategy. If I feel like I got into something for free, I am more likely, it would work with the movie theaters. Like when we used to have dollar movies back in the day, especially. It is so much more appealing to pay $1 for a movie, for an example, versus paying $9 for a movie, $11 for a movie. I probably will get the popcorn and the drink for that dollar movie, guaranteed, which is where they make the majority of their dollars, especially for movie theaters specifically. Now, the thing from the East, though, is they've had a lot more time to make the mistakes as well, where they're overbearing, and this is where the pay for power thing comes into conversation, and why Marvel Rivals not locking characters behind a paywall is extremely important, because you're not locked behind paying for power or other people having access to things that you don't, just because you don't feel like spending money on the game. I dislike games that do that, right? Where there's not the option. At least give me the option. If not, give me all the characters, and I'll decide myself if I want to like Marvel Rivals, go back to this example. The regular Iron Man looks fine, but if they release a Marvel version of the Tony Stark version of Iron Man, maybe I would want to get that version as well, right? Or if they released the God Iron Man armor, maybe I'd want to get that as well, the white and gold variant, right, that he has. Like, there are so many things that would pull into me, and these are things that I think even Marvel's Avengers, the game, kind of fell flat on, is it didn't have a good base for gameplay, right? It wasn't there wasn't enough depth to it. For a game that was trying to be a live service game. You have to give people a reason to feel like they want to spend more time in this game, or and if they're not spending time, then they're going to spend money, and you have to make it a valuable enough experience. So yeah, I mean, there's been advantages and also disadvantages. I do think with China getting rid of loot boxes as well, kind of lawing that out, I think that is also having an effect on the industry across the board.
Sure.
Because they're the main place doing it. And it's the main issue that I have with Wuthering Waves as well. I feel really shitty that Chang-Li, the new character that just came out, I can't get her because I haven't been grinding in the game. And again, to be honest, there still isn't enough grinding that you can do to have a chance to get the character. If she goes away, then she just goes away. And I have to wait until the next time that character is on rotation. I think that's dumb as hell, right? It's like, damn, that is a turnoff to me. That would make me feel like, damn, I don't want to go back. Now, luckily, I did get Jinchi, right? But I'm not about to pay. It just doesn't make sense to me, which is why I'll probably just never be a main gacha player. It doesn't make me Shang-Li, sorry, not Chun-Li. If I said Chun-Li, but Shang-Li, it's Shang-Li. It doesn't make sense to me to pay $100 for a character.
Right.
I think that's dumb as hell. Even $20 for a character, not even getting a character, for a chance to get a character. That shit needs to be going out of the way. Yeah, that needs to go to the complete wayside. But
I just think it's impressive. I just think it's impressive what the East is doing right now with the value that they are offering in these games. Because, like you said, we talk about it. It's nothing new for gamers. It's common sense. Gameplay is king. But the amount of offering that they are giving in some of these games that are free to play now is just unbelievable. I mean, again, the value that you get, especially if you're somebody who doesn't have FOMO, who doesn't need to spend money.
Just feels good to support sometimes.
But they're putting out full-fledged games. They're putting out AAA level games for free to play, which, again, I know some people hate it. I understand. Some people think it's the detriment of the industry, that this is going to destroy the industry. But I'm sitting and look at these games, Steel, and I'm like, again, I can't believe that we are getting games of this quality that are free to play, that you never have to commit anything more than your time. Full games, and that have hundreds of hours of gameplay, unlimited gameplay in some cases.
Not locked off.
Not locked off, that you can just download and enjoy. Like, I mean, I think it's unbelievable, bro. Again,
Pong, just to that example, no matter how I feel about it, I was still able to get 100 hours out of Wuthering Waves before I spent $1. And I mean, sure, I had some good luck on my side as well, but
you did.
100 hours in a free-to-play game and a full experience that I feel like overall is an 8 out of 10. Of course, the combat carries that a lot more than anything else. How can you beat that? And that's just right there, right? It's just so many things that work in our advantage. Why I think they are a benefit, and again, it's an option. You don't have to play this game. Go play the games that you would rather play, if that's the case. These existing I don't think hurts anything. Allow them to exist so the whales can fund your other single player games.
Right.
That's why Warframe is doing, although Soulframe had a horrible showing here recently, but nonetheless. Fahim says, "Is still Rain eating Ducatos jelly beans?" No, I'm eating Happy Colas. See? Happy Cola.
What's Soulframe? Is that their new high fantasy one?
Yeah, it's the single player version essentially of Warframe.
Okay.
It looks janky as hell.
Okay, all right. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, they showed some gameplay. I believe it was this last week or the week prior. They debuted it, and also debuted it. They debuted it along with some of the mechanics that we're using and whatnot.
Yeah.
And essentially what Decado saying, it's supposed to be like a Souls-like Warframe, definitely more action oriented. But it didn't look like. It looked like they were trying to directly implement Warframe's melee system. In Warframe's melee system, what makes it good is something that they've built off of over years. And part of the reason why it works as well is because you're in motion a lot of the time. And when you slow that down, it shows flaws in animation that don't look good or translate as well into a slower paced game. Wilfrey Rosario says, I thought 1992 was Warframe single player campaign. No, that's just a Warframe update. It's 19 Warframe 1999. Essentially they're coming out with an update, and they just did another one recently that's also going to be played completely single player. When they've revamped the new player experience, you have an intro now that is much more single player focused. If you were somebody trying to get into Warframe and have an understanding of, get some understanding of what's going on, and get a feel for things. 1999 is supposed to be similar in that, where they're going back in time a bit and giving more character focused stories, but it's still within Warframe. You'll be able to carry over your Warframe into that experience. It's not its own, it's not a brand new game or anything. It's just within the game. So, but yeah, man.
Why do I look like powder on YouTube, by the way?
You look like powder? So you got to let me know these things. I can't change these things.
I just noticed it now because on Discord I look normal. I look fine.
How about now? I'm going to change it. I will change it here in a second. I don't want you to look like powder, Brody.
Bro, I look like fucking powder. Like crazy. Like when I had one of the internet screens up and it was white. Oh my god. Those hit. The chat won't say nothing. They won't say, Pong, you look extra white today. They're just nice people. There, at least now I have a little color in my face. Okay. All right.
Is that better?
Color. Yeah, sure.
Or you want I mean, I can do a little bit more.
Maybe no.
Here, I turned it up to 25. I turned it up to 25. I have control.
Sharpness too, I bet you, on my my video.
I have my sharpness up. Is it too high?
Yeah.
Okay, I can turn it down on my end because it could just be up me. I turned it down. Let me know if that's better. Or do you look like a lobster now?
No, I think hold on.
Let me know, because I gave you a little bit more saturation.
Yeah, no, I look better. I look better.
Okay. Is that satisfactory or?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, I thought Punk doesn't get sun. Listen, I go outside every day because I have to go to work and I'm driving for an hour in the fucking sun both ways. So trust me, I get my sun. Plus I cut the lawn. Like, listen, I get outside, I touch grass, and I ain't that white. Okay. Yes, I'm white, but I'm not.
Pong looks like a boiled steak. Hey, yo, Fahim. That's wow. Okay. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get any deeper into the show, we want to shout everybody out. But let me open this gift, this first one from the legendary Obi himself.
Obi's been spamming more divorce in here nonstop.
What we got here, man?
Oh shit.
Okay. Oh snap. Okay, look, check me out. It is from the boy homie Johnny. Shout out to Johnny. He says, created by Johnny, thank you for making his passion flow through his art steel. Happy birthday to the legend Steel Rain, Johnny and Yobi. Yo, that's fire as hell. That's fire as hell.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
What we got, Johnny?
I'm gonna have to hook it up to the main screen.
What we got?
Hold on. What we doing? What we doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
We got the 3D glasses.
You got the upgraded version.
Okay. Hold on.
You got the upgraded version.
Okay, we got the cords and whatnot. We end up building.
Yeah. we got Steel.
Okay. We got the controller. Oh, we got the base of the controller.
Oh, Steel's going retro.
Okay.
Yeah, Johnny's supposed to be me and Yobi the 3D glass with a new memory card too.
That's fire as hell.
Yeah. Because he updated everything.
Okay, you got the another USB cord in that piece. I think that's everything, man. He packaged that really well, man. It felt like it was secure in the box, so that was good.
Oh yeah.
He secured the looks like the main piece.
Yep.
On here pretty well as well.
He does a great
I'm wrapping this. Hold on. I'm gonna tear it up because that's how I do my presents.
Steel, you'll be able to play all the games they're not putting on Xbox.
Bro.
All the Capcom games. Look at
bro.
you. Yeah. Thing's
bro.
nice, isn't it?
That's
solid.
Yo, Yobi. This is astronomical, bro. Like, yeah, this is definitely astronomical. Like,
really nicely done.
There's so much potential in this, bro, and it is so well made. Yo, I'm definitely gonna I gotta hook this up in the living room.
Oh,
this is gonna be nice in the living room. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The first game I want to play on here is Gunstar Heroes.
Oh,
that's the first one I want to jump on. Definitely, Legendary Yobi, he put that link in the chat. He says etsy.com/shop/Movin Shop. Definitely check him out. Yobi, this is astronomical, bro. I greatly appreciate this, man. This is a beautiful gift, bro. It's probably one of the better gifts that I've gotten for sure, other than just games and money and stuff sometimes. This is fire.
Over 8,000 retro games on there, man.
Absolutely fire. Oh yeah, Brett, I seen that they got the Gundam movie coming to Netflix. For those who don't know, because I still feel iffy about it, but it's a UE5 Gundam movie.
Some of it looks really cool.
Yeah, some of it does look really cool. Again, I don't prefer that art style, but we'll see how that goes.
I wish they were doing Robotech stuff, bro.
Bro, I think Robotech and UE5 would be dope. Yeah.
Bro, you guys get all your Gundam stuff, man. Us old folks that grew up on Robotech, just whatever. We get the old stuff.
They don't show the love, man.
No, they don't. And Robotech is so freaking fantastic. So I can
let me open this controller real quick.
Yeah, Nixie, Eternal Champions as well. Yeah, we're supposed to be getting that too. They're supposed to be remaking Eternal Champions. Don't forget about that. That was part of Sega's deal, right? So Eternal Champions is supposed to be coming back.
Okay.
Can't wait.
Got the USB in there. Nice.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be clutch as hell to use.
Oh yeah.
Especially oh yeah. It's that classic PlayStation 2 controller. That's gonna feel real nice to use, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. It's got the USB in there.
You can hook up any other controller too. It's all Bluetooth,
yeah. So that's fire as hell.
Yep.
Yeah, bro. This is definitely one of the better gifts for sure. It's definitely up there. Like there's no reason why this should be so well done. Just having a stand and everything, like, and I never even played those 3D games, so we'll see how that goes. Oh yeah, put this on the TV, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the setup right there. Right there for you.
So nice, bro. It's made so nice.
Yo, that's super well built, super dope. Y'all definitely check them out, man. Hit them up with some links. Show them some love. If you into some old school gaming, classical gaming, how can you go wrong with this, right? This is the perfect setup. This is perfect for the living room, man. You want that family device that everybody can jump onto and really experience some games. Hopefully it's gonna be a flawless experience. Comes with good instructions and whatnot. Beautiful thing to see, man. Again, Yobi, greatly appreciate that. Yobi does have one more thing that he wants me to open. Not right now, but one more thing. It's we're gonna open at the end of the show, but right now, Pong. Shout out some of these beautiful people before we get into these upcoming games.
Yes, sir. Let's go, everybody. just what was that, Steel? Cool little hour and half intro.
Yeah, we had multiple conversations.
Yeah, I know we all had conversations, but no, thank you all for joining us today. Steel's got the retro ass. Let's go. Thank you all for being here, and love you all. So I'm going to shout you all out, and again, if I don't shout you out because you're just lurking or because you're listening to us in the future, from the future, much love, all love and respect to each and every single one of you, no matter what. But who we got in here? We got the Fahim Scott in here. What's going on? Fahim says, cool, nice and compact. Like it, perfect for me. Yes, the Retro S is it's so small, dude. It's awesome. It fits anywhere. Delroy, what's going on? Delroy says, looks rad. Retro for the win. Absolutely. Brett Bingham's in the house, of course. And the aforementioned, the gift bearer himself, the man who is putting Johnny's kids through college at this point, buying Retro S consoles for everybody. Nice. The legendary Yobi. What's up, legendary? We got the Nixie. Nixie says, so clean. It is, bro. It is amazing what he did. The design on it is just awesome. The screen on it is super cool too. I love the screen on it. It shows what game you're playing while you've got it loaded up. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah, super
We've got the Bold Alpha Wolf Pack, of course, in here. What's going on? Again, we are traveling at Mach 4.0. Thanks to a bunch of these people. We got the Wilfrey Rosario in here. What's going on, Wilfrey? Who else we got in here? We've got the... Scroll up. We got the one and only Ducato. What is going on, Ducato? Thank you so much for being here. As always, sir. And let's keep going here. Yobi with his Hordivore spamming. I tell you,
Hordivore.
It was a mistake giving Yobi Hordivores. Let's go.
Was it?
No, it wasn't actually. It's fucking amazing. I love it. Sanchez MTZ Gaming's in here. What's up, Sanchez? Good to see you in here joining the show. We got the Doom Reaper in the house. What's up, Doom? Great to see you. As always, we've got the Sly Crow again. Gave us some early morning gameplay before the show.
Thanks.
Shout out to the Sly Crow. Appreciate you, brother, for being here every week. Who else we got in here? We got the Cyber Gunter in the house. What's up, brother? Always good and a pleasure to have you joining the show, sir. Thank you, Cyber. Who else we got in here? You amazing people talking so damn much. We got Marcus AI in here. I believe it's AI. It could be A1. It could be AL. It could be Al. Marcus Al. I'm going to go with Marcus AI. It says, I quit Destiny 2 when they removed the Forsaken DLC that people paid money and sold them as separate content. Yep. Yes, sir. We got the Harry Ball Sack in the house. Ooh. What's up, Harry? Always good to see you in here. We got the Back from the Dead. What's going on, Back? Good to see you in here, brother. You got the we got Valowide. Valowide?
Whoa.
Valowide? Valowide. Valowide?
What's wide?
We'll go with one. What's going on? Great to see you in here. Thank you for joining the show today. We got Marty McFly in the house. What's up, Marty McFly? Great to see you. As always, we got the Maury in the house. Is that Maury Povich in the house? What's going on, Maury? Great to see you in here. Who else we got in here? Boom, 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 boom. You guys are talking so much. We got the brother from Another Fun Speculation, aka Mav, in the house, who has been I'm sure you heard because you were listening to PM to PM, I think. But
yeah,
did you hear what he named his quarterback for college football?
Kim Bardu.
Kim Bardu.
Yeah, I did see that. I was like, yo, this man is wild.
Yo, if anyone doesn't know, it's got to be a top 5 funniest night all time playing Diablo 4. And it was Steel, Mav, myself, and Jasper. And my God, the Ken Bardu, we were dying. We were absolutely dying. But Mav named his quarterback Ken Bardu. And Mav, by the way, I was lurking again last night before I fell asleep. Your transfer to SMU, by the way, you beating up on those high school level teams doesn't make you any better. You still throwing those picks across the middle to those linebackers, bro. That isn't wide receiver problems. That isn't your tight end problem. That is a Ken Bardu problem, sir. And you're still missing wide open players on the outside, by the way. I know you hit 6 touchdowns multiple games last night. You still missing the players on the outside, bro. Gotta give you a hard time, brother. Shout out to the Mav. Who else we got here? We got M. Gene in the house. What's up, M. Gene? Always good to see you dropping in here. We got the Tubabu Kumi in the house. What's up, Tubabu? Anybody try Valorant on Game Pass yet? I tried Valorant during during the beta. Like I said, I actually like the slower pace gameplay. I know people who play keyboard and mouse Valorant on PC look at this version because it is a completely different version, right? So I've seen a bunch of people go, oh, this looks totally different than the PC. Yeah, because they made it for consoles, because they made it for controller, right? Not keyboard mouse. So yeah, you're not doing some quick ass 180 turn headshot bullshit all the damn time, right? Right. No, it's controller. But yes, I played it. I said I actually enjoyed the slower pace, but you definitely need a team and communication. That is not a Call of Duty shooter. That is definitely Rainbow Six style. You need to talk to people and make sure that you're working as a team. But I actually enjoyed a little bit of what I played. If the fam here was running Valorant all the time, would I be playing it? Sure, I'd play it. But playing with randos, speaking to Steele's point in Valorant, yeah, no, we ain't doing that. Anyways, but go check it out for sure. Go check it out and see. Especially if you got a couple people you can play with, man. Even you don't need a full crew. Even if you just got a couple people that you can make sure that you're talking to. Who else we got here? We got the Nam Omar in the house. What's going on, Nam? Always good to see you in here. We got the Ron Slusher in here. Yeah, the Suicide Squad update. Steele and I will probably get back to that. We got to get back to Remnant 2 as well. Steele and I will probably pick up Suicide Squad at some point too. I got to say the Mrs. Freeze looks terrible. Again, the movement looks great, but character design, stop making ugly characters. Just stop.
Yeah.
Like, just stop.
That was kind of appalling. I was like,
they don't have to be supermodels, okay? They don't have to be supermodels, but at least make them look cool. Oh my God, bro. I saw her face and I was like, Jesus, man, really? But again, her movement looks fantastic in the game. Steele and I both pointed that out. The Iceman style movement that they have where they're moving across ice. Yo, that looks freaking dope. But Steele and I will probably get back to Suicide Squad and try it out at least at some point here. Let's see who else we got here. We got Lydian Master in the house. What's up, Lydian? Always good to have you a part of the show, sir. Thank you for being here. Let me see who else. That's as far as I can go because we've been talking so much. Who else? Anybody down below? Pop in here. E-Ranks, what's going on? E-Ranks, great to see you. Oh, he says, oh snap, shots fired at Bardu. Yeah, and we know who's controlling Bardu, so shots fired at Fun Speculation, aka Mav. Ridiculous throws, Mav. Anyways, let's see here. Yobi spamming my Hordivores because I said something. Love you, Yobi. I think that's everybody. I think I got everybody I can see in here. If you are in here or if you are listening in the future, again, shout out to all of you. Oh, Ghost Fixture's been lurking. Ghost, thanks for dropping in here, brother. Always good to see you. Thank you.
He says a woman covered in ice isn't going to be cute, Pong. Well, she's also not a real character.
Bullshit. 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 You can be covered in ice. Iceman does not look like a.
Oh my God.
Oh, good Lord. Attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice.
We are hitting new speeds because the one and only Decado, you might have heard him fly overhead. He himself was at about Mach 5.0 when he flew overhead to beat the Mach 4.0 train because he was making a bombing run in the front of the train, clearing out some trees, some forests, some mountains, so we can lay down some new track. That's right, because he just got us to Mach 6.0, because on that bombing run, he dropped off a couple bags of coal. We added 4 new cars of splitters. Welcome aboard, all you new splitters. Please take your seats, follow the attendance instructions, and pay attention to the monitors above your head. We need you to buckle in those 4-point harnesses properly, because at these speeds, there is a chance you might fly out the train, and we don't want that to happen. We don't want to lose you now that you just got here. So the one and only Decado with the easy 20 bomb, keeping us ad-free in 2024. Hashtag no beans. Your goal is still 69, everybody. Choo-choo. Motherfuckers, choo-choo. Thank you, Decado, for that big old bomb. Appreciate you.
Drop a nuke off real quick.
Yeah. We getting some heavy artillery in here. That's for damn sure, bro. Bunker busters. Let's go.
Steel rain, baby. That's steel rain. Well,
Desert Storm was bullshit, but my God, the video from Desert Storm was freaking. I'm taking all the human elements out of it.
Next
just
level,
from an action standpoint, the video that we got out of Desert Storm, like we had never seen that before. There was some crazy shit to see, man. That was
wild,
pretty crazy, man. Wild,
absurd. All right. So, do we get into these upcoming games, Pong?
We can do.
It's only a few.
It's
only a few.
Yeah, I'm sure we're in another kind of light spot, aren't we?
Yeah, it's just beginning of August.
Yep.
Fahim Scott says Steel Rain play Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I probably will. I'll probably at least get a couple matches in or see if I can get to the end with my classic team. Because my classic team for Marvel vs. Capcom, like my go-to, is Iron Man, Venom, and Wolverine. That's my go-to team every time. Iron Man, Venom, and Wolverine.
Like it,
boy.
Bye.
It's a wonderful squad. You know, where I go Iron Man, War Machine, and Venom. It's always some combination of that. Maybe I'll throw Doom in there every now and then because I fuck with Doom heavy.
Yeah. I like it.
All right, man.
Let's see what we got here, Brody. Yeah, we do have a short week of games. We got one cool one in here, though. That's for damn sure, bro. All right, let me get this marked in here real quick.
Get it naked.
All right, let's rock and roll. All right. So your upcoming week of games, again, for anybody just joining us or listening to us that have never heard this before, we just use Game Informer and their upcoming video game releases. It's not perfect. And again, we ask our chat if there's anything major that we are missing, anything cool that is not on this list, including DLC, whatever the case may be, please shout it out and we will try to include it in this list. But we are starting on, it is actually going to be July the 29th. That's right. As Steele said, this week starts August. 8 months into the year already, bro. Let's go here. Operation Tango comes to the Switch on August the 1st. So that's right. We got no early week releases for some reason. No Tuesday releases, which is weird. But Operation Tango, this came out on PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and PC back in 2021. It hit Xbox Series and Xbox One in 2021 as well, a month later. It is now finally coming to Switch. It is an action game. So they're porting over another game that nobody's really heard of, I don't think. So Operation Tango. It's developed by Clever Plays, published by Clever Plays. Good luck on Switch. I hope you guys do well over there. What else we got? We got coming up next. Oh, come on now. PC, work with me. Let's go. Give me back.
My load is slow. Oh,
yours is loading slow too?
Yep. Game Informer said, we're not having that shit.
Yeah, you guys are stealing our content.
And for anything, we're promoting it.
Yeah, I know, right? What is going on?
Hey, man, it completely died. Oh, there it goes.
Did it pop up?
It's not a work for me, yeah.
Okay, yep, there it came back for me too. What the hell?
Their site crashed, man. We made it crash. We made so many people flood to their website all of a sudden.
Yeah, people need. Yeah, people. That's exactly what's happening. Still, good call.
Yes, Doom Reaper. Shout out to that as well. He says new MK1 DLC story. It has Cyrax. I forget what the other one's name is. But it also has Scream coming.
T-1000.
It has T-1000 coming. There's one more. Is it Conan? I think it's Conan. I think it's Conan, the Barbarian.
When does it launch?
Sector. There you go. Thank you. Cyrax and Sector. Thank you. That completely blanked on the name.
It does have Conan the Barbarian. Okay.
You don't like that?
It's got the Scream character.
And Noob Saibot. Yeah, Noob Saibot's one of the main.
Yeah. And Scream.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't like Conan?
Yeah, no, I love Conan. I just think it's funny when MK does this. It's just hilarious.
Conan the Barbarian.
Conan just looks so out of place, bro. It's not even funny. And in this picture, he's not big enough. Arnold was bigger than that.
You think he's not as swole?
Yeah, he's not as swole.
He needs to be a little bit bigger.
Okay. That's okay. They got his face down. We'll see how his face turns in the game, but his face is pretty damn well represented. All right. Back to the upcoming week of games. Do we know when it launches, though, Steel?
I don't know. I can find out.
All right. Then we got a cool one coming this week, folks. This will be some point down the road. Star Wars Bounty Hunter. The remaster is being released. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, developed by Aspire. So we'll see if Aspire, who's had their ups and downs, can continue remaking games well, or I should say remastering games well. We'll see if this one turns out good as well. But Star Wars Bounty Hunter is a cool ass game. No joke. And I believe they're going to have Boba Fett in here as well. You'll be able to get the Boba Fett skin. I believe I did see that as well. So they're adding some extras to it. But Star Wars Bounty Hunter, if you've never had an opportunity to play it, now's your chance. Again, it's not a remake, so it's not from the ground up. So the graphics are going to be nostalgic for all of us. But the controls hopefully will be up to date. This game is very good. The story behind it is very well done. It is worth a playthrough for sure for Star Wars fans. So Star Wars Bounty Hunter this week, Aspire Media, published by Lucasfilms, action shooter. Obviously, you guys can well imagine. August 1st. Go check that out. Then we've got Thank Goodness You're Here, Steel. Thank goodness you're here.
Thanks,
PlayStation 5. I'm happy you're here, Steel. This would be a bad show without you. PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC on August 1st. Cole Supper developer, Panic Incorporated publisher. It is an adventure game. Looks like a cartoon. Oh, are those the characters from the old? No, they're not. They look like the characters from the old freaking books. Anyways, thank goodness you're here this week. Then we've got Tomba Special Edition. Again, running it back, folks. The old games are coming back, and I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and not say it's cool, right? Never was a Tomba fan. He's the pink-haired caveman, if you guys remember them. Tomba Special Edition, PlayStation 5, Switch, and PC. Yes, this is the one that is skipping Xbox for the time being. It is being developed and published by Limited Run Games. It is a platformer, so I won't touch it again, but Tomba, a lot of people loved Tomba back in the day. So, hey, shout out to the old games coming back, man. Again, new generation. A couple more people get to find out why people like it so much. It's cool with me. August 1st, as well for that one. And then we got on August the 2nd, the Mortuary Assistant. Oh, God, this sounds awful. The Mortuary Assistant. And it looks awful. No, okay, no, we good. Are we doing horror in a mortuary? Yeah. No.
Looks like it.
PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Single player game developed by Darkstone Digital, published by Dread XP. It is an adventure game. I guess this came out on August 2nd, 2022 for PC. It came out on Switch. Oh, no, it's coming to Switch. August 3rd. No, came out on Switch last year. Really? Okay, so it came out on Switch August 30th, 2023, and it is now launching on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. Now, yeah, horror fans eating good all the time. Go enjoy. Not going to touch it. Just that cover
it's a big pass. Big pass.
No. And that's it for this week. So Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Go play it. If you've got nothing else to play, jump into it.
That's it for the week? Okay.
That's it for the week. Yeah, no. August 5th is next, and that's next week, so...
Brett says it also has a new modern game camera setup and update control screens. The OG Bounty Hunter had fixed camera views in the maps. Oh, okay, bet.
There you go.
That's good for Bounty
all of it. Yeah, like I said, if Aspire can do another good job here, I'm all on board because we have a few. We got we got Aspire, we got Digital Eclipse, and we've got. I just talked about this on Thursday, and I can't think what's the other group that's doing remakes and remasters now. It's so well. We got a good group of studios now that are doing really well with these remasters and bringing back these old games, and I'm happy to see it. So, again, this is going to be dope. Eventually, I will pick it up and play it.
That's fire. All right. Where would you like to go first, man? We're going to talk about Call of Duty coming in the Game Pass and how that's it's not that great and how this one doesn't matter.
Whatever. Yeah, let's touch on that. Let's touch on it. Let's do it, man.
All right. Well, let's see where I want to take it. Let's see what site we want to use. We want to use, let's see, Some Xbox Game Pass subscribers are having a hard time playing Call of Duty MW3. Shout out to Game Rant.
What?
Yeah, so they're having a hard time, man.
Why are they having a hard time?
Brett Bill, man. Brett Bill.
Brett Brigham was reading articles for Game Radar.
It's Game Rant, man. They said there's
Game
players
Rant.
having a hard time.
Go ahead. Yeah. Why are they having a hard time? Let's get into this.
Because it's on Xbox. That's why. You didn't know?
Come on.
No. So this one starts off with some Xbox Game Pass subscribers are having a hard time playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. This is written by Brett Bill from GameRant.com for those who are interested. So it goes on to say, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 players are having a hard time accessing the game. Xbox has faced some criticism recently concerning the changes made to Game Pass subscriptions. One way the company appears to be handling the negative reception is by adding more high-quality game releases to Game Pass to increase the overall perception of the service. Players may be happier with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 available. Modern Warfare 3 was added to Game Pass recently, getting plenty of players excited. Although the game is a year old and plenty of players are waiting for Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th, these games have plenty of replay value by virtue of their online gameplay. Most Call of Duty games have at least few core differences that make the experience worth returning to, and plenty of players that may have not otherwise paid for the title got the opportunity to try it out with this Game Pass edition. Although gamers were excited to enjoy Call of Duty MW3 on Game Pass, there are quite a few subscribers that can't even play the game. Across social media, posters and showing screenshots of their games and the status of their Xbox Game Pass subscription. Some players have run into an issue with Game Pass itself, which in some cases is stating that its update hasn't gone through. For one of the first pictures they show is Modern Warfare 3 keeps crashing. It's on a Reddit thread. Although this Reddit thread only has 8 upvotes, it doesn't really necessarily mean anything. It has 49 comments for those who care for that information. Unfortunately, following Modern Warfare 3's surprise addition to Game Pass, websites like Update Crazy have reported server issues with the game. This is not the state that players expected for Modern Warfare 3 to be in by the time they were ready to play. And Xbox and Microsoft have not commented on the matter so far. If aware, Xbox likely intends to handle the issue before addressing it with a statement is necessary. But some players have taken to reply to official posts talking about their experience. And they list a site here that doesn't have a link connected to it. It's just it's a site that says, hey, Modern Warfare 3 down. Status. I guess it's the same site. They were talking about Update Crazy, so I imagine this is Update Crazy, and it says, oh man, is the server down? And it says, yes, the server's down. Oh man. Well, then he goes on to say, this does not seem to be the case for every gamer involved, though. There are so many players excitedly posting about the game, and some regular players even complaining about the difference in online play now that less experienced Game Pass players are starting to enter Modern Warfare 3 game lobbies. Although the issue is not all-encompassing, it does seem to be hitting a large enough amount of players for it to be a serious concern that many hope Xbox resolves sooner than later. So, man, Modern Warfare 3 having server issue loading into the game. People are upset that they cannot play Call of Duty right now. There's some people having issues, some people not. I think this was funny just because this happens. This is a normal thing, and some people are going to have more issues than others, right? Now, I don't think it's never okay to have server issues for a game that's been out for some time, but the amount of, let's say, fun that was being had with this article on trying to make a mountain out of a molehill is very intriguing to me. I like the pitch that Modern Warfare 3 is a problem and that they don't have their things together, and that somehow some people couldn't play in a Reddit post a main talking point as why this is an issue. Now, I would like to see the article that actually highlights all the people that were dropping videos, making comments about having access to the campaign now, and also playing the multiplayer for the first time, and what seemingly had been some time on Reddit that there were as well. So that's very interesting to to see the differences there. So, but Pong, I mean, how do you feel about these server issues in Call of Duty and how some people couldn't play, but others were just having a blast?
Yeah, the article aside, which of course is nonsense as always, is what it is. They are always going to try to find something. Now, I will say this: Xbox has been having issues, and I did see the issue with some people not having their Game Pass renewed or recognized. And Xbox did actually make a statement and said that they're working on it. And actually, when I pulled up the Xbox app on my PC, it had a warning or a alert as well, stating that you might see some issues that not all your games might be appearing in Game Pass. So they've been having some issues over the past month and a half now that Xbox definitely needs to clean up a little bit. I don't know what's been going on, but they, again, any server downtime is never good. But again, to write a whole article around like that, like masses of people are having problems with Modern Warfare 3 now that's in Game Pass is completely false, right? I've seen some of the hardcore, the esports guys going off because now that it's allowed to be played through Game Pass on PC, it's harder to spot cheaters supposedly because unless you dive into a profile, it shows up when you're playing on PC Game Pass as Xbox on Modern Warfare 3. Yeah. So some of the esports people are having some issues with this. And think that it's bullshit, but whatever. Again, cheating has been such a massive part of Call of Duty, a massive part of multiplayer games for so long now. Again, all the anti-cheat in the world has done nothing. Again, people find their way around it, so whatever. Again, I think it's stupid as fuck. I don't know why people don't cheat. I don't. Again, in multiplayer games, like, what are you accomplishing? Nothing. You're not doing anything yourself. But anyways, I think it's great. It's finally here still. I have seen a bunch of people on X posting that this is the first time that they've played Call of Duty in a long time because it is in Game Pass, like getting those people back into it again. I've seen people say that they've never played a Call of Duty, but because it's in Game Pass, they're going to check it out.
Give it a shot. Yeah.
Give it a shot. So it's having the intended effect. Now, again, long term, we'll see what this does. Again, is it a risk for Xbox? Of course it is. Again, they are giving away the game in a service that costs $15 a month, along with 400 other games, which everybody fails to always mention too. When they talk about, well, nobody's going to pay $15 a month to play Call of Duty. Well, no, you don't pay $15 a month to play Call of Duty. You play $15 a month to play Call of Duty and all the other shit that's in Game Pass. But anyways, I think it's having its intended effect. I think it's starting the transition, and they're going to have to continue to work on it. But it started the transition of Call of Duty once again being identified with Xbox, and obviously now being owned by Xbox is even a bigger deal than it was back in the day with marketing rights. But they're starting to unwind all those marketing deals, all those years of marketing deals that Sony and PlayStation had with Call of Duty. This is a big piece of it. And, again, the ad that they put out for Call of Duty coming into Game Pass was pretty dope. It was one of their better marketing ads. Now, we had an article last week that we didn't touch on or anything like that from one of the marketing heads at Xbox talking about how their budget is much, much smaller, a fraction of what PlayStation gets to spend on their marketing. So they have to be creative. That's always been a big conversation. We've talked about the Xbox's marketing, but I think when it comes to Call of Duty now being in Game Pass, especially starting off with Modern Warfare 3, they've got to lean into it as much as possible. They've got to use that budget to promote this because it is a big deal at the end of the day. Again, I've never said that this is going to crush the competition, never said it's going to put PlayStation out of business. People aren't going to suddenly swap over to Xbox in droves just to play Call of Duty on Game Pass. No, but it's a cumulative effect. No, it's a cumulative effect.
That's a problem.
And I think that Call of Duty is a big log to throw on the fire.
Whoa.
Okay? It is a big log to throw on the Game Pass fire to get that bonfire burning a little bit hotter and a little bit higher so that more people see it. I think having obviously one of the highest profile titles that you can possibly get in Game Pass, your subscription service, is a W and will draw some people to it. And especially when they start making decisions down the road, those people that have not converted yet to current gen, when they finally make that decision, this could be a deciding factor. Again, for how many? we'll have to wait and see. But next gen too, coming into next gen, knowing that now Xbox having, a couple years underneath their belt, at least, of promoting Call of Duty as their IP in Game Pass, when that the next gen comes back around and people start making decisions, if they're on the fence, if they are going, well, let me see what's out there, I'm not necessarily all in on PlayStation as I once was, they could look over and see that as a benefit. Again, not as the main reason, but as a benefit to move as well and subscribe to Game Pass. So I think this is all part of their plan. Great to see it. Again, great to see so many people jumping back in. Mav and Caitlin jump back into season 5.
Yeah.
They hadn't played it for a while. Anytime something like this happens, it gets the excitement up for a little bit. Call of Duty's always played. I mean, again, there's millions and millions and millions of people always playing Call of Duty, but you see the outliers, the people that maybe drifted away. Now, I didn't reinstall it, so I don't have any interest. I got too many things to do right now.
Yeah,
but it was good to see a lot of people jumping back into it and having a good time. And some people, again, that haven't played it or haven't played Call of Duty in a long time, just getting the opportunity to jump back in, like, that's dope. That's what Game Pass is for in all games, is to give people a chance to try things out again. So love to see it.
Yeah, I think that's the most interesting thing. No matter how old this Call of Duty is, it is the most recent Call of Duty. And when people try to act like, oh, this is just last year's Call of Duty and nobody's excited for it, it does come across a bit disingenuous. And again, you can feel however you want to. Maybe you're not a Call of Duty player, but it is, to Pong's point, giving access to people and giving them at least an access point into Call of Duty that maybe people were missing. Again, I saw a lot of people just outside of X and even Twitter, even on Facebook and other places, talking about how they were actually enjoying the story in Modern Warfare 3. They enjoyed the openness of it, where a lot of people, again, in the gaming community itself, especially in some more of these more smaller communities, it does seem as though there was a huge issue with the campaign. This is something else that I talked about when it came out and Pong talked about. Again, I could put the entire gameplay for Call of Duty in the show, and it lasts the entire show, right? It is about 4 hours long. That wasn't a lie in comparison to other games that I've played, like Flintlock, where people say the time is but so much, and then you actually go play the game, and the game's a bit longer than that, right? And again, everybody's experience is to each their own, but I find it really unique that this is even a potential, right? Because it's not about, I don't think it's necessarily about moving people from buying Call of Duty into doing Game Pass. Because again, just because they have the Game Pass option, it doesn't mean they have to use that. They still have to buy the game. And this time around, with Microsoft owning Call of Duty, and with the hype that Black Ops 6 is getting, no matter what, Call of Duty is going to have interest, at least for the next couple of years. So you're going to have guaranteed buyers going directly into your pockets versus what you were getting before. Again, more so you getting 70-30 or maybe even 75-25 on the deal versus the only 30% that you were getting. Again, you're seeing 40% gains and profit. That's what you would want, not only as the publisher, but bringing something on board and being able to also maneuver your other IPs that you got around, because we're seeing that this fall, going into the winter, seems to be very packed as far as the different style of games that are coming out. Stalker got pushed back again into November, and again, that's been a whole nother conversation that we can get into as well. But I really love the fact that this is an option for people, right? Especially as somebody who paid full price for the game. This is something that I've always been asking for the potential of this, just because if I'm going to play Call of Duty regardless, if I can get it in a service that I already have, it only becomes that much more valuable to me. And I will get the skins and stuff, and I like the direction. I know people are like, oh, well, Call of Duty has become more Fortnite-like. Sure. But again, Call of Duty has been not serious for some time, right? At least on the multiplayer side of things, and that's what carries the game. And I don't think the multiplayer needs to be overly serious all the time. This isn't Rainbow Six. How about we just get Rainbow to go back to what it was, rather than Siege? That's one of the main reasons I don't play Siege. It's not classic Rainbow to me. It can be an evolved version. It can be a different version, which it is. I would like to see more classic Rainbow come back if I wanted to jump into something like that, more slowed down, more more methodical, a little bit more realistic. But I even have Battlefield, and this is kind of, for whatever reason, Call of Duty being in Game Pass has lit a fire to the potential of PlayStation getting the marketing deal for Battlefield. And I would like your thoughts on that as well, Pong. It's just a point. Do you think, because for sake of competition or whatever that you may feel, do you think it would be a good option for PlayStation to maybe look into Battlefield, especially with Battlefield being a little bit of a lower end? Not saying that it's going to be exclusive to their platform, because that's never going to happen. There's no reason for that. But at least getting a marketing deal while Xbox has Call of Duty under their belt in full swing.
I mean, I guess they could take the shot.
There was those shots that Battlefield used to take back in the day of Call of Duty.
Well,
right?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I guess they could take the shot that Battlefield's going to underneath Zampella. Obviously, I trust Zampella, right? And I still actually enjoy Battlefield as it is. You could take the shot that Battlefield is going to come back and regain some of its lost glory.
I think it will.
I mean,
especially with Vince there now.
It's certainly possible. So, I mean, if PlayStation felt that they needed that, I think Call of Duty was so unique in what it brought and how much money it brought to PlayStation. Yeah, I think that's a once in a lifetime deal. So I don't think that they would even think that Battlefield's going to come close to that, or that they need to have, just because Xbox has Call of Duty, that they have to be able to promote Battlefield, because they know the vast majority of their players are still going to play Call of Duty. Right? They know that they're not going to switch over to Battlefield just because they get the marketing rights. Like maybe some would, but I mean, yeah, sure. I definitely think they could look at it and say, okay, well, we see Zampella. We know what Zampella can do. We have faith in that the new Battlefield's going to actually, regain some share. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get an early marketing deal with EA, and use that to promote. It just will, again, not ever be on the same level as what Call of Duty brought, but maybe it'll be a community effort where they go out and get a bunch of different marketing deals. But I think more likely than not, PlayStation is more focused on finding your Stellar Blades and those types of games that they can buy into, and then promote the Helldivers 2. Obviously, that's close to the party, but it's not. Yeah,
Bold says, yeah, something happened with Battlefield back in the day that drove people away. I can't remember what it was around though. Bold, it was the transition to bring Battlefield to console. Battlefield was traditionally a multiplayer PC game that you paid top dollar for, $50, $60 at the time, especially for Battlefield 2 and 3. And it transitioned to get the console. They ran into issues with optimization and gameplay that, especially coming off the heels, because they did do it right with Bad Company, but when they dropped Bad Company 1 and 2 and then tried to go back to 4, something slipped. And I think it was because Bad Company had story, and really compelling story, where up to that point, that just wasn't a thing for Battlefield. I think it's set an expectation, and I don't think 4 had single player. If it did, I don't remember if it did or not. I think it did. I think 4 did have, it had a very short campaign, actually. I think that's what it was. Because I think people were saying that the campaign in Battlefield 4 was like only 2 or 3 hours long. And people were like, well, what is the point in that?
Battlefield just had,
it's not an easy game to play either.
Well, no, but no, Battlefield for too long had too many broken releases, along with disappointing releases like Hardline, where they tried to go in a different direction.
Hardline was good. I had fun with it.
Liked it, but people wanted.
I get it.
They wanted classic military. They didn't want to play cops and robbers, right? I like the idea and I thought it was cool. Had it been a spinoff from their main series, had they done that like as a side deal, I think that would have been fine. But the way that since it was one of their mainline games and people hated it, but again, even it was consistently broken release after broken release after broken release after, oh, we'll fix it. Oh, we know we'll fix it. Oh, yeah, we hear you. We'll fix it. Like that's every single release. And obviously Battlefield 5, there was even other issues involved there with them taking liberties with World War II and that kind of stuff and how they presented it. But every single release like had some massive just performance mechanical issues up front, spawn point issues, completely broken online, servers crashing all the time, like consistently. And it just wore down the fan base because it just felt like they had lost what Battlefield originally was doing. And then Battlefield 2042 broke it because they went completely away from the squad mechanics, brought in the Call of Duty operator mechanics, and everybody's like, we don't fucking want to play Call of Duty. We want to play Battlefield. Now, as a Battlefield fan, I will state that the actual gameplay did not play like Call of Duty. It played still a lot.
Yeah, it still plays like Battlefield. Yeah.
But that was like a last gut punch to the hardcore fan base of Battlefield, and they just walked because they were done. It came out broken, as it always does. They tried to change too much stuff, made it more like Call of Duty. Everybody's like, that's not why we play Battlefield, and that was kind of the final gut punch. Now they've done a lot. Some of the community has come back to 2042 because it does play extremely well. They brought back squads. They did
it feels better now.
But they've got a lot to make. But it was it was consistently a broken game out the gate, and they whittled away at that fan base by making changes that went against why people love Battlefield in the first place, because they were trying to draw in more of the Call of Duty audience.
Appreciate you, Dill.
When they forgot the reason why they used to go toe-to-toe with Call of Duty was because they presented in a lot of ways the opposite style of gameplay that Call of Duty did. Right. And they forgot that's even why they got close at one time, where it was Battlefield 3, Bad Company 2 were neck and neck with Call of Duty. Call of Duty was still beating them in terms of total players, but they, in terms of popularity, in terms of knowing, right, and mainstream people, consumers knowing them, Battlefield was right there with Call of Duty. And there were some people like me who thought that Battlefield eventually would surpass Call of Duty just because the gameplay.
Pong is botting?
Oh, see, this has been happening. It happened the other night too with Mav. I look fine and I sound fine to you, but then it has to catch up. Okay.
Well, I guess we'll give it a second, ladies and gentlemen. Biobi says Pong has to charge your batteries, change your batteries.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Doing this, and I don't know why. Here, I'll unplug and I'll plug back in.
Oh, you said you need a new. Oh, I forgot. You said you needed a new wire. You said not Pong, but his mic. Okay. Yeah. Appreciate that, Depka.
I don't know. Tell me if it's better now.
Yeah, see if it's better now, ladies and gentlemen.
I just reset the mic, so let me know.
You said a slight crackle.
Slight crackle?
You said a slight crackle. Hold on. We'll see, because sometimes it takes a minute. Harry says Battlefield needs to be yearly, same with Halo. Stay fresh in the spotlight. No, they need to be every 3, and there's gonna be a 3-month update. Almost, but you have to be like 4 maps. Or maybe you do 3 maps. Every 3 months you drop, or a map a month type of thing. I think it would be cool. You start off with like 12, and then you do a map a month from there. Or something to that nature. I think that would be a really good way to do it, because you had to have variety. I like, especially when we're playing Rush, since that's what I like to play in Battlefield a lot as well. Again, something else that Call of Duty tried to replicate, and I don't think it plays nearly as, like when you play Call of Duty's version of Conquest or Rush, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't play right to me. It's like if I wanted this, I'd play Battlefield. Battlefield almost had that. They were pretty much at that mantle to where Battlefield does what Call of Duty doesn't, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and the Battlefield moments, which was their big claim to fame as well, the crazy shit that would happen.
Only in Battlefield, yeah.
Only in Battlefield. That was special. And it's still there too. There are moments in Battlefield that you will never see in Call of Duty just because of how much is going on the battlefield at one time.
Turning the tide of battle, that doesn't happen.
It is a special game. So to me, Battlefield will always be in my heart. I won't in it. What?
You're saying you're botting bad.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna come back out.
All right, bet.
All right. Bye.
We don't want Pong to be getting torn up by the Transformers, taken over by robots. Shout out to Pong. Hey, it just happens, man. We get a little technical issues. You know, we work through them. You're right. Am I still sounding all right though? Is the audio still coming through clean from me? Let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Pong dropped out. He's gonna be coming right back. Is there echo for me as well? Let me know.
All right, tell me if I'm any better.
I mean,
I'll have to.
Of course, you sound fine to me. You know,
I know that's the way it's been. It's been it's for some reason because it did it at the other 9 p.m. and the PM too. Although it went away.
Bet.
So let me know if I'm better now.
Nixie says, "Why is Pong doing the show remotely from Mars? I thought he always does that on Earth." He said the audio sounds good again.
Fine. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he said you're perfect.
It's almost like a degrading over time thing. Like I don't know.
That's weird. It's Suicide Squad servers in Discord.
Jesus. It's Battlefield.
I think they fixed that too.
We were talking about Battlefield. That's
why.
Yeah,
that's something we had in Battlefield as well.
Bugs in Battlefield. All right. Sorry, everybody, about that. But yeah, no. Happy to see Call of Duty in Game Pass. So, I think it's a big deal. I'm, again, more players the better. So we get more players in there playing, especially traditional, since I don't like Warzone as much as you all do.
Now you don't have to worry about buying a game, man. It's guaranteed to get in your Game Pass subscription. One less thing. I mean, again, yes, you're doing your monthly Game Pass subscription, but if you're already in the service and you have value in it, right? And I know a lot of people have been talking about that again, where they just aren't seeing the value, don't have the value. And again, like if that's you, then that's unfortunate, but I just don't see myself unsubscribing for the amount of access that you get that allows me to get access to other things for very long.
Tsugami and Dungeons of Hinterberg, two games, right? $70-$80 total. That's 5-6 months.
And you try, And you try Flintlock because they had a demo.
4, 5, 6 months of Game Pass right there between those two games.
Yeah, already.
And it's a YouTube thing because he's been seeing it on other shows too this week. So weird that's just my side.
It should be good now. Ladies and gentlemen, let us know if we are back.
Yeah, we're looking back. We're looking back on YouTube.
Looking back? Perfect.
Yep.
Let me know.
It could be a YouTube thing then, guys and girls.
Want to make sure we're good to go. There's that. Also had the chat up, so now I'm gonna have to pull you guys back out and have you guys set up like I normally do, which is fine. This kind of prevents me from getting access to doing other things. I got to get an actual stream deck so I can just be hitting buttons when I want to do other things that automatically are set up for certain things. But yeah, man, Call of Duty coming in is gonna be a dope thing. Let me actually turn off my camera and turn it back on since it's acting up.
Technology is great when it works.
Yeah, man.
Bold Alpha. That'd be crazy if that happens, right? I think that happens with a lot of the games, especially games in the Warhammer universe, because so many have shown up on Game Pass through the years. Again, somebody at Xbox, I don't know if it's Phil or somebody else, really loves Warhammer on Xbox because they've done a ton of deals to bring a ton of games, which is awesome for those of us that enjoy Warhammer games. To Game Pass, but Space Marine 2 has so much hype behind it, and has such goodwill right now as one of the few third-person Gears-like shooters that we are getting, that we don't see as much anymore. You know, that heavy, like over-the-top action third-person shooter with an actual PvP mode and co-op mode. I'd be shocked if that was day one Game Pass. I'd be absolutely shocked.
That would be dope. I mean, especially with the multiplayer being there, that'd be classic Xbox.
I think they're going to sell enough. It's not going to matter, Steel. I think that game, listen, a lot of people wait to see reviewers, right, on that game. A lot of people, because Warhammer games are hit or miss, right? And that's somebody who's a fan of a lot of them, even the janky ones.
Right.
Warhammer games are hit or miss, right? They've had games that look like Darktide that look absolutely fantastic, but when the game shows up, not in the greatest state, right? But Space Marine 2, if everything we're seeing and the devs are doing that right again, Steel, they've released a ton of information, a ton of gameplay video already. They're going to do more. The way that they're going about this feels different than the other Warhammer game. This feels like the first AAA Warhammer release. Like this really, like they're all behind this game.
This one's not going to miss the opportunity. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. And I think that I think as long, with Focus putting this much effort into it, with Saber behind it, I think that this one could be the one that breaks that through that Warhammer barrier that has kind of been there, where it's always been limited to how big their audience has been.
Right.
And I think once the reviews come out, and I'm assuming, again, I'm just assuming here, but let's assume the reviews are let's say it's 8s and 9s, okay? Or let's say it's mostly 8s. Let's say it's in the 8s. Let's say it's 85.
Okay.
You're going to have a lot of people buy this fucking, because it's a genre that's been missing, Steel. Again, that 360 era, blow a bunch of shit up, have a great time with your buddies, have a nice single player campaign where you just freaking are, hordes of enemies, mowing them down. Again, Warhammer's no nonsense, violent world. And then you throw in a potential multiplayer mode that harkens back to the classic multiplayer days. I think they could have a top seller on their hands.
I hope so
this year.
There's no other game. No other game is like it.
No. And if the game is in good shape when it comes out, the servers are in good shape. There's not a whole lot of bugs. They're not patching shit on the fly all the damn time.
Well balanced.
It is mostly well balanced. Well, we already know, Steel. You and me.
Oh, I'm gonna be rolling.
We're in.
If it feels good, I'm rolling.
Yeah, no, we're gonna be killing. I think they're gonna hold off on any Game Pass deals. Could I see it eventually coming? Sure, absolutely, because they've done a ton of deals.
I think it'd be kind of smart just to do the Game Pass deal, even if they'd only do it for, because you have those temporary ones. They'll do a 90-day Game Pass deal, see how much engagement that you get, and then it rolls off, right? And then it's full price after that. That could help bode well for the first 3 months of the game. Again, I mean, and I only say that because we do know that there are decent bags being caught for that. And if you have a lot of good favor up front, maybe that helps you, especially if it's a short-term deal, maybe that also helps you get some of those updates out quicker within that first 3 months, right? Where you got that at the 3-month mark, that would put us right around Christmas. Oh, because when does it come out? September. So yeah, do you put it right around that 3-month mark and put you right at Christmas? Imagine having like a Krampus or like a Nightmare Before Christmas kind of thing going into Christmas for Warhammer, or something super absurd that they could do. Major update, especially for the PvP in that game. And it's really good. It's like getting a lot of traction on Twitch. People are watching gameplay, and there's a good high, not a high skill ceiling, but a pretty balanced skill ceiling there as well. I think that might be the new third-person shooter on the market, man, for the people like for a bit. But
without a doubt, I think that this is going to bring back that third-person shooter again. Since we haven't had Gears,
either way,
yeah, potentially. This one just feels different from the rest of the Warhammer games. It really does. This feels like their first.
A lot of effort.
Tried AAA. Like I said, Darktide was looking really good as a first-person shooter for a long time, and we know what happened, right? It missed the console launch. Because they had to work on the PC because they launched it.
It had bad issues.
Half-baked. Yeah, massively half-baked when they launched it. So this one just feels different. I think Space Marine 2 catch people off guard. And if this does take off, I hope they go back and remake Space Marine 1. and bring that out eventually too, so that people can go back and enjoy that game. I know you played it recently on PC.
Or bring the maps back from that first one.
Back. You could, yeah, which they could easily do, right? Steel. I just think campaign wise, it'd be cool to see a remake of this of the first one. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to September. This is going to be great. Obviously, Call of Duty drops at the end of October. If they throw it in Game Pass, you guys know I'm all for it. Great. I'm still going to be Ultimate Edition day one on Space Marine 2. I'm all in. I've been sold. I'm buying the Ultimate Edition. I think it looks fantastic. So
I might do the same depending on what comes in it.
Yeah.
But like some of the cosmetics and stuff.
Yep.
I saw Doom earlier say that PlayStation needs to hire someone to make SOCOM. They've been talking about that for a long time. Look, if Ghost Recon ends up going first person, like the rumors have been kind of hinting at, then I need somebody to make SOCOM in the style of Graw. Yeah, I mean, that'd be the smartest thing to do in the market right now. Have your multiplayer be like Graw, very accessible as well, but still have some legit skill to it as well. I think that'd be a good one for the third person market. But to also answer another question that Yobi had, and I wanted to actually put up an article for it as well. This is the article is going to be coming from IGN. Take them for what you want. But it talks about Sony making the statement that Battlefield can't keep up with Call of Duty, says Sony, and they use this argument actually against them for the FTC. They said, as reported by PC Gamer, Sony said in its response to the UK government investigation into the merger that Call of Duty has found unparalleled success that no other shooter can compete, even Battlefield. Call of Duty is not replicable. It said, Call of Duty is too entrenched for any rival, no matter how well equipped to catch up. It has been the top selling game for almost every year in the last decade. In the first person shooter genre, it is overwhelmingly the top selling game. They're going to say other publishers do not have the resources or expertise to match its success, which again, we use as talking points in some of the conversation that we had a few months back. As far as this even being a concern for me personally, people put a lot of faith into Sony's the way that Sony releases games and how complete that they are. But when you're also saying things like other publishers do not have the resources or expertise, I thought that the expertise is what made your games good, though. This makes me question the thought process for Sony. But even them saying any of this and against Microsoft getting Call of Duty, that shows me that they don't even have faith in Battlefield like that to even garner or consider a marketing deal, even if that came up on the table. They would just want to try to fight for Call of Duty in some way, or at least skins or something like that, maybe.
Yeah,
but I think that I don't know.
And that type of deal would nowhere near be the Call of Duty deal that they had either with Activision, right? It would not be on that level because of those simple facts. Like I said, you would be, if I was PlayStation, I just simply had to have something, that was similar to Call of Duty. And I wanted to take a chance. I would take a chance on Zampella turning the Battlefield franchise around, and I would take a chance. Yeah, I think so too. I think the next Battlefield is going to break the streak of broken Battlefields. I do believe that just because of Zampella. Not that it's going to be perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm just talking about what has become known as the Battlefield launch days that are just freaking, it's awful. I mean, it's not good when it comes to a multiplayer game.
Yeah.
And I think Zampella is going to fix that part of it for sure. And I think that he, better than anybody else, will understand or at least attempt to look back at the old Battlefields that were kind of the peak of the franchise in Bad Company 2, Battlefield 3, and even Battlefield 1. I know a lot of people love Battlefield 1. The World War I game, saying that it's simply some of the best gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
I played a bunch of it. The older weapons get old after a while, but I can see why people say the moment-to-moment gameplay was pretty dope. I think he will go back and try to recapture that better than anybody else will. I think he understands that as the type of dude he is, the games that he's built, I think he will not, he doesn't have the ego to not drop and go, well, let's go see what they did so well back in the day, and let's try to bring that forward and recapture that again. So I just have a lot of faith in Zampella. So
yeah, I agree. So yeah, man, that's how I think knocks it out of the park for the Call of Duty topic there. I think it's dope that people are getting options. I think that's the main thing, and it doesn't have to be the main attraction. It's just something additionally that you're getting in your service, and let people determine whether they see value in that, right? I do think that this one matters just as much as the next one's going to matter, and I really do hope that Black Ops 6 is the start of them going to skipping every other year, or at least going to a 3-year cycle for Call of Duty, just so they can let things breathe. That's what I'm hoping for. I still want to see that, because there's really no point on these games releasing every year, especially after Black Ops 6. There's really no point. Slow it down. Let's start slow walking the dog, especially when you have things like strikes happening. What is happening with these strikes? So I think that's what we'll transition to. This is the SAG-AFTRA, I believe it was called. It's called, this is coming from The Guardian, for those who are into The Guardian. Where they're going to say enough is enough. Hollywood's video game actors go on strike. Voice actors and motion capture performers to strike over AI protections after nearly 2 years of negotiations. Now, just some quick hitters. From what I was reading up on, apparently there is a majority of the things that had been agreed upon. There was just like 1 or 2 things that were missing, or they haven't come to a head about, and I don't know what that is. Just overarching before I actually dive into the topic, just a quick thought, because I do want Paul to dive into this as well, because I feel he's a little bit more versed than me. But for me, I do think that we as people do need to see protection in all spaces. The digital era is becoming more and more apparent of us having less access, and if we don't stop it somewhere, then when is enough of enough? The main thing for me, as far as we're going to continue to use AI and things be indistinguishable, especially when it comes to voice patterns, things to that nature, especially from certain people. Not only do we need to protect the important people, like the greats in our space that do this voice acting work, that really bring these characters alive, and add a level of soul that I would say that I don't think AI would essentially ever to be able to truly accomplish. I don't want things to become more robotic, and I want people to be respected throughout their lifetime. And if these people don't have the proper rights to their voices, or their things can be used without them having consent or knowing what's going on, that's a very dark and scary place to go down. So I'm definitely going to be an advocate for that. I would like to see, and again, maybe I'm just missing it, but I'm just trying to talk about it from a pulled out kind of way, from a pulled out perspective. I would like to see what are all the things that they agreed to, and what is the one missing thing, because there are, I heard some people making some good points in some other places that there are some voice actors who do get paid high dollar for some of their performances. And at what point do you kind of determine the value of the voice work that gets put into some of these games and entertainment in totality? It's the same thing within the anime space, where they say that they don't get paid very well, and they have issues with work and things being of a acceptable level. So, but they go on to say, Hollywood's video game performers voted to go on strike Thursday, throwing part of the entertainment industry into another work stoppage after talks for a new contract with major game studios broke down over AI protections. The strike, the second for video game voice actors and motion capture performers under the Screen Actors Guild American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA, will begin at 12:01 a.m. Friday. The move comes after nearly 2 years of negotiations with gaming giants, including divisions of Activision, Warner Brothers, and Walt Disney, over a new interactive media agreement. SAG-AFTRA negotiators say gains have been made over wages and job safety in the video game contract, but the studios will not make a deal over the regulation of generative AI. Without guardrails, game companies could train AI to replicate an actor's voice or create a digital replica of their likeness without consent or fair compensation, the union said. Which is fair. Fran Drescher, the union's president, said in the prepared statement that members would not approve a contract that would allow companies to abuse AI. They're going to say enough is enough. When these companies get serious about offering an agreement our members can live and work with, we will be here ready to negotiate, Drescher said. A representative for the studios did not immediately respond to an email seeking comment. The global video game industry generates well over $100 billion in profit annually, according to game market forecaster Newzoo. The people, and take that with a grain of salt, the people who design and bring those games to life are the driving force behind that success, SAG-AFTRA said. 18 months of negotiations have shown us that our employers are not interested in fair, reasonable AI protections, but rather flagrant exploitation, said Interactive Media Agreement Negotiating Committee Chair Sel El-Mala. Hopefully I said her name right. Last month, union negotiators told the Associated Press that the game studios refused to provide an equal level of protection from the dangers of AI for all our members, specifically movement performers. Members voted overwhelmingly last year to give the leadership the authority to strike. Concerns about how the movie studios will use AI helped fuel last year's film and television strikes by the union, which lasted 4 months. The last interactive contract, which expired November 2022, did not provide protections around AI, but secured a bonus compensation structure for voice actors and performance caption artists after an 11-month strike that began in October 2016. That work stoppage marked the first major labor action from SAG-AFTRA following the merger of Hollywood's two largest actors' unions. The video game agreement covers more than 2,500 off-camera voiceover performers, on-camera motion capture, stunt performers, stunt coordinators, singers, dancers, puppeteers, and background performers, according to the union. Again, I do know for a fact that a lot of these people are underpaid. And this has been a reality, especially in the gaming space, because gaming has been written off as something that's not as respected of an art form. But now we're getting movies from games much more frequently than ever before, nonetheless, which I think has impacted some of this. Now, has that applied to everybody? No. But since AI has become more relevant, more prevalent, there does need to be protection for everybody involved so that they are not abused and can be properly respected. But the concern is that the corporations, are doing very corporate things. They do not want to pay people for however long to give them respect for their work. And that's always going to be an issue. But Bong, what is your perspective on this? How it's happening, how it's playing out? Is this something that you even anticipated? And do you think that this gets a quick resolution? Again, we know that Take-Two, Strauss-Kahn came out and said that even if they did go on strike, that they wouldn't be impacted. I could see them also being along the lines of AI and already have contracts with people underneath them that has kind of subverted some of this, maybe being ahead of the game. Which could be possible. So I don't know if this is going to affect GTA like some others have used in conversation. But what do you think the possibilities of this is? And how do you just feel about it in totality?
I think it's good. Again, I think the protections need to be in place because I've always said big business don't give two shits about your feelings. They don't give two shits about anything. They will take advantage. The people at the top of big business, the suits, the shareholders, they will take advantage of any loophole they can find for cheap labor to cut costs and to increase profits. And right. AI is a massive potential for these companies to do that in a lot of different areas. Going back just a few years or a couple of years when we first started seeing AI and what it could do, taking people's voices, entertainment, rappers, singers, and people creating whole songs that they never did, and AI doing a pretty damn good job of replicating those voices. And that was 2 years ago. AI is moving at light speed right now as far as its potential and its possibilities.
They're slowing it down,
and
actually.
capabilities. Well, they're trying to. But let's be real. Companies who get their hands on this stuff aren't going to slow it down. They're going to find the ways they can do it. We know for a fact that a lot of big companies, like you said, Steel, 2K, EA, a lot of these companies, Activision probably is already too, I'm pretty sure, are using AI in the development houses. They are doing certain things. And they are going to cut out the lower end people as fast as possible. If they're allowed to do it, they will find ways to take advantage of AI to cut those costs and increase profits on every single possible game. Now, obviously, they're going to come out and talk about all the good stuff that we have actually conversated about as well, about potentially, fixing the broken pipelines and speeding up certain processes within the development cycle that can help with make a better game at the end of the day. QA, right? Be able to run the game thousands, millions of times through simulation, through AI, and getting that kind of example of what it's like to go live and have millions of people log in your game at one time. And all of a sudden all these bugs that weren't there when you had a team of QA testers, whether it's, 10 QA testers or whether it's 100 QA testers, just can't replicate. AI is going to eventually be able to do that if it's not already doing that right now. That is going to help bring these games out in better shape than they currently are being. There's lots of different areas where I definitely think it's going to be beneficial. But when we're talking about specifically the actors and actresses, my point there, or actors, I guess everybody's called actors nowadays. Sorry, old guy. Specifically, they have to protect themselves. And we've talked about this, Steel, before too. Like all of us need better protections in the digital age. But people who are famous, and then eventually even the average person, with deep fakes and how good AI is getting in not only just doing voices, but taking an image and turning it into a full video, represents a massive problem for all of us. But it's going to start with the famous people first, because those are the people that are most susceptible to be blackmailed, to be taken advantage of in some certain way, monetarily, etc. And obviously this started coming up because the thought that you could we started seeing concerts do 3D images of Tupac, right?
Yep.
The thought that you could take somebody who has passed on, an actor, a musician, whatever, and replicate that person. There's been talk of making movies with deceased actors and their family not getting any of that because there was no contracts written for this stuff, right? There was nobody thinking that. Again, as much as we'd love to think that we all, have some future vision of what the world's going to be like, well, contracts aren't written that way. That like if someday, like in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and even 90s and early 2000s, like someday AI comes around and we can replicate you, we will give your family X amount percentage of ticket sales if we use your image and voice and your likeness in a movie. Like that's not a thing, okay? So that has to be protected, and current people have to be protected. Like I said, your big voice actors in the gaming industry specifically, your Troy Bakers and that kind of stuff, right? They're solidified, right? But is there going to come, and I don't think necessarily a company would attempt right now to pull that, but I'm thinking more so like the secondary, the third, tertiary people, right? That do like the NPC work, Steel. How easy is it going to be for a company to just write them out and just do AI? Like, again, the people unknown, like the people trying to break into the voice acting industry are now just going to be replaced by AI easily. And again, there's nothing to protect them. Right. And again, at the end of the day, AI is going to replace a lot of jobs. It's not just actors and actresses, right? There's going to be a lot of human beings that are going to have to find other lines of work because AI is going to come along. Robotics are going to come along. Androids are going to come along eventually and replace a lot of human work. But right now you have to protect what you've got.
Right.
And again, to have your voice out there in the wild, the company has all of your files for them just to not hire you for the next game. Let's say the sequel to a game and you were a secondary NPC, a quest giver. And you did some lines on the first game. The second game comes around and you're back, that character is back in the game as another quest giver. All of a sudden they got your files, they load them up, upload them into AI. AI replicates your voice and they can have you say anything you want to. And don't pay you because they don't give you credit because no, we used AI. Well, yeah, but it sounds exactly like, oh yeah, but no, that's just AI. It's just a voice. That has to be a part of this discussion when we're talking about this. And if you're going to take the comments from SAG-AFTRA representatives, including Fran Drescher, shout out to the nanny, by the way, great show. You're going to take these up front and you're going to take them as factual. These companies, when they've been doing these negotiations, Steel, the Take-Twos, the Activisions, they were all named in this, by the way, right? Yeah. WB, everybody, all the big ones were named in this. When they've been doing these discussions and negotiations, well, they aren't willing to put in specific language, Steel. Well, when big companies aren't willing to put in specific language, Steel,
makes it really questionable. Clear,
yeah. Again,
I have to question you. Like,
we know why? You guys are leaving holes and loopholes so that you can work around stuff because you guys got $1 million attorneys and law firms backing you. Yeah. So yes, again, the fact that they think that they're so stupid, that people are so stupid nowadays that you're not going to see through that. Well, come on.
I think it's worth even handling before, like, why make it a problem?
Right. Companies have every right to protect themselves as much as the individual does when it comes to their business. However, they are going to take advantage of the individual. This is big company. This is big business. This is well known throughout all industries. This is how it works. Now, there are good companies out there who don't necessarily do that, but come on. When we're talking about 2Ks, when we're talking about Activisions, when we're talking about any of these big, we already know how they roll. They are going to take advantage of any situation they possibly can. So as an actor, I would be there on the front lines going, hell no, I want specific language. I want specific protections. I want agreements in place that if we are going to move in this direction, that I'm getting paid if you are going to use my voice through AI to do anything. I want to have control over what you are going to put my voice into in these games, right?
Point blank period.
Before I sign anything. Okay. And so I think it's a very fair ask. And I think it's very smart on their part to now put a stop to it before it really gets rolling. And there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. It's smart now to stand up and say, hell no, we are going to put in protections for us. So when you guys start doing this, because we know you will try, when you start doing this, if you guys cross the line, we can come after you for that, or you owe us. Absolutely 1000%. Again, they need to do what they need to do. As the gamer, we'll see how long this goes on. We saw the writer's strike with Hollywood and the actor's strike with Hollywood and how it affected things. Obviously, if this carries on for any extended period of time, expect some games to be delayed since, their actors will be on strike. And there's some games that obviously in development that probably haven't gotten all the voice work. GTA 6, we'll see if Strauss was lying or not. Or if he was just kind of playing word games there, if it affects GTA 6, if this rolls in through next year, and they can't get all their voice work in. It sounded like he was pretty confident that they had something in place that wasn't going to be a factor. But, you'd like to think that there's never going to be a time where you need to have lines reread or reshoot a scene with actors. But we know potentially that could happen at any given moment. So I think there could be some delays. Again, how much we'll see. So as a gamer, sure, it sucks, but I got plenty to play. There's plenty of games coming out. There's plenty of games already in to the point where they're not going to have to worry about this. We'll be fine. It is important for the actors to take this step now when they have the opportunity to do it. And this is a part of what you get to do when you are unionized, Steel, is to strike and to make your voices heard as one. And hopefully they get a deal hammered out soon. Hopefully these big companies don't get too greedy and do not get too stubborn, as Disney and others were trying to do with the writer's strike, and carry this out longer than it has to be carried out, because it's not an unreasonable ask. In any human being, even a suit at the top, should realize the potential risk for AI, and eventually it's going to trickle down to all of us. Eventually AI will get so good, and it's not that far off, where somebody will be able to take a picture of you, create an entire video of you saying some fucking completely whacked out nonsense or committing some type of act, and it's going to be hard to tell that it's not real. And it's going to come down the line where regular people, trolls, people you piss off, people who just simply don't like you, begin to have access to technology that allows them to do that. So we're all going to need protections at some point. We really are. And there's a lot of people already creating software that detects AI work. But as we all know,
there's a way to get around
that. Yep. And it's going to be a never ending cycle of it getting better and then them having to get better and them getting better and then them having to catch up. And it's going to always be that cat and mouse game. And there's some real world implications to some of what can be done out there already. Just think 5 years from now, just think 10 years from now, where we're going to be at. It can get really, really scary when you start thinking about that stuff. And it's not just like normal people either. It's what the government's going to be able to do. It's bad. It's really, really bad. So, but shout out to SAG-AFTRA. I support them. Let's do it.
I mean, I want us to have protection again, especially as consumers. But you definitely need to protect the people that are actually doing the work behind the scenes, so that everybody's treated fairly and we can continue to have this form of entertainment feel as organic as possible, for lack of a better way to put it, man. So I'm behind it as well. I'm not somebody who says we need to get rid of people. So shout out to SAG-AFTRA, man. So there was another form of crisis that was happening, and that has to do with Humble Games. Did you hear about this one, Paul?
The Humble Games, yeah, of course I did. This is a very, very weird situation, not helped by the fact that we now have monopoly in journalism that doesn't really want to talk about it too much. But yes, this is an interesting situation.
This one starts off by saying Humble Games restructuring, so there's no easy answer to gaming layoff crisis. Employees and owners clash over the fate of Humble Games. This is done on Inverse.com. Shout out to Inverse. And this is written by Robin Bia for those interested.
No easy answer, huh, Steele? Funny when Xbox or somebody like that does it, there's always easy answers that the industry just sucks.
They're a trillion dollar business.
But now that it's Ziff Davis, it's IGN doing it. Oh, there's just no easy answer, Steele. It's just a tough situation, man. It just really sucks.
It's hard to figure out, man. We don't know what to do. Everything is just so expensive, man.
It sucks, man. There's just no right answer.
They go on to say in this article, by now, layoffs and studio closures are nearly a daily occurrence in the games industry, but that doesn't mean they still can't come as a shock. This week, publisher Humble Games announced that it would restructure the company, though former employees say that the entire staff has been eliminated. It's the latest in the series of devastating blows in the industry, this time centered on an indie publisher with a shining track record. Humble Games, which is owned by IGN parent company, which also did some consolidating, didn't they? Made some acquisitions out there, huh? IGN parent company Ziff Davis announced the layoffs with a social media post so impersonal and vague that some suspect it was written by AI. At the very least, it's clearly the product of a company that just fired everyone who knows what they are doing. The statement cites challenging economic times as the reason for its alleged restructuring, a decision it says was made with the goal of ensuring the stability and support of our developers and ongoing projects. Humble Games did not immediately respond to Inverse's request for comment. Humble Games does say here in this X, aka Twitter post, in this challenging economic times for indie game publishing, Humble Games has made the difficult but necessary decision to restructure our operations. This decision was not made lightly. It involved much deliberation and careful thought with the goal of ensuring the stability. They got a lot more here. Hold on. With the structure of our operations, this decision was not made lightly. It involved much deliberation and careful thought with the goal of ensuring the stability and support of our developers in ongoing projects. Additionally, the restructuring of operations at Humble Games will have no impact on operations at Humble Bundle. That's a very interesting statement to make.
Because you're bringing in a third-party company to take over.
We are actually aware of the profound impact this decision has made on our team members at Humble Games and deeply empathize with everyone affected. Our team's contributions have been world-class and invaluable, supporting the launch of our games since we started publishing in 2017. We are committed to navigating this transition as much empathy and understanding as possible. Supporting our development, the partners, and assisting former team members remains our top priority. We are committed to making this transition as smooth as possible for everyone involved. Thank you for your support and compassion during this challenging period. It is deeply appreciated. Look, Paul, they're deeply appreciative of your humble support. They had to cut some people because they just had to make it work. There's posts by other employees that seem to confirm that all 36 of Humble Games staff have been laid off. That's also backed up by an anonymous former employee who told Aftermath no one from Humble Games survived the layoffs, nor will they have anything to do with game launches moving forward. According to the same sources, Humble Games' trouble stemmed from Ziff Davis wanting to see an immediate increase in revenue after investing cash into business. And unfortunately, that's just not how games work. Pong, it seems like there are bad things happening across the industry. Nobody has an exact answer of how these things need to work, how they should work, and seems also.
We do steal. No company should cut anybody.
It shouldn't. They can afford it, right?
Evil billion-dollar companies and million-dollar companies should never cut anybody ever. That's what they write when it's certain companies that do. Anyways, yes, continue. Sorry.
I mean, it's a $1 trillion company, man. You know, you can't make excuses for a $1 trillion company, man. You know, Microsoft is different.
Yeah, I know. It's always different. It's always different. Man.
Although,
it's always different.
Again, if you don't work for these companies directly, we're all sitting on the sideline, sitting in the chair.
Oh no, and
thinking about what's happening.
Still, it happens everywhere. Like again, this is not the only industry, folks. People get laid off every single day.
It's not
sometimes
okay.
No, it's not. Of course, that's what I'm saying. But it's sometimes the dramatic view that people have in the video game industry and that devs have. I've spoken out against this too. Like they're the only ones who go through this. It does speak to this idea that they are somehow different than other people, and that's just not the case. It sucks.
I got more money,
and it's shitty. And I've said that yes, Microsoft does have enough money to eat their cake, at the same time and keep everybody around if they chose to do so. But that's not big business, right? That's not how the real world works. That's not how capitalism works. It sucks. It's shitty. It sucks for the people. It sucks for their families. These people moved in cases to be at these companies. And then after they move, they're just gone. They're just done. It's not good. It's not great. And a lot of it comes at the top that make bad mistakes. In this case, I think it is definitely egregious because they bought them 6 years ago. And the word is, and I said this on PM to PM, I will lean, again, I can take comments from both sides, and there's always two sides, and it's never, there can be angry ex-employees who certainly make up lies and talk about a company and try, because they're pissed. They go after the company, but they lie about it. They lie about what happened. There's other stories involved. I can certainly be on the side sometimes of big business too, where it's like, well, no, there was more to it than just what these people are saying. In this case here, this is straight up. This is like there's now been leaks from the actual meeting that they had with the employees. This is them flat out lying. Ziff Davis, I'm talking about, flat out lying about what's going on here. Restructuring is like when you move people around and you certainly cut some of your staff and you trim down to run lean and mean. Firing your entire staff and bringing in a third-party company to finish publishing the games that are currently in development is not a restructure. You are closing down that division. You just have to leave it open for the time being with the name because you have deals in place for games that need to be published. This is not a restructure. So I lean towards the employees in this case And this is obvious. The employees have also come out and it's made sense. Again, for people who don't know, Humble Games was not a part of the recent acquisitions that Ziff Davis made, IGN's company made. They bought Humble Games back in 2017. So this is a 7-year-old acquisition. But people from the beginning, now if you're reading and you believe the employees, have said that they did not understand the business of publishing. And that publishing games in particular. And that makes sense. We've seen a lot of companies jump into things that they thought they knew about, Embracer Group, and they really didn't know the business side, right? They didn't get the money factor. And they said all along that there's been a lot of conversations. These are the ex-employees stating that there's been lots of talk and lots of conversations that have made it clear that Ziff Davis was not in this for the long haul, that they didn't like the numbers, that they thought game development took too long, where we heard that before, that there was too much money risk involved in it, and that this was an eventuality in some people's minds that they were going to try to do this. So they've done it, and it's shitty. And then they put out, again, a copy and paste statement that every company uses. Stop this. I don't understand.
No heart.
They really do think that people are stupid. Mm-hmm. And I've said this about the media, and unfortunately it's true. Unfortunately, a lot of people are stupid enough to believe this shit. But these companies that come out and try to act like they care, and this goes for everybody. Again, I can't stand Xbox's copy and paste fucking statements either, okay? I can't stand it. It's bullshit no matter who says it. If you're going to try to be human about these situations, then have somebody actually write an actual statement. You can have your legal teams comb over it, but stop copying every single line. Yeah, put some heart, put some personality into it. Okay, you can have your legal teams run through it, so there's nothing that's going to get you guys in trouble, right? That's not going to open up a lawsuit, all that kind of stuff. You can look for all that stuff, but have somebody actually put some heart and thought into it. Literally, they claim this wasn't AI written. Some people had it analyzed. It came back at like 95% AI written. Whatever the case is, this is a form letter that every company now uses. It's got some of the same damn boring ass, stupid language that does not show that you actually empathize with what you just did. You made a fucking business decision, cold, calculated, and heartless based on fucking numbers. Let's be real.
You can't say that.
And if you actually cared about, but if you actually were a company that cared about those people, right, you could write a much more personable letter. Not that you have to, but just don't put out these stupid statements. Just come out and say what you did without the cold, calculated, and heartless and numbers in there. Just say, yes, we closed Humble Games. We're moving on. We will finish out publishing our game deals and we're moving on. That's it. You don't care about the fucking employees most of the time. Yeah. I'm not going to say that a blanket statement across all companies. There certainly are companies that go out of their way to help their former employees and actually do give a shit. I'm just saying these form letters suck ass. But this is bullshit. And now you've got a monopoly in the media, the mainstream media for the video game industry because of the acquisition of all those different sites. You have people scared of actually writing the opinion pieces that they've become so fond of doing. In fact, that's all they do is write opinion pieces. And I was laughing on PM the PM and kind of upset that it took a scenario in which their parent company did something like this, where gamesindustry.biz actually wrote a neutral article like journalists should do, gave the straight facts, gave the updates, and let their readers decide what side they fall on. They actually did the journalism that you're supposed to do. But I'm actually upset more because they've changed journalism and now write opinion pieces nonstop. But in this case, they're not going to write the opinion piece about what a horrible, shitty thing this is for Ziff Davis to do. It continues the trend of the horrible shittiness and the downfall of this industry as more people are let go. They didn't write that. They just wrote the straight facts. And that's what you get when you have a company that controls a lot of the narrative. When it's them, oh, yeah, here's the facts. This is all there is. It just happens. You guys decide. That's the way journalists are supposed to be. But not anymore. But in this case, it brings out real journalism. You know, again, they think everybody's stupid. They treat you like you all are stupid. This goes for the video game industry. This goes for any mass media whatsoever. This is the point we've got to. This goes for politicians. This goes for everybody. They truly have gotten to the point. And again, unfortunately, it is sad to say that there is a lot of stupid people out here who just regurgitate whatever's given to them and never question a damn thing. But they really think that you can't see the hypocrisy. They do it out in the open so blatantly now that they just don't give two shits anymore. And that's the sad part about this. But I'm sad for the people that go by Humble Games. Humble Games, if you guys don't remember, did a deal with Xbox. They had a bunch of their games coming into Game Pass. I think there might be a couple left that are supposed to come into Game Pass too. That was like a year and a half ago. They announced that deal. So it's not like Humble Games. Humble Games was actually publishing some really cool indie games. It wasn't like the games they were publishing were shit, that they weren't doing well. There were some really good games. They were getting the bag from Xbox. Like, there was a lot of positivity to this. They have Humble Bundle. Humble Bundle's supposed to continue on as is. I've bought from Humble Bundle. They do some really cool deals as well. So it doesn't seem like this was a failing division. Again, we'll never know. We will never see the true numbers. It doesn't sound like this was a failing division. It doesn't feel like it was a failing division. It doesn't feel like you needed to fire all 36 people, but don't piss on me and tell me it's raining and tell me you're not closing this down. Of course you're closing this down. Bringing in a third-party company and paying a third-party company instead of actually restructuring your division, instead of actually, yes, still having to let go of some people, but bringing in a third party to run everything, to publish the remaining portion of the game. This is shitty. It is. It's just shitty, but it's big business and they don't care. They don't give two shits. So that's what I got to say about Humble Bundle.
Yeah, I mean, that continues the conversation. That is always going to exist. On any level, it's definitely bad. On any level, could we go in and say that hope maybe they could have found a way to continue to let these people exist in these positions? And I see what you're making, the point you're making, Fahim. 36 people versus 9,000. And again, I'm always going to go back to the point of what we know for sure is that Microsoft has taken on more employees in not just only Xbox but now Microsoft than they had at that current time before these acquisitions happened. With that, there is a learning experience. There are things that you're going to have to adapt. There's going to be overlapping positions. There's certain things that are going to need to be changed. And we don't know how generous or not generous some of these severance packages are as well. Because you got to keep in mind when you're working for a corporation like Microsoft, there's a lot more things that get put into play. Now, again, I know that's not going to be for everybody. There's nothing, again, I'm not going to stand on the side that, it just needs to happen. Why compare them is because there are layoffs across the board, brother. I mean, who said there shouldn't be a reason why 36 people had to close? Same reason why there shouldn't have been a reason for Redfall not to have closed. There's comparisons that could be made, not to say that they're direct with each other. I don't think, and a lot of things, they don't have to be a direct comparison to pull some relations to the conversation, right? Of other things that have happened. Of course, there's always going to be different scales. I guess it just depends on your perspective. Either way, it's definitely something to, excuse me. It's definitely something to continue to pay attention to, continue to figure out why it's happening, I think, on our end, right? Again, I'm still trying to figure out where all the value has gone for us as gamers, especially with how much they're pulling back from doing the physical side of gaming, and everything becoming more digital, while also us not having true ownership of things. Where is the savings cost going? Is it really going into those people's pockets? Because over the years, it still sounds like those people are being taken advantage of. Again, why does it have to take a unionization to happen in order for people to, like QA testers, to feel like they can be safe coming to work? Because we're moving into an era where QA testers may not be as valuable because of AI, right? Where, let's be real, humans can do things that an AI is probably not going to look for, and somebody has to teach the AI what to look for in the first place. And if you don't value your QA testers enough to make sure they get paid, excuse me, then that's going to become an issue. Same for any other position that exists. So there should always be some form of a benefit.
Yep, sure. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, next year you want to play semantics. Sure, restructuring can mean different things to different companies. Sure, they can play that game. I don't. Again, doesn't matter. The generalized consensus on what restructuring means is pretty set in stone. But again, you're right. Obviously, again, I'm not going to argue with you over it. Sure, they could fall back on that. Our restructuring is different from everybody else's restructuring. Great, right? When you let go of the entire staff, it's a closure of that studio or of that team, right? It's the entire staff is gone. It's a closure. Bringing in a third party and keeping the name alive while you finish out the business contracts. To me, again, if you want to slice the onion different ways, sure. Great. They didn't close it down because they're continuing the contract. Sure. Again, but I think generally speaking, most people understand the difference between those two. And to me, when you let go of the entire staff, it's a closure, right? So they can hire anything they want to. Some of those employees supposedly were offered other positions at Ziff Davis, which is great. I hope some of them got to take other positions and got to stay employed. I mean, that's at the end of the day the most important thing. And I don't know why you guys have a problem with comparing it to Xbox or Microsoft cutting employees. I cutting employees, it doesn't matter at the end of the day what it is, right? There's certainly things that need to be done, and I've never said that no company should ever not cut employees. Like, I've never said that. Like, again, big business is big business. But I don't understand why you and Fahim have a problem with that comparison on how articles are written. Articles have been written about indie studios doing the same thing.
That's how they drive the conversation.
Doing the same thing. The conversation from the mainstream media in this space around the firings of anybody has been absolutely awful, right? They have gone to great lengths to write big articles about the problems in this industry. I was comparing it how they worded this one compared to how they normally have worded their other articles and concerning layoffs, and again, big and small in this industry. And it is a difference of tone due to the fact that a lot of these places are now owned by Ziff Davis. That is going to happen. So I don't know why you guys have a problem with that comparison. I wasn't comparing the amount of employees fired. That's not at all.
I don't think that's ever the comparison. Yeah.
I didn't say anything about that. I was just talking about the general tone towards it. If you guys feel that everybody's on the up and up, I'm not going to sit here and waste my time arguing with you about it. That's your choice. Again, you feel like every journalist is on the up and up and every place is on the up and up and they can do no wrong, so be it. I'm not going to change your mind. I'm not here to change your mind, right? I'm just giving my opinion on the situation. And I feel it's comparable because I've seen the articles written about big and small firings across the board, layoffs across the board in this industry over the past 2 years, especially, that have not taken the neutral tone at all. Not at all.
Find a hard time.
I was specifically speaking to gamesindustry.biz, which was what I was talking about. Bold Alpha Wolf Pack comes through with the $20. That's true. Fundamentally, there should be a safeguard, especially with gaming, in seeing unprecedented profit, that there should be a forefront because they're saying we've made more than ever. We can't keep all these employed BS. Right. And we talk about this, bold. Unfortunately, again, in capitalism, when you've got shareholders, when you've got all these other things in place that monetarily are more important, right, than the little people, the shit rolls downhill. It ain't the people at the top taking the cuts, right?
Yeah.
Generally speaking. Sure, there's been examples where people at the top certainly have taken their cuts and saved their employees. But they're most people and companies aren't willing to do that. So they start at the bottom and they chop the bottom off. It sucks. You know, it certainly does. And I talked about how many times I can't stand the little price increases when they come out and they brag about their profits, but that's shareholder shit. That's where profitability comes into play, more important than anything else.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Yeah.
They're going to pass along the cost to us and they're going to cut employees from the bottom. It's name of the game, man. It's not perfect, but
like
again,
people are mentioning in the chat, it's a broken system.
But there's no utopia either. Don't let anybody fool you and think that there's a better system out there. There's not. Okay, there's no utopian world. There's no utopian world where you get rid of billionaires and nobody gets taken advantage of. Okay, there's no utopia where you get rid of big companies and everybody gets paid fairly. There is no utopian out there, okay, in life across the board. And you're certainly not going to change it when it comes to any type of business where there's a monetary value exchanged for goods or services or time. There's always going to be a losing side. Always.
Yeah, and no matter what, I mean, that's the thing for us more so for him. I think that we speak to the majority of the time is it's not focusing on the number. It's just the principle of it itself, right? Yeah. And it does, whether it is the higher number or the lower number, either way, there should have been things in place that allowed this not to happen this way. And it's not always the case that it plays out. So it's just, especially in gaming, a form of entertainment where it is directly reflected upon how the consumer is engaging with it. I think as a consumer, when you start pulling yourself back from it, it's like, okay, I mean, I don't think anybody wants less games to be on the market either, but guess what? You're not playing every game. I'm sure every game would want like to see thousands of players playing it, right? Every game would like to be on the Steam charts, be like a game like Power World and have 50K plus people playing it on a week-to-week basis, so they can continue to support their dream or whatever of this idea that they created. Does that happen? No, because every game's not for everybody, but there should be somebody at the top who helps facilitate direction. Why I'm so adamant about a lot of companies, especially Blizzard, looking at other IPs that are around them or similar game types and making adjustments from the place of understanding as somebody that's already been through this already, right? So it is a little bit more drastic when you see somebody like Microsoft do it, because it's like, well, I mean, you guys have been doing business for how long? So from that perspective, I can definitely hear it when people say, oh, well, I don't necessarily think it's, because you have trillions of dollars, you should be able to do whatever you want. I think what's also included in that is just like, this is your first rodeo. You should have known these things before you stepped into it. And why I'm always going to put the onus on them as well for the entire process. I'm always going to put the onus on the publisher or the overlying company that's allowing these things to happen. So.
Steel.
Yeah.
Did you see that Ultimate Volby skin I just put in the chat?
The red one?
DMs?
The red one?
Yeah, the red one. Yeah.
What about it?
Oh my. Do you know how people are going to repaint that? Because you can see the split colors, right? You can see where the colors are going to change. If you want to repaint it.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be pure butt cheeks.
And.
Yeah,
and pure top too. Yeah, because those are the two matching. Look at how they match.
Yeah, you did it on purpose.
God bless the Eastern devs.
Isn't Bobby the ice chick?
Yeah, no, she's the water chick.
Oh, she's the
water
chick.
The ice chick. Yeah, VS is the one I'm going after right now. Is the?
Oh, I like her. I like that version of her.
That look is.
I don't like that helmet. Nice. Helmet's weird, but maybe it'll look better again.
Helmet.
Yeah,
it's not bad. It's not. I don't like the top portion of it.
I feel like it doesn't really match the character.
I don't mind the kind.
I would have liked a little bit more like Water Queenish, you know.
Well, it's better than her fishbowl that she wears right now.
That's true.
I can't stand the fishbowl.
Yeah, the fishbowl is kind of weird. Well, speaking of, in case you guys want to see what we're talking about here, give me a second. I'll move this on over. A little action there for you guys. Shout out to the First Ascendant, moving their update up to the 31st.
Oh, did you bring it up? Oh, yeah.
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, that ultimate skin's looking good.
There you go. There you go. Hey, man.
But look, what I'm talking about is the color. You could see where the color,
the latex color,
the metal. Yeah, if you know how the painting is done, right, you can tell that her top and her bottom are going to be able to be colored one color.
Yeah.
All right. Because they're matching. And there is a skin-like color that people have used on Bunny already to make an optical illusion that's quite convincing in game. So I know where this one is going already. But I like the full red, actually.
I mean, full red ain't bad. It's interesting. For a water chick, I still find that interesting. I'd expect for it to be blue or something.
Yeah,
but what I did want to transition into though, is real quick, Crimson Desert. Biggest reason is Crimson Desert was coming to Gamescom 2024, and it was playable at the Pearl Abyss booth, which just happened on the 25th, if I'm not mistaken. And those who plan on attending Gamescom, we're counting on the days until we can welcome you to the booth and have the join the lone mercenary in his fights. I kind of wanted to bring this game up because this is probably going to be the next innovative game in the space. I think even along the lines of a little bit deeper than Assassin's Creed, while also having a Skyrim type depth. It may be even Witcher. I think this game is going to probably put Witcher to shame. Just in the overall gameplay mechanics, how I was even probably going to make the comparison. It's probably going to be like what if Red Dead and Assassin's Creed came together kind of thing. And it was under Pearl Abyss. Where there's not markers all over the place. Everything was touchable. You can go into buildings. Your play style is completely up to you. There's different ways that you could play your character. There's bounties and everything happening in this game. I have the gameplay playing for you guys in the background. And a lot of the elements that they're bringing into Crimson Desert, again, I don't know if this game is going to end up releasing this year. Probably not. It's probably going to be a 2025 game, especially with how crowded it is this year already. Why not take the additional time? But Crimson Desert, just as an overall RPG, to be at the more story-based version of what we got from them in Black Desert Online, I think a lot of people are going to be in for a real treat. The level of expectation is going to be blown out of the water once people play this game, in my belief, and the grand nature of the game as well. The mystical elements are going to be brought into it. Combat elements are going to be put into it. The amount of realism that's also going to be. I think this is also going to be potentially a game that could give people a reason to get a next gen console, because it's only going to be available next gen, from everything that I've seen thus far. And it reminds me of Black Desert so much, because there's a lot of this already in the game, but they're just going into so many more details here. With it being playable at Gamescom, it sounds like to me that they're becoming even more confident in what they have, or maybe they just wanted to give people's ideas on how they feel about the gameplay thus far. So shout out to anybody who went out to Gamescom. Let us know in the comments if you're listening to this after, or you are hearing this right now. And I've been seeing good things about this. There was playtests that happened previously, somewhere where this gameplay is coming from, where people were feeling pretty good about it. They said they just need to be refined a little bit more, but it's coming together. So, I mean, Pong, is this still something that's high on your radar? Does it get you excited when I say it has those Skyrim feels? It has those some Elder Scrolls vibes to it. It has the mix of Assassin's Creed meets Red Dead when it comes down to the detail in the game and what's accessible and what's possible in this game. With them having that recent gameplay here at Gamescom, how are you feeling about it? Do you think it's possible for this year, or do you think it's probably still lining up to be a 2025 kind of title?
Man, I was really hoping it's gonna be this year, but the further we get along, where we don't actually have a date on it, I potentially could see them pushing it to 2025. But yeah, it's one of my own. It's a highly anticipated title. It's up there for me for sure, because it's got everything I want. And again, if they come close to what they're showing in these videos, which seem to be the actual gameplay.
It is actual gameplay, yeah.
I know.
This isn't,
a lot of people, are like, oh, are they really going to be able to
No, this is actual gameplay. This is how Black Desert plays.
Right.
This
I played Black Desert.
But this is more visceral. Desert. So it's going to feel even better.
And some of the mechanics and the physics involved that they're doing there with like the ladder that they had in that one video and that kind of like, this looks dope. Again, I love open world games. I love my RPGs. So this is coming from the East. And of course I love that. And they've been setting bars left and right. This reminds me of kind of like a almost like a Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah, bro. Honestly, yeah.
You know,
Dragon's Dogma was a good call.
yeah, I'm all in on this thing. I'd love to see it this year. We got plenty this year, but again, I would love to see it this year. I hope it's still coming. I'm surprised we didn't get more information on Gamescom, although I haven't really looked yet. When's Gamescom? Is it actually?
It just passed. It just happened. Yeah,
it passed. I'm surprised we didn't see more about it. Since people got hands-on time, I'd like to see some previews, some people's descriptions of what they got to play with it at the show. But yes, high on my list. Can't wait. Just give me a date so I know. That's all I need. So
yeah, man.
Yeah.
I was just I got excited when that got posted.
Mm-hmm.
And I seen that go on by. 'Cause it's something that's hotly on my radar just because I know what to expect. And I've been excited about that since they hinted about it years ago. It's almost 3 years at least. Well,
no, Gamescom is not gone and gone. Gamescom will be August 21st through the 25th.
Oh, okay. My fault. I did it a month early. Thought it was July. Yeah. That's my fault.
Nope. So it's coming up. That's why we hadn't seen anything yet. That's why I was curious. Okay. Yep. Nope. No. That's cool. That's why I just double checked because I was like, God.
And the gameplay I just showed was a year old gameplay. So
yeah.
Something to keep in mind.
Bro, it's gonna be so damn good. I'm excited too. So yeah, end of August we should have some more information. Hopefully they'll give us a release date then too.
I hope so. I hope it's like the beginning of the year. That would be good for them.
I mean, if it's playable, it's got to be soon.
February,
March. It's got to be next 6 months.
Also, Stellar Blade is coming. PC port confirmed via job listing with DLC maybe in the works. I don't think this is new news to me. No, it's nothing that has been confirmed. Shot the hash.
Right? So, yeah, they've only said they were considering a PC port.
Well, we do know that the game was already being considered for PC and Xbox previously, so it only makes sense that the PC port was right around the corner. Same thing with Final Fantasy 16. I think those games are going to be announced right around the corner from each other, or close within distance. Yeah, probably. I think those are definitely fall games, right around October, November kind of releases, getting prepped for Christmas. For more people to jump on there during that Christmas break, get that holiday gameplay in, some good games for them, especially with the DLC that's also supposed to be coming into Stellar Blade. I think that's going to be a good complete package to kind of drop in there. Hey, I don't know, I'm gonna be there day one when it ends up being released. I'm still excited for it. Get some gameplay into that. So shout out to Stellar Blade.
I love it.
Bikini Wear is coming to the First Ascendant. Yes, Ricardo.
The best was the Ghost Wolf video. Shout out to Ghost Wolf too. I saw you jump in here.
Shout out to Ghost.
Great to see you. He says, "Legendary Yobi." He just yeeted his horse off the cliff.
He did.
Yeah, that was part of.
He did.
It's true. Again, that video, it looks so damn good, bro. Crimson Desert just looks so damn.
Yeah, I mean that's how the game plays, man. It's not made up. That's not in like some fake stuff. That's how the game will look and play. So it's going to be interesting to see somebody actually get behind that controller again. Give us some additional gameplay. Let's see here. Pong, I've been seeing here recently as well, there's been a downward trend on Star Wars Outlaws a bit. Seems like people aren't as high on it. There were some things being put out, some people who are playing it saying that the game's not as open as we thought, that some planets are open and others aren't. Like there's weird dichotomy there. I'm also seeing some things that the space combat is not the greatest. Like it's not something that you're probably want to spend a lot of time with, like in comparison to like a Starfield as an example. So I don't know, man. I'm still kind of I'm still interested in the game just because off a premise. People are now talking about the game has been a downgrade from some recent showings. In comparison, I don't know if have you seen anything about how people have been feeling about Outlaws?
Yeah, I saw Tom Henderson put out a tweet last week or whatever it was saying that the game looked rough. And I was like, I don't know, man. Like what I'm seeing, I watched the gameplay that they released. I didn't see anything that was like
Was it vastly different from what they saw originally?
No. I freely admit that I'm the guy who puts up with a lot, though, that doesn't notice a lot. So again, maybe it's just me not having a critical eye all the damn time for things. But I didn't see anything that looked rough. It playing exactly how I play. Did people honestly think that they were building just open planets like everywhere? Like this was going to be like Starfield?
People say that that's how the from what I was hearing is that people were saying that they kind of made the game seem.
No.
That there's gonna be like full planet kind of thing kind of going on.
No, I don't.
But it was because people were kind of hype about it because at least that was my understanding of it. And I could just be off base in that.
I don't know. Maybe people wanted this to be the Starfield killer because
there was fewer planets. There was fewer planets.
Even though it's a landing, that's a loading screen now. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is here, Steel. I don't know if people got a different impression out the gate of like what this game was going to be. Like I didn't expect there would be like all these planets where I got to land on and there was going to be a whole bunch of shit to do on them and there was going to be stuff everywhere. That's not the idea I got from this. So maybe I'm just in the minority here, but I don't know. Nothing I've seen, Steel, is saying to me that this game is rough. Now, if the space combat isn't feeling great, that won't surprise me at all. Because space combat's very hard to get right. That's why I was so impressed with what Bethesda did on Starfield. Since they've never done space combat before. Space combat is very hard. Flying in general, especially when you're in combat, is very hard to do. Star Wars, what was the game that came out? What the hell was it? Star Wars, I can't think of the name of it. The all flying game that came out a couple years ago. Anyways, that was great. But God damn, I can't even.
It's right there. I thought I had it too.
Yeah. I can't think of the name of it. I don't know why.
Rogue Squadron.
Rogue Squadron, is that what it was? Whatever it was. Star Wars Squadrons, is that all they went with? Anyways, whatever. They did a great job. But flight and combat in flight and in space particularly is very hard to do. So I'm not leaning into any of that stuff being like what draws me in. It's going to be the overall package that I'm looking forward to more than anything. And I'm a fan of massive entertainment. I do actually got to download that. Is that still available or no? Is Avatar still available for trial? I think it is. I gotta try. I think it's
limited time. So
yeah, limited time. I gotta go check that out. But I'm a big Massive fan, and I think they do a great job over at Massive Entertainment. I love the Snowdrop engine. So everything I've seen looks great, Steel. But I have seen, to your point, more people come out and say it's not looking great. That they're not, as far as hype goes, they're not as hyped as they once were for it. Again, I don't think I'm going to be buying the game straight out. I said from the beginning, I think this is when this drops is when I join Ubisoft Plus for a couple months and try it out. Because I want to try out Mirage. I want to try out a bunch of different stuff.
It's going to be a good time to jump in too. Yeah,
it's going to be a great
knee deep in AC Shadows, which the Shadows conversation went wild this week, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Speaking of Shadows, as part of the reason that is on the thumbnail this week, along with Marvel Rivals we put up there, because Ubisoft put out somewhat of an apology. Let me get this up. Regarding how some of the things were being treated in the game of AC Shadows as far as representation goes. Apparently there was some tradition things that were off, too, flags and other forms of representation that were off. But it also started a bigger conversation as well. Let me get here. It kind of got mixed in with some DEI stuff, and then people still on the whole Yasuke not being a samurai thing, which I think has been still becoming a what I would say feel like it's starting to become ignorant conversation, right? Even they came out and say that it was some of the things were debatable, but let me get this pulled up for you here, ladies and gentlemen. And so hopefully you can lock your seatbelts in. Go ahead and hit that like button for me as we get a little bit into what's going on with AC Shadows. Let's see. All right. So this happened about 4 days ago. We'll get this from We'll go to Games Radar, where we can slide in nice and deep into this article here. Let me get this pulled up on the show stuff screen. Bada bang, bada boom, ladies and gentlemen. And it says Ubisoft apologizes for Assassin's Creed Shadows promotional material that's caused concern within the Japanese community. Promises the RPG will keep evolving until launch. One of the main things for me that I saw that was the weirdest was them apparently ordering some things off of Amazon that were for a different game per se. And again, I thought the marketing budget for these things would be a little bit more vast and have a little bit more of or at least people that you could talk to, since you're going in and you're typically pretty accurate about some of the history that you pull. Why wouldn't you have access to other samurai swords that you can use to help promote the game and whatnot? I think this would be the perfect time for you to be going to museums and other things and having a team that's really heavily on the marketing, on promoting some of the key importances of what you're trying to represent in Assassin's Creed Shadows, and have that all over Twitter, different scenery areas, places of inspiration and things like that. Maybe that would have helped with some of the backlash that this has been getting as well. But just to dive into the article, and this is article done by Hayrun Kraya on Games Radar. It says Assassin's Creed Shadows developer Ubisoft has responded to criticisms of its historical accuracy in a message to its Japanese players, reminding everyone that while we strive for authenticity in everything we do, Assassin's Creed games are works of fiction inspired by real historical events and figures. The number one takeaway that I have with this, just up front, is why is this a question all of a sudden now with Ubisoft? Well, with Assassin's Creed. Why is it now that we have a female and a male main characters? One of them happens to be based on Yusuke, who was a black samurai, as history has proven. And now we've had multiple historians come out and correct this, even from Japan, to say that this is a thing that existed. Yusuke has been a character in many other forms of media, and has also been in games, Dynasty Warriors being one of the main ones, back in the day. And has always been put in things, especially with Assassin's Creed, where they always take kind of their own liberty and even give you a warning, I guess you could say, of, hey, this is not supposed to be a reflection of direct history. This is our play on that. I thought that was also always understood on Assassin's Creed games. And it's really weird to me now that people are finding reasons to not like the direction that this is going. Some people are saying, oh, well, why we have a female character, the one game that we have based in Japan, and now we got to have a female. Why can't it be a male shinobi? Why can't I have a choice to pick a male shinobi? And this again, and the same thing as far as Yusuke goes. Oh, why does it have to be a black samurai? Why couldn't it have been Tom Cruise? Why couldn't it have been somebody else more traditional? Why do we have to have all these DEI and all this representation in our games, man? What's going on with this? That's kind of where the conversation, I feel like, is kind of diverted over the last few months. And with the apology that they did end up putting out this week, which they're getting a little bit over here, saying that Assassin's Creed Shadow has been through it over the past few months. It's been the center of a heated debate over whether protagonist Yusuke was really a samurai, which they say he was. On top of that, Ubisoft has also apologized for the unauthorized use of a flag in Shadow's concept art, and has said it won't be using the flag in design in the future. And that's fine. I mean, hey, it is what it is. You want to represent things properly. Now, in the post below today, Ubisoft pins a message to its Japanese players explaining that the creative process behind some key decisions. First and foremost, Shadows is designed to be an entertaining video game. Ubisoft writes, saying that none of the Assassin's Creed games have ever intended as factual representations of history, but rather to spark curiosity about history. Ubisoft also acknowledges that the promotional materials have caused concern within the Japanese community. It does not specify which material has caused concern, but it does write that all gameplay footage we've seen so far is a work in progress, which the game is supposed to release on November 15th. Finally, and perhaps most pointedly, Ubisoft addresses the backlash against Yusuke's depiction as a samurai. Whether Yusuke was in fact a samurai during the Sengoku era is a hotly debated topic, but over the last few weeks and months, experts on the field have stated firmly that Yusuke was a samurai, including Japanese historian Hugh Harayama on Twitter. However, Ubisoft writes in its new message that it knows whether Yusuke was a samurai is a matter of debate and discussion. Ubisoft further adds that because so little is known about Yusuke, he was an ideal candidate to work on Assassin's Creed creative license and how it incorporates fantasy elements into the series. Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot recently denounced hateful acts towards Shadow developers over Yusuke, and veteran Resident Evil Street Fighter developer Yoshiki Okamoto said the backlash to Shadows was overblown because it's a game, it's fantasy, not reality. Paul, how do you feel about the kind of conversations that I'm pretty sure you might have seen a little bit about, the direction that this is seemingly taken? And again, yes, this is what we've kind of all been wanting for some time, an Assassin's Creed game that is playing with that Eastern flavor, getting into some of the mythos. Again, I would like to see more Assassin's Creed game that dive into other mythos as well, which they seemingly are trying to do more of. But I mean, how are you feeling about this right now, man? Is this more DEI baited fuel?
There's questions to be asked, and I think the backlash against the questions is also a part of a general problem in our society as well. Again, I will state for the record, I could care less what the characters look like, what the colors are. I could care less. Give me interesting characters. Don't give two shits in my video games for the most part. Do I think there's certainly things that are forced that have come about in video games? Talked about the Western devs seemingly have a problem with standardized beauty. Yes, absolutely. I do think that is something culturally that has changed, and that is somewhat forced in some areas. Am I going to sit here and try to tell you that Assassin's Creed has been historically accurate from the series get-go and that this is obviously a blatant one? No, I'm not going to. Again, give me interesting characters. I really could care two shits at the end of the day. However, again, it swings both ways. We can't take everything as just, oh, there's nothing here. This is just straight up. Do I believe, I'll put it this way. I'll make this my point. Do I believe 10 years ago at Assassin's Creed Shadows come into development within Ubisoft, do I believe 10 years ago that Yasuke would have been considered as a character? No, I do not. I'll put it that way.
It didn't fit the story 10 years ago.
Do I think they would have gone after a lot of people asked for a Japanese Assassin's Creed? Do I think they would have gone with a standard, even if they brought the female in? Do I think they would have gone with a standard Japanese samurai? Yes, I do. Okay. That's just how I feel. I believe they would have done it that way. I think Yasuke could have been a side character that you would have met along the way, like you do in Assassin's Creed. You meet tons of famous people in Assassin's Creed, and a lot of them. Do I think he could have been a side character? Yes. Do I think they would have made him the main character? No, I don't. Okay. But again, do I care? No, I don't care. I don't care. Give me interesting characters. And again, I'm not going to be playing Yasuke because I don't like tank characters in general. I'm going to have to play him in certain levels when you do take over to get his backstory. Do I certainly think it's interesting? Yes. Does it fit in with Assassin's Creed and how they play with history? Of course it does. Of course it does. Like, again, Assassin's Creed, while I've done a lot of praising of Ubisoft in the Assassin's Creed games for how much attention to detail that they do bring into the world that they create throughout history and what we know of it. And they pay a ton of attention to detail to that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's fantastic. They do a lot of work there. but they've always played around with the side characters and with all the characters you meet and what actually the history is. And of course, there's freaking science fiction involved in Assassin's Creed, right? There's shit involved that didn't actually exist in history, but is mythology within Assassin's Creed. So yes, this is more than okay. Like that they decided to make Yasuke a main character. It is what it is, man. It's not the first time he's been represented, like you said, Steel, whether it's in anime, whether it's in games, whatever. It's not the first time his name has been brought up. It's not like Ubisoft just randomly created this dude out of thin air, okay, and shoehorned him into history, and said, "Yeah, no, this is he existed, and this is what we want." No, this has been a topic of conversation. He has been mentioned before. Again, whether or not the history is true, whether or not there's enough history to say for a fact one way or the other, that's all up for debate. But if you know history, and if you've looked at history, and if you've now seen how history is being written as we go along, you can question pretty much everything that's ever been written and whether or not we're reading the truth. Okay. So again, I have zero problem with Ubisoft making this choice. I have zero problem with the discourse around it. If people want to question this stuff, I think there is a lot to be questioned, not just specifically here. I'm not just talking about here in general with a lot of things. I think those questions have a right to be asked. I believe that people on both sides have a right to ask them. But I think this is just, again, where we're at culturally. This is where we're at in the 2020s, especially. This division is going to continue. It comes in all forms. It's across all of society. Video games are now a mainstream entertainment form. So just like any other mainstream entertainment form, it's going to get pulled into this stuff. Whether we like it or not, it's going to get pulled into it. I think it's a side distraction at best. But I think that if Assassin's Creed comes out the way that it always has, and Ubisoft has never disappointed me with their Assassin's Creed, even when they've changed them, even on the games I didn't necessarily think were the best Assassin's Creed, I still had a good time. Ubisoft is my fast food. So I think Assassin's Creed Shadows will come out, will sell extremely well. I think a ton of people are going to play it. And I have utmost faith that Ubisoft is going to have another winner on their hands when it comes to Assassin's Creed. And I think a lot of this stuff will quiet down and go on away. That's it.
Yeah, I'm definitely right there with you on that. I think the biggest thing for me is I love seeing representation done in game when it's done right. And it's factually proven. And it's also factually been proven that a lot is being overwritten and rewritten in ways to seem like things are, lack of a better way to put it, whitewashed as much as possible. I've also seen that be a factor of reality. So to see things become more open, and even Yusuke being an issue overall, just being a main character, just shows the state of how people think about things. I also don't, again, maybe it's me.
Let me ask you real quick though,
Go
on
ahead.
that point. Let me ask you on that point though, right? There's going to be disingenuous conversations.
Oh, for sure.
These types of topics.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. There's going to be, but do you understand that there is a legitimate conversation to be said that after all this time we waited for a Japanese Assassin's Creed, that we don't have a traditional Japanese male samurai in this game.
I'm more surprised at the fact that they haven't allowed customization for these characters if it's really that much of a problem. That's kind of where I would go with it.
But you can see the perspective too for those
For
people that
sure,
are
yeah.
honestly kind of disappointed that
for
after
sure.
all this time we don't get to play a traditional male Japanese samurai.
I wasn't expecting for it to be a her as a shinobi.
Now
when we heard the rumors of it originally,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess that could be kind of cool. I don't mind a female shinobi. If that's how we want to do it, I get they want to go for more of they're going for more of a small and not dainty, but small and nimble versus strong and powerful and tough kind of perspective that they're going for in this game. I don't like the fact that they're separating them either. So it's like your character can't even be a mix. Like why does Ghost of Tsushima have to be the game that wants to be the mix between samurai and shinobi, because you have to choose because you're choosing a path. Now they may open that up in this game, but both of them may end up having access to each other's skill trees. That could be something that is possible. But I do think if it was so much of a problem about being accepting or whatever, I'd really think that Assassin's Creed has missed the boat on just making your character be your character. If it's not factually based on whatever, I mean, I don't know who the fuck Ezio Auditore was before I played Ezio, right? And he's become one of the most influential Assassin's Creed characters.
And I agree wholeheartedly about the customization thing. That'd be totally dope, right, Steve?
I would love that. But that's how you subvert everything.
But I'm just talking specifically about, I know other games, and Black John, you bring up Neo and all that kind of stuff. I know other games have played with this in different ways. The one thing, again, and it's never about historical accuracy, but the thing is with Assassin's Creed, if you look at the Assassin's Creed, I've tried to go back and think of one where they didn't put, like, where the setting is, their main characters were built around that.
Right. When I get that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they were like this again. It would have been strange to have Assassin's Creed, let's say Origins, right, set in Egypt,
right,
and have a white dude.
Oh yeah, no, that wouldn't have made no fucking sense.
You know what I'm saying? Right.
Just the same thing with Odyssey.
Right. Odyssey,
possible,
exactly.
But,
right. It would be possible to say that could be, but to have the main character built around that is just it's different this time from that standpoint with Yasuke. Yes, you could say he was factually in Japan. Yes, he was obviously there, whether he's a retainer, samurai, whatever you want to call it. There's stories of him being there. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But the fact is that like him as a main character kind of goes against what they've done with the previous Assassin's Creed by sticking to that region and keeping the main characters associated with that region completely. Like that's the only part that's a little weird here. But again, does it matter to me? No, of course it doesn't fucking matter to me. I don't care.
But I would even go back to Altair, because he wasn't even, I mean, sure, he was one of the founders of the Creed or whatever, but he wasn't known like that either. So then when it goes from Altair to Ezio, it's like Ezio wasn't just some known dude from around the block that people are familiar with in history, but they put a lot of influential people around him, right? So that's kind of like, I could see what they've done with this. Who is Naue in comparison to Yasuke? Even, right? She's not even supposed to exist. She's supposed to be apparently
she is Japanese. She fits with the culture
right?
She's in, right?
But she's also been not race swap, but gender swap, because she's supposed to be a dude, because I guess the dude had a son or whatever the case. So it's just like. If this was as much of a, we want to force this agenda or whatever the case might be, at least to my perspective, then I feel like it would have been easier, especially business wise, for you to just say, hey, it's not like we're using the super important characters anyway. We're just going to give you the ability to make whatever character that you want. And then you kind of play the game however you want based on, or you could choose kind of like the play style.
And Verg, he was in that region, and like I said 10 years ago, I think he would have shown up as a side character, right? Because they show,
well, that's how they've been treating him recently.
Right. But I'm saying standard Assassin's Creed practice has been the main characters are directly native to that region, right? That's basically what I'm saying. Like their representation has been native to whatever region Assassin's Creed has been set in, right? That has been kind of like a mainstay throughout.
I guess
Greek, they've had Greeks, right?
I guess to push back a little bit, and I get where you're coming from, but I guess because all of his history is Japan, I guess that's why they took a little bit more liberty with it, because he was in the slave trade previous to that. So if most of his known history that he has is only here, then I guess, it allows you, if he's been a character that has kind of been on the side before, I could see Assassin's Creed saying, all right, well, again, there's conversation to be had on both ends. I just think it's unique for them to go this direction, to take so much liberty with a character that only has history in Japan. But for people to find issue even with that and try to invalidate it, like, oh, well, that doesn't matter because he wasn't really these things. I would see that the female character Shinobi, although she is of Japanese heritage, being more of an issue, because and also traditionally women don't become shinobi.
Well, they did, but there is. Yep.
I mean, of course, there was separated clans and whatnot.
There was separate clans.
But even in this clan, like that shouldn't have been the case.
Right, but there was pushback. But again, you go down that again. Any question nowadays about anything, again, it's so divisive nowadays. But it's not even a conversation. You are
it doesn't
instantaneously, end up being, right? Even if you're trying to have a genuine conversation these days, you are labeled instantaneously, right? So it is very tough. But there was pushback against her too, and it got, obviously
it got brushed under the rug, though. I mean,
it got blasted as sexism. Yasuke became a bigger issue. Overall, right? Again, it is what it is. We are at that point in culture. I hate all this shit. Again, I think we should all be able to have reasonable discussions about any of this stuff. I think there are questions to be have about.
Yeah, you should question why it's a question.
And I think that there are things that are being forced, and I think to dismiss anything that has to do with DEI as not being forced and it's totally legitimate and it's all on the up and up, bullshit. It's not. Again, there's always politics. There's always money at play and all of this stuff, all of it. At the end of the day, but I think that again, we're at a point where it's black or white, it's good or it's evil, and that's how everybody plays this game. And
that's because the gray side of it is the gray side of things is villainized, and if you're in the middle, it's you're a conspiracy theorist, you're this, you're that. You're not trying to understand. Again, it's that mentality of picking one side or the other. So one thing has to be true over the other thing. And we say here all the time, hey, like two things can be true, right? And that's going to continue to happen. That's why I do think, the experience that I've had over my life has been unique. It's not going to be the same to one side or the other. I didn't have a white experience over like a more traditionally black experience or whatever the case. I also grew up in the South, right? So where you grow up at is also going to make a difference on some of the things that you think about.
Factors in everybody's life that gives them.
But I will say, there is, and I think that's one of the things that people have become afraid of, is it is factual information that America's slavery against black people traditionally has been something that happened of recent history, right? And there has been a lot of things put on the forefront of, not of our fathers, but it's the same as just as us as a people, that are like, hey, there has been a lot of this country that has been built off of the backs of certain people, no matter what their heritage is. And it seems like people aren't given a chance or proper representation. It's like things have to be a certain way. And when there is representation, like that's the thing that's weird to me, is that, when they do decide to do the representation, then it becomes a problem. I do think it's a problem when it feels like it's forced. Again, if you're going to dig into people's culture, it's just the same thing with anybody else. Like, you're not going to put people in certain areas and expect for them to know exactly how to act or behave. Everybody's culture is different. And there's different things going to offend certain people. There's different things that people respect. But the problem is that we're so culturally divided as well, across the world, that, and Americans do tend to be more open, but we're so culturally broken across the world that it's a problem for you to question things, or to just say, hey, why is it this way? Or why does it have to be this way? There are some people who just don't understand it, right? Again, they're trying to bring the neo-Nazis back into Germany, and you think that that's supposed to, like, and they're under a different name right now, but they're becoming I believe my mom was saying about 15% of the space in their elections now, right? So it's like, why should that even be possible, knowing of the country's history? There's obviously some people who support that, right? So certain things aren't going to go away, and a lot of people's ideology is based off of family lineage types of things. And people are always, I find it weird that people are still trying to hold on to certain things that are weird to me. Right. But again, everybody thinks differently, sees things differently, feels differently. And I do agree when things do feel forced, we should at least have a conversation to say, hey, does this truly feel forced? And why are they forcing it? And why are they not putting more effort into properly representing whatever their story they're trying to tell or culture that they want to represent? So, yeah. It's kind of odd. I mean, that's just kind of my wide angle.
Again, the culture war was started to divide us even more. It's everywhere, and it's in video games too, and it's everywhere. I've said all along, I hate it. I think that there are honest discussions to be had, and we used to have honest discussions, and we used to feel like we used to be moving forward more so. And now, again, it's going to happen here. And you're going to have people fight against it in places that you go, why are you, it's video games, bro. Why do you care? Because there's wider stuff going on that feeds into it.
Yeah.
And people that are in this space are going to fight in this space because they feel that elsewhere. It's an ongoing issue that we currently don't have the ability to get ourselves out of. And we're not going to, unfortunately. And this is going to be a long, drawn-out situation. And there's many, many, many more conversations to have, even way outside of video games, that need to happen first before we're going to start seeing it get better here. And obviously, again, there's disingenuous people. There's bad people everywhere. There's bad people of all colors every single fucking where. And it don't matter. Assholes are assholes. Always have been that way. Nobody's better than anybody else. It's all about who you are as a person, and I've always believed that, and I still do to that day. And for me, even coming out to say we shouldn't see color would get me labeled these days. But I firmly believe that if you're an asshole, you're an asshole. I don't give two shits. I don't give two.
Yeah, we shouldn't, but unfortunately, people are still being taught to see color.
Right. So. But now that's bad too. We have to, because otherwise it's, again, we're not gonna get into it here, but again, it's a part of this conversation. It's of why this is happening here. And again, there's people well-intentioned that want to have good conversations about what's happening. And then there's disingenuous people. And we're never going to get away from that, man. Humans are shitty.
Well, hopefully. I mean, again, the number one thing people are scared of right now, about a year 2040, I believe, or 2040 or 2060, they said the majority of the population is going to be mixed. Well, so maybe we'll fix it all.
But they probably still won't happen, bro, because you know that too.
Yeah.
You know that too, bro.
I know.
That's coming back around as well. Are you enough of one color?
Oh, so, I mean, I've always, that's something
I know it's always been, but it's coming more and more.
That's something I've always dealt with.
Conversations about it. It's bullshit. Anyways, but yes, Nixie, we all agree that, I guess all of us here, I think most of us are in agreement. We're all buying Assassin's Creed. I'll be playing it day one. So.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have Ubisoft Plus. I'm gonna get the premium edition. I'll be in there day one. I'm probably going to play as a Shinobi because, I mean, again, that is more traditional Assassin's Creed to me, and I like the fact that she has a grapple hook and swing, and bruh, she just looks super fire to me. And I don't mind it. Again, that's not. I just think for me, and again, I feel like I'm being funny, like, oh, light-skinned people are gonna save the world, but in some way I'm being for real, man, because it's just like, I do think that some of my generation is the generation that starts believing like I don't really see what the problem is, because I look at this shit like a lot of things that people bring up and they're like, man, this is DEI, this is offensive, this is this, and it's like, I just think it's offensive when you try to make somebody sound like they're supposed to be from somewhere and they're not from there. Like, when it feels forced, like, don't pretend like you don't know when it feels forced either. And I think that's what makes it even more cringy. Like Miles Morales, when you go back, some of the leak hairstyles and stuff that they put out there, and the different styles that Miles Morales could have had, it's like, bro, Miles could have looked fly as fuck. Why did you make him look the PC the way that you did? That's not from being from New York. That's not how I would have expected for him to look. But again, like the whole size with the fade on the sides in Mohawk dreads. It's like, bro, what are we doing? Now we only got one hairstyle, and that's always been a thing in games as well. It's like, damn, what a lack of hairstyles. What year are we in? What are we doing? Decado says, still on other things, sure, it would be nice if they went the Unity route option if people wanted it. Yeah. Again, I would have loved to see Assassin's Creed just go the way of you make a character, your character is carried through every Assassin's Creed game, and that's how they tied the story together. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have loved to see that. I thought that's the way, like, what they were going to do with Desmond is you were going to be, after Desmond, you were going to be a descendant of Desmond, and you just kind of created your version of your ancestor and kind of moved throughout history and with dealing with all these important people throughout history and conversations and going through I felt like that's where things were going, but, you know.
Brett, it is like Syndicate. They are going to have specific missions, but they said the majority of the game can be played with one or the other, or you can switch on the fly. But there will be specific missions where you have to play as Yasuke or Nawe. Very specific situations. So it's set up like a lot like Syndicate, and which is what I guessed originally when I saw it, was that it was going to be Syndicate style, and that is the case. So yes, there will be situations, but yeah, Nawe is going to be my main through the vast majority. Again, I'm just not a tank player. I like the Shadow. I want Tenchu to come back. And her stealth, now they're going to be able to blow out candles, create dark spots, hide in the shadows, full prone, full assassinations. Like, yeah, Nawe is my style.
Same.
Shadows.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm gonna be playing it day one. Again, Ubisoft Plus gives me ways to access content that I wouldn't have previously. Paul, was there anything else that you wanted to get into as we wind things down? There was China Hero Project happened. 3 games were essentially announced there. Unending Dawn, Project Jinwei, which looked like a lot like Where Winds Meet. Which I was like, I don't know how that's going to do. Because Where Winds Meet was already a good game. I know it's supposed to be placed in a different area. Real quick, Splendiferous says, with the 5 bones, he says, capital soft. Bro, people too all in their feelings this gen. You got the obvious stuff, but bro, don't bring your race, gender BS in my gaming world for real. Hey, I feel it. Just be genuine about the stories that you're trying to tell, and don't try to sit here and act like, if you're placating, just say that you're placating and say that I didn't understand. I could have done better. Like, come on, man. Just don't play people like they're stupid. That's the main thing.
The China Hero Project, for anybody who doesn't know, there's it's a Chinese gaming show event is basically
essentially,
what it is. Yeah, and they show off new titles, and PlayStation is committed a lot, investing over there. As Steele and I have been pounding the table, and everybody else a lot of people have been pounding the table for Xbox to go find this new talent. So they've got some deals already in place, and they showed off 3 or 4 new games that they're heavily invested in. And I sent Steele a couple of the YouTube videos on a couple of the games, and the one does certainly look like Where Winds Meet. But the other one looks dope. The combat looks really cool, and it's action-based combat game. There's just a lot of talent out in the world right now, man, making a lot of cool shit. And they just get a little highlighted because PlayStation's obviously invested in them. So they get highlighted a little bit more, like any indie title should. And just seeing really top quality stuff though coming from different parts of the world. Love to see it, man.
Yeah, man. As we continue to say, the East driving it in. Hey, shout out to Big Lou Ravens on Twitter saying, I agree, create your own character is the right way. Shout out to you on Twitter, buddy. But yeah, anything else that you wanted to dive into that you think would be good for conversation this week?
Oh, no. I mean, I'll mention real quick. We talked about some games coming back. I saw some people in chat mention it earlier. Mav and I talked a little bit about it. Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remastered.
Yes, shout out to Soul Reaver, yes.
Shout out to Legacy of Kain.
I just need a remake, bro. I just need a remake. Just give me a remake.
I would love a remake, but give me a remaster. Like I said, if you're going to do it well, right, and you're going to respect it,
just remake
bring it. Well, yeah, but they cost more. It's a big risk, especially for the games that don't necessarily have the biggest fan bases, right, Steele? So if they're not going to I would love a remake of all this stuff.
It looks so good.
would look so good, but give me a remaster. That is fine as long as it can be playable on current day hardware. You update the controls, you update the camera work, you update the stuff that's very obvious.
Right.
Yes, they're going to look outdated, but you clean
Tomb
them
Raider,
up.
like you mean, like a kind of update?
Yes,
Their trilogy update.
Yeah, the trilogy update. Correct. Just do that for me, and we are good. And the fact that we're even talking about the potential, for anybody who doesn't know, okay, nobody's mentioned this yet. There's been rumors, right? And a lot of us have been calling for Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver to come back. But obviously, Embracer Group owns it. Crystal Dynamics is still underneath Embracer Group. San Diego Comic-Con was this week and has been going on. They had statues of Soul Reaver, Legacy of Kain. They had statues. And with those statues, they had little placards, right? And on the placards, right, there's graphics that say Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remastered. This has not been announced. So somebody took the snapshots of this. It's legit. It's real. So it looks like Crystal Dynamics and potentially Aspire, because Aspire has worked with them before. They did the Tomb Raider, right? That's who did the Tomb Raider series. So they did a nice job with the Tomb Raider series according to everybody, the trilogy. So if they're doing this, great. But it showed up here and somebody took a picture of it. So it looks like we are going to get a Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remastered. Let's cross our fingers. Legacy of Kain is
hope so.
Freaking tastic, man. Like Steel said, I would love a remake of all this stuff. Bring it up really up to date, break it fresh and new. But if they're not going to spend the money on it, then do it this way. Give me a remaster. I'm good. We're good.
Yeah, I agree. Legacy of Kain is definitely up there for me. It's one of my most memorable games, probably one of the games that I've played the most times, for sure. So if that comes back as a remake or just as a remaster again to give it that proper treatment, I think it'd be definitely worth a playthrough at least. It's very memorable for me.
Oh, very memorable. Stalker 2 delayed till November 20th.
Yes, talked a little bit about it in the beginning, but was further delayed. They want to make sure it's optimized, man. I mean, from what they've said, they want to make sure that they're releasing a solid game.
And again, and that's fine. Like I said, at the end of the day, whatever you need to do.
Some people were taking this conversation and making we're building a volcano out of it, saying that it's starting to become pointless for you to announce release dates if you don't know when your game is going to release. The only thing that I'll say to that about them not having release date or just pushing it back so many times, they're in a very real situation. I think if there's somebody that we're going to give a little bit of leeway to, as far as on their release date, I do think that these devs are one. A lot of their dev team ended up going to war in the midst of this game.
Prague.
They've had a lot of development snafus in the meantime. So if anybody is meant to give a little bit of room for, I'm not going to be overly critical about, it's going to be this dev team. If they need to feel like they need to push it back all the way into next spring, I mean, again, the game needs to come out at some point, and it's going to be on y'all for the amount of money that y'all are putting into development. But at this point, it's just about making sure that you put out a polished product. Again, Stalker 2 has a potential to sell big numbers, right? Especially if it ends up being impressive, well-versed as you guys spoke to, especially for me to be on more of the survival horror style kind of game, or action survival horror kind of style game, with a lot of different things that it has going on for it, along with has some looter elements in there too, like you can find guns and stuff as well. So
just the decision making is the big part,
right?
Consequential decision making. Which has always been a big part of Stalker. So can't wait to see it. But yeah, they need to take their time. Whatever they got to do.
Well, Microsoft can't cancel Stalker 2 because they don't own that.
No, they don't own it. Again, it's supposedly timed exclusivity. We'll see if they even have the ability to go and make other versions, or if they have. We'll find all that out later. But no, this is going to be. It's not a massive title by any stretch of the imagination. Even Metro, as popular as Metro got, it's not like a massive seller. So I don't think Stalker 2 is going to be some huge deal, but a lot of people are anticipating it. And again, like whatever GSC Game World's got to do, I don't care if they delay it till 2026. I don't care. The fact that they're even coming out with the game is freaking amazing to me. Like this is this has been long in the works. So they delayed it. I thought you were going the other route when you said that there was some other conversation going on, Steve.
Oh, what?
The one that we touched on PM and the PM. There's some smoke. That the Stalker 2 delay is the start of a couple delays, at least one more.
Okay.
Two more for Xbox. That the back half is now overloaded. And that because obviously Call of Duty is considered first party now, and that's a huge release into Game Pass at the end of October, that there's going to be some delays. And again, take it with a grain of salt until it's officially announced. Obviously, Xbox isn't Doom. I don't know why people automatically think delays mean Doom. It's not Doom. It sucks. Like I said on PM to PM.
Right.
The two titles that are obviously being discussed are Avowed and Indiana Jones. Some people, again, the smoke's out there. Jez put out a poll about it. Colt started a propaganda run right away about it, that Stalker 2 moving causes a problem for Xbox. I personally don't see it as a problem, but obviously business-wise, internally-wise, they could see it as a problem because obviously Avowed was supposed to launch a week prior to that, Steel, according to the leaks. So don't be surprised if we do get a couple delays or one more delay out of Xbox. Avowed or Indiana Jones are both potential. If it needs more time, it needs more time. Like I said, I took the selfish route, the entitled gamer route on Thursday night because I was in a pissy mood. So I didn't look at the big business side. I refused to talk. Well, I did still talk about it, but I was just like, I'm not thinking about that big business side. Yeah, sure. It makes sense. You don't want to put all your eggs in a basket of 3 months that, for gaming wise, that's not what you want to do. You want to give your big games times to breathe. So if they're going to delay it, that's fine. If it needs time, that's fine. Delay it. I'm still in the mode. Drop them all. Okay. We deserve it. If the games are ready, drop them all. Again, I think Xbox people who've been committed to this ecosystem for all these years, especially Game Pass Ultimate, deserve a year where maybe we say, holy shit, they dropped too many games. I think we deserve it. Okay. That's my entitled side of things. I think Phil should drop them all. They got plenty of games next year lined up already. They're not going to be light on games next year. Don't need to push anything. Drop them all. But it sounds like they potentially could move one or two out of the way. I'm sick and tired also of it being my most anticipated games that get delayed all the fucking time. So that also gets me in a pissy mood. Because if it's Avowed, I'm sick and tired of it. I went through the Starfield delay. Okay? I'm sick and tired of my games getting fucking delayed all the time. Okay? If this was a Souls game, I would give two shit. It's not a goddamn Souls game. Okay. It's one of my genres that I absolutely love. It's one of my teams that I absolutely love. And I want to play Avowed this year. I don't care how many other games I got to play.
When is Avowed supposed to release?
November 12th was the leak date.
And then Indiana's when?
December. Indiana Jones was December. Indiana, I could definitely see being in December.
I don't see anything being delayed.
Yeah, we'll find out. Again, there's just a lot of people who, when they make posts now, I've been around long enough in this community still, when they all start making posts at the same time, the word is out on the street, and they're prepping the community for potentially some news, right? I already know how this goes. I've seen it many times now. So yeah,
I will say, unfortunately, if anything does get delayed, I do think it would be Avowed, just because Indiana Jones makes sense for December, especially with the latest trailer that we've seen, having some of those Christmas-like elements, being around snow and stuff. It's more a marketing ploy than anything. I think that would be perfect for that Christmas push, especially for that style of game. Avowed mainly because some of the information about Avowed hasn't been consistent. Although them coming out with the third person about it, I mean, they seemed very strong about what they're offering on the table. And just to be fair as well, to your point, I don't think they need to delay anything because the people who are going to play Stalker are not the same people who are going to play Avowed.
Well,
point blank period. I mean, that's just not going to be the thing. So, and if Microsoft has kind of made this transition, Xbox made this transition to where they're keeping the PC players in mind as well. Stalker is going to be the seller more so over an Avowed on PC for sure. So I don't think that they necessarily cross over each other. There's also potential for you to do some deals come Christmas. Get 2, buy 2, get 1. Something crazy. Along with the 15% we having for having Xbox Ultimate. If they give us on buying games and whatnot. I don't know if they've changed that.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope Rick Bingham's right, and I hope you're right, Steele, and I hope that they do just drop them. Again, Flight Sim is totally on its own. Like, it's not a thing that's going to cause any problems. Age of Mythology, again, RTS genre, especially on console, is limited. It's not anywhere near Avowed or Indiana Jones or any of those games, Stalker 2. They're all so different that's why I say just drop them all.
Yeah.
Like, marketing-wise, I understand. Business-wise, I understand.
Well, you want something for the beginning of the year because the beginning of the year has been soft. February would be a good time to drop Avowed, I think.
But like, to my point, I'm assuming, right, when I say that next year is stacked already, I'm assuming South of Midnight sounds like it's ready. It's going to be ready.
I can see that being a March, April.
I could see that a February, March game, right? And then I think Clockwork Revolution is going to be your summer game. And then I think you've got Doom and you got Fable for the second half.
Doom's definitely going to be later.
Yeah. Now next year gets dicey with GTA 6. If GTA 6 is ready to go,
pushed. I think it's going to get pushed.
I think it gets pushed too.
26.
But I think if they do get it out next year, that's where Matt Booty's already come out and said everybody's already talking about it. We're gonna be conscious of GTA 6.
Yeah,
you have to be. Okay,
Towerborn.
Every publisher, Towerborn is due this year as well. Replaced might get delayed too. Replaced might be another one that gets delayed again. I would hate for that because I want to play Replaced, but it is what it is. I just thought that was the route you're going, so I thought I'd bring it up real quick.
Yeah, no, that was cool. No, I wasn't even thinking about that. So, Ghost Wolf says, can't remember if Steele said it earlier, but when is Crimson Desert supposed to come out? There's no date on it yet. They're doing a thing at Gamescom, I believe. I think we clarified that next month. I thought it was July, not August. So we'll see if we get any news about it then, because it could be ready and that could come out this year. September, October time would be perfect for it. I do think that that's probably going to be a 2025 game, though, if I'm going to be for real. Crimson Desert.
Oh, yeah. I would guess it's going to be, but who knows? Gamescom right around the corner. They might just announce, hey, we're coming out in October, November, something. I don't think they really care about the other games coming out this year. So I don't know. We'll see.
Makes sense. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the show. Before we get into this day in gaming, we'll open the second present from the legendary Obi. He said to do this at the end of the show. So that's what we're going to do. End of the show shenanigans here. So we got the gift right here. This is the second one. He said to open this towards the end of the show because it was going to make me tear up a bit. So we'll see what's going on with this.
Yeah, Monster Hunter is 2025 as well. Jesus.
Yes, Monster Hunter is supposed to be releasing. That's going to be a big one. That's going to be a real big one next year. Monster Hunter is not going to be able to play around. Ghost Wolf, appreciate that, man. Appreciate y'all for the shout outs for the B-Day. I ain't gonna get into nothing too much. We watched the movie again. Might go get something to eat. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do. Might just hang out, chill. Get some things situated. Maybe take depending on what the weather's looking like. Maybe take the daughters out. I'm still unwrapping it, man. Maybe take the daughters out on the bike or something like that. Hold up.
Uh-oh.
Hold up. Come on, bruh. There ain't no way. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yo!
What?
And it matches the hat you're currently wearing.
What?
Are you sure you didn't open that?
No, I didn't open this. I did not open this. Bro, ladies and gentlemen.
Matches your hat that you're wearing. Look at that thing.
This is fire. Bro. Ladies and gentlemen, this is wild.
Look at that shit.
Yo, this is clean.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we got the whole Iron Man fiddle. You see this? You see this?
Yeah. Oh, it's posable too.
He's got Kung Fu grip.
Oh my God. Yobi.
This is dope. Yobi. Yeah, this is wild, Yobi. He got the beard on there and everything. Look at this man.
Bro.
That is wild.
how'd you get a picture of Steel to match that up, bro? Look at that.
I sent him a picture, but I didn't know what he was using it for.
Oh, God. You trusted Yobi with a picture of you? Jesus.
Yeah.
You could have wound up with something crazy.
That's wild, bro.
Awesome, Yobi.
This is wild, bro. This is. I feel like this is gonna be like me being like cocky as hell. Like, why do you have an action figure of yourself? Like, people are gonna be like, who?
What's next, Steel? You gonna get yourself painted on a nice fur rug?
I might.
Mantle.
I might.
That is crazy good. Yo, that is.
I'm gonna have to pose this up on my shelf, bro. Yo, this is wild, Yobi. Yo, much love, great thanks for this, bro. This is unprecedented type shit, man. Like, I got like my little Iron Man shrine that I got over here.
That's some thought right there, bro.
Yeah, no, that's some major thought.
Wait until the wife sees that. Yo,
that is yo, that's super dope, bro. I beyond appreciate that.
Oh, man. Oh, Yobi just posted the link too. So if you guys want to make your own action figure with bobblehead.
What's up, baby girl?
Yobi made a link.
What?
It's me.
I see that.
Yobi got that for my birthday. That's super fire, bro. Definitely hit that like on that, bro. That's super dope, man. Appreciate
Hit
that.
the link. If anybody wants a bobblehead action figure, you're gonna make it for somebody else. He put the link in there.
I know, right?
Yeah, when I go AFK on my streams and stuff, I'm just gonna put this on the screen.
Yeah. Yes. You should make that a emoji too for our chat.
Make that an emoji. I should. I'm gonna take a picture of it and do that. That's gonna be funny as hell. Yeah. That's a W gift, Brody. Man, that's much appreciation. That's much love. That's a lot of thought that goes into that. Yeah, that's fucking fire as hell.
Yes.
He look good too, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I thought I was a decent looking guy. You know. He got it right, man. That's super dope to see. Greatly appreciated. Again, never expected, but
matches what
much
you're
love
wearing right now, bro. That's crazy. Just same exact hat.
That's fire.
That is
Never expected, but much appreciated, Brody. And again, I sent my gift out to you. Again, I sent you some custom stuff, man. Hopefully you like that as well. I put some thought into that one too. Just some things that I know that you into, and just to show you some love, man. And even if it ends up being something for the house that you kind of keep from the outside, then that's all right as well. But hopefully you appreciate and enjoy that as well. And it goes well as also, but also packaged it up nicely. So, hey man, Yobi, that's much appreciated. Between the retro console and that's just astronomical, bro. These are things that I'm gonna have for definitely a very long time. And just cherish, man. Like I said, I'm hooking this up to the TV right after the show. Like I gotta see what's good with it. At least see if there's a chance to get some sit down time, man. So super fire. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the upcoming not upcoming games, excuse me, this day in gaming segment. We haven't done it in a while, and it's something that we just come off of. And there's something very special that also released for StarCraft 2 that came out apparently on this day of gaming. So let's get to it. All right. So this day in gaming, this is the segment where we go 30 plus years in gaming history, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. I'm trying to adjust some things on my end here. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to say, why can't I move it over? There we go. Let's condense that down a little bit. But yeah, let's go back 30 plus years into gaming history, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting this week with the NES dropping Earthbound Beginnings. Shout out to the Earthbound Beginnings.
Shout out to Earthbound.
Then in 99 on the PlayStation, you had Jade Cocoon, Story of the Tamamayu. Hey, that game's probably on the retro console, bro. I'm about to get it in. Oh, I want to see if they got I wonder did he do PlayStation 2? No, I don't think he did all the way up to PlayStation 2, just the PlayStation 1, right? Kind of era. If he did PlayStation 2, I'm gonna have to see about playing some Contra.
Yeah, I can't remember if PlayStation 2 is on there or not, to be honest.
Hey, I'll find out. The next on the list is PlayStation in 2000 releasing City Bravo Business Hen. Okay. Then in 2000 on PlayStation, this was the game that stands out to me. I did play this. Digimon World 2. Shout out to Digimon World. That game was fire. Then in 2000, PlayStation released the Maestro Music. Shout out to PlayStation. In 2001, PC released Suika. Okay.
Suika.
Then in 2004, PlayStation 2 released Echo Night Beyond. Sounds like the title should have been Echo Beyond Night or something like that. But anyway. Then in 2004, Arcade released the King of Fighters Neo Wave.
Shout out to King of Fighters.
Then in 2005, Arcade released Neo Geo Battle Coliseum.
Yes, sir.
No,
here we go.
Then in 2006,
Here
Xbox
we
360 released Bullet Witch.
Bro.
You gonna tell me that this was a good game?
Bro. Janky, AA, classic 360, underrated, fun ass game, bro. Bullet Witch is hard too, like really hard. But Bullet Witch was fucking awesome, man. Yes, Bullet Witch. Oh man, lost IP, man. Just a lost IP.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Hold on, trying to see if they got some mods on here. Nah. Nah. About to say, here goes another one that just comes out of nowhere.
Nah.
All right. Then in 2006, we had Xbox 360 release Import Tuner Challenge.
Ooh, shout out to Import Tuner. Hey, have a great day, Slimy Mucus.
Hey, shout out to you, Slimy.
Yeah, shout out to you for dropping by. Oh, real quick too, Steel, before we forget, Splendorphus dropped us another 2, by the way. Shout out to Splen. Says Steel Pong family. What up? OT killing me, man. He must be working overtime. Hey, shout out to you, Splen. Shout out to you, Splen. Always good to see you, brother. Hope we got you through part of your OT, man.
Yeah, hopefully we're making it fly by.
Appreciate you though, brother.
The next on our list, we're going to the DS in 2006, releasing Mario Hoops 3-on-3. There you go. Then in 2006, PlayStation 2 released Sengoku Basura 2. Then in 2007, DS released The World Ends With You.
Yeah, one I really want to play. I really want to play that game. It's on Switch.
You can play that. Too right now. You can play it on emulation.
I think it's on Steam, actually.
Oh, okay. Damn. Nice.
Yeah.
Then in 2010, we released Ark Rise Fantasia. That game was actually good. Then in 2010, Macintosh and PC got StarCraft 2, The Wings of Liberty.
StarCraft.
Shout out to StarCraft.
Got it. 14 years ago, bro.
Then in 2011, Game Boy NES released Dr. Mario.
Shout out to Dr. Mario.
I don't think that came out in 2011, though.
Well, it came out before that, but it came out in remake then, right? Yeah, it was a remake. Yeah. Because it was on NES. The original was on NES.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Then in 2011, the Xbox 360 released From Dust. Okay. Then in 2021, Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4 released Neo, The World Ends With You.
From Dust was kind of a cool game, too. Neo, The World Ends With You is the second one, or is that the newest one? That one I know for sure is on PC. That one's on PC.
Yeah, that's the newest one.
That's on sale right now.
2021, Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One got Samurai Warriors 5.
The new art style, which not everybody appreciated, but it's kind of pretty fucking cool, actually. I like it. It's got a cel-shaded look to it.
Then we ended up getting in 2022 PlayStation 4 with Digimon Survive.
Mm-hmm.
This game looks kind of wild. I think I've heard about this game before. I'm about to announce it here. Then in 2022, Android and iOS released Octopath Traveler: Champions of the Continent.
Octopath, I got 1 and 2 downloaded on the Xbox at some point.
You got to get this one downloaded on the phone, man.
Nope.
Then in 2022, PC released The Legend of Heroes Trail Through Daybreak. Shout out to Trails.
Shout out to Trail series. Oh, Ron Slusher coming through. Ron, I was wondering about this one. I've got it on my wish list. It never goes on sale. It's always higher priced. And I was wondering how good it was. It looks dope as fuck. So I'm glad somebody in the chat actually had played this and says it's a good anime action game. So
which one?
The next one on your list.
Then in 2023, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, 5 released Cry Machina.
Yeah.
It was actually, you said it's available on Steam?
Yeah. I got it on my wish list. Looks freaking awesome.
Yeah, that was the one I was looking at. I feel like I looked at this before. And it's a 9 out of 10 on Steam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I think I saw that somebody said it was shorter.
Is that what it was? It just looks so awesome.
Potentially. Bro. No, it does look really dope.
Yeah.
Let me see. Much like its predecessor, Crystar, it has a predecessor. Cry Machina is a story-driven action RPG with great visuals and flavorful anime characters and an overall game with emotion and personality. Some say that Cry Machina is a much more improved version of Crystar, but as someone who played through both games one after another, I beg to differ. Each of them has its own strengths and weaknesses, and picking a favorite among the two is rather difficult.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at Crystar right now. I remember that cover too. I did not know that was the sequel. I did not know that.
That's kind of fire.
But I've looked at Crystar before as well. That came out in 2019.
I wonder if they got a CD keys.
I've looked, bro. They don't go on sale, man. They don't.
You said the other one's called Crystar?
Yeah, Crystar. Yeah. That's the one that was.
Damn, that one's full price too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't go on sale, man. I've had them on my.
I might have to hit up the homie. It's interesting.
Yeah, but they do look awesome. So,
and this was very positive as well.
Yeah,
I like Crystar a lot for his dark story and how the characters interact. Unfortunately, the level design and enemies are very repetitive.
Cry Machina right now is on Green Man Gaming at its historic low for $40.79.
Oh,
that's
send me that link.
Low. Yeah, I'll send you that.
Send me that link.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to look into that. That's dope. See, this is what makes this segment dope. Then in 2023, Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox One, and Series got Double Dragon Gaiden: Rise of the Dragons. And that was your This Day in Gaming segment. Hopefully you guys found something good in there. Ron Slusher says it's a good anime action anime action game. That's fire. He said it might have a demo. Ducato says I might want to finish off Eugen before Luna drops. Yeah, man. He said Ron Slusher says Bullet Witch stream incoming. I don't know. I might have to look at that. If Pong says it's hard, maybe I'll like it. Maybe that's why some people didn't like it, because it was too hard.
It has to do with the fact that it was 360 controls and it is just kind of janky. So maybe that's what made it harder. Yeah. I mean, it is. It's a AA game.
I'm about to look at some gameplay real quick. Hold on.
Yeah. It's.
Let's see. Oh, there's a gameplay. There's a remaster.
This is a remaster. What?
Xbox One, PC.
No.
Let me see.
It was never a remaster.
It's probably on because it released on PC, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like an older game.
Yeah, it's barren. There's like parts of it that are completely barren or whatever else, but her magic is. It's like
got a big old gun.
Yeah.
Shoot people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Right.
That's extremely interesting. It is barren. It's like,
yeah,
there is nobody around.
No.
And you shoot a big old brain. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a little too bland for me, but you know.
Oh, it's doing this shit.
What is it doing now?
X in the DMs doesn't let you post direct.
Oh, you got to put it in a notepad first.
Yeah,
that's what I have to do
first.
all the time.
I just remember. Yeah,
I hate that. That's so stupid that they force that. I meant to look, actually. Thank you for reminding me. I'm about to look into. There should be a way to stop it from doing that. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of episode 158. Nothing else on board currently on the menu, but I do want to thank everybody for coming out, and I definitely want to thank Yobi for the gifts. Again, I'm going to be hooking this up in the living room for sure, just to have, I think this would be the best place to get a little bit of that variety going in there. So, yeah, man, it's such a beautiful thing to see. Definitely touched my heart with the second gift. That second gift is crazy. To see my bobblehead on an Iron Man body, that's just wild. That's wild as hell to me, bro. Definitely brings a smile to my face. Was way beyond expected or anything that I could have imagined, which is super dope as well. So yes, gonna have a good birthday tomorrow, man. Again, might just be doing some chilling, maybe doing some prepping. We'll see. I might actually take a week because I know we're gonna work on having some family time in the next coming weeks or so. Whether that be we end up doing something on a Saturday or I do something on Monday, I'll definitely let you guys know ahead of time, just in case. It probably won't have to be no big deal, but nonetheless, thank you everybody for coming on through. I'm gonna be continuing to play Flintlock, working my way through there, and then next up on the list is the Path of the Goddess, unless I play TriStar Machina or something like that, or maybe, I don't know. I definitely want to play Path of the Goddess more so than anything. That's a game that I can get right now, jump into without putting anything down. So with that taken into consideration, I want to show love to everybody that's tuned in today and showing your love, man. And hopefully we have some good conversation for you all. Just went through the topics with a blaze of glory, and apologies for any of the hiccups that we've had in the middle of the show. But it seems, again, things are moving through smooth. See, certain things don't happen while I'm streaming, but they happen while we're doing the show, and then it's a problem. So definitely hit that like button for me as you guys end up filing out. But you can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain the T is a 7 everywhere. Anywhere that has a search bar, type that in and you will find all of my information. But mainly hit me up on the streets of X, otherwise known as Twitter, and also the Xbox ecosystem, just because it works so well between the PC and the console itself. And same thing for Steam, man. If you want to hit me up on there, it's Steel Rain the T is a 7. Hit me up, man. We'll definitely get it in. I'm going to be jumping back into the First Descendant, hopefully the top of the month, if everything goes well. Again, I'm trying to get my prep on before Gundam Breaker 4, because that will be my life when that game drops. Not going to lie. Even more so than even Armored Core. I felt like Armored Core was going to do, which is another game that I want to get back into with a full co-op play with my brother. But Gundam Breaker 4 is right around the corner. And for those who are missing out, or maybe you just had not seen, I am giving away 4 copies of Gundam Breaker 4, not including some personal copies I might give away behind the scenes to some people, just because I have so much faith in this game and I want so many people, as many people as possible, to play it so they can understand my love for it. Even if you're not a Gundam fan, if you are a looter fan and you want to experience some peak melee looter style gameplay, I want you to check it out. At least full customization, picture mode is way beyond anything that you can imagine. They even got a diorama mode. It's full co-op if you're on the same platform. So again, the way that I'll be doing it as well, because it's available on Switch, PlayStation, and Steam, I'm gonna roll, and just whoever ends up being the winner, hey, don't worry about that, yo. Don't worry about it, yo. I'll see what we can do. I'm going to put whoever ends up being the winner is going to let me know what platform they want it for. If you end up being Xbox, you will not be able to get it. It is not available on Xbox, unfortunately. I hope one day that it does. But let's see if we can make it happen by getting as many copies sold as possible. There's going to be a big Western release for Gundam Breaker. And again, I want everybody to jump in. And again, I'm definitely, along with the 4, there's going to be some personal copies I hand out as well, just for people to kind of try it out and jump in and see how they feel about it. So Yobi says, make that 6 copies. I'll send something through to you to add on to it. Hey man, don't worry, much love. I do appreciate that. That's what you want to do, then we'll make it 6. So right now we're sitting at over $300 of just pure gaming value for something that maybe you would have never tried before, but I definitely want to give you a chance to jump into. So be on the lookout for that. And you do have to be following me and Pong on Twitter so that we can get with you, or at least have some form of, no, I'm just going to say Twitter and YouTube, and be following Living Split Screen on YouTube. 2 main things. And also follow us on Twitch if you can. It'll help us out a lot. We want to get certified on there, as we do have started dual streaming to Twitch as well more frequently. So pass it out to my brother from another Pong. It was a beautiful episode. Thank you for being here on the pre-game before the B-Day. And man, just having overall great conversation. And I think we flowed well today, man. So it was really good.
Yeah, we had lots of good conversations, man. Like I said, we touch things that other people don't want to touch. We do things that other people never will do. 5+ hours here on the Living Split Screen. People tell us it's too long. It don't freaking matter. We just come out every Saturday and do what we do because this is how me and my brother do it. And it's what we love. So we love talking, and we love talking about gaming in particular and everything that comes along with that. And you guys in the chat help out so much because you guys are engaged and always on point and coming up with good conversation yourselves. And that helps. Again, the energy brought here and a little extra special energy from Yobi today with the birthday gifts. Again, just doing too much, legend. But that's, appreciate again, who you are, man, and never change. Love you. For all of it, Yobi. So thank you for being a part of the community, but all of you for jumping in here every Saturday with me and Steel. Nothing but love and respect. Again, the familiar faces out here spending the entire time with us. And again, whether you spent the entire time or just 5 minutes to drop by and say hi, or just to check us out for a minute, it's the same. All love and respect. You give us the most valuable thing you have, which is your time. So thank you. Thank you for all of that, for another amazing Saturday. And of course, a little pre-birthday show with this guy right here, Steel Rain, who is absolutely one of my best friends and just an amazing human being himself, and deserves all the best in life. And I'll be wishing him a happy birthday tomorrow through the DMs. But brother, happy birthday, man.
Thanks,
happy birthday. I'm glad you're a little bit older and you're catching up to me. Need some more people to join me up here. Anyways, everybody, you guys know how to find me, Pong Soul on the X, formerly known as Twitter, Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Steam, Epic, GOG, everywhere. Follow me. I shall follow you back. And the Shop Podcast. Wow. Podcast should be back tonight. We did have another weekend off as every once in a while it has to happen because things, real life, man.
Yeah,
real
man,
life.
It happens.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Yeah, so Blam spent some time with the wifey last week, which was all good, man. It was her birthday time too, so shout out to PTK Blam. But we should be back tonight. No word that we're not going to be, so it should be Blam, Fuzzy, myself, and I'm sure we'll have a guest or two. So check out that announcement coming later. But it's the best way to end your Saturday night. The Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Be there, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Have us on in the background while you're chilling out, playing some games. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Tuesdays, Xbox Factor Podcast. All good things green. Double Barrel Games, the channel. Boomstick is the man, 5 days a week. But be there Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, my week starts Thursday night over on the Fun Speculation Network with my other brother, Mav, as we get down to business and catch up on the week as well. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM every Thursday. Might be a late start this week, depending on how my month end is looking at work. And then otherwise, Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate. We did take a night off last night. Mav just said, listen, not a whole lot of news. He wanted to play some he wanted to get Cam Bardu on his new team over at SMU because he did the portal transfer. He transferred out and thought it was going to be better. He's playing against high schooler league style teams, so I guess it is better for him. But he streamed last night, but we should be back next week, hopefully with some big news. Hopefully there's some new conversations to be had on Xbox Ultimate Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, the Fun Speculation Network. And then, of course, God willing, with my brother next Saturday right here on another episode of Living Split Screen, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Listen, y'all, golden age of gaming is here. Get out there and enjoy the rest of your weekend, whatever you have of it. If you're at work, like some of you all are, I hope the work day goes fast and you get home, get some game time in. But no matter what you're doing, no matter what you're playing, play what you love and love what you play. And I'll talk to you all real soon. Have a good one, everybody. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, I want to say again, thank you for joining us on episode 158 of Living Split Screen. Do me a few favors. Hit that like button, one. Leave a comment on here afterwards if you're listening to this now or later, and let us know how we did, how things were sounding. Also, I like thumbnail suggestions if I would like. I'm trying to get some critique around here, so I don't think I'm perfect, man. I always want to get better and grow and be more unique if I can. I think we got some of the best thumbnails in the game, but maybe that's just a me thing and me being biased. But nonetheless, greatly appreciate y'all coming through, and we'll see you on the next one. Much love. Stay safe. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?